Wonderful. Namaste and good morning, everyone. So I'm very happy to share a special Sanskrit benediction that was composed by the great 20th century Hindu saint and philosopher, Paramacharya of Kanchi, for the 50th anniversary of the United Nations. This special song was sung by the legendary vocalist M.S. Subbulakshmi at the UN Assembly in New York in October 1966. So I will sing the song and then translate the blessing. Maitrim bhajata akhilar jayatrim. Maitrim bhajata akhilar jayatrim. Maitrim bhajata akhilar jayatrim. Atmavadeva paranapi pashyata. Atmavadeva paranapi pashyata. Yudham tyajata spardham tyajata. Yudham tyajata spardham tyajata. Tyajata parishva kramakramanam. Tyajata parishva kramakramanam. Maitrim bhajata akhilar jayatrim. Maitrim bhajata akhilar jayatrim. Janani prithvi kamadughaste. Janani prithvi कामदुघास्ते. जनको देवः सकलदयाळुः. जनको देवः सकलदयाळुः. दाम्यत दत्त जयध्वं जनता. दाम्यत दत्त जयध्वं जनता. श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां. 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 श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानाम्. And here is the translation in English. Cultivate friendship, which will conquer the hearts of all. Look upon others as thyself. Renounce war, renounce competition, renounce aggression. Mother Earth is abundant and ready to give us all that we desire. God, our Father, is very compassionate to all. So restrain yourself, donate your wealth, be kind to everyone. May all people of this world be happy and prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi. It's beautiful as always. Lisa, please take it away.
Unmute. Greetings. I am very happy to be here today and happy to introduce my friends Isabella and Barbara. And we're here to give you a presentation that covers the environmental aspects of what we're eating. And the information that we're giving is from the book, Eating Earth. How's that? So Eating Earth has 3 chapters, and each of us is going to take one of those chapters. The first one being on land animals, the second one being on hunting, and the third one being on water systems. And with that, take it away, Isabella.
Everybody seeing my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, hold on. Hang on. I'm getting there.
Hi, honey.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this Super important panel. And thank you everyone who's attending. My name is Isabella La Roca Gonzalez. I'm an artist and writer, and I'm here to talk to you about the environmental impacts of farming animals. This is a photograph from my series, Censored Landscapes. I took this photograph on a day when the temperature topped 116 degrees Fahrenheit. After just 20 minutes out of my air-conditioned car, my face was brick red and I felt lightheaded. Calf number 71901 was imprisoned on a feedlot along with thousands of others. The industry name for feedlots and other animal exploitation facilities is CAFO, Confined Animal Feeding Operation. Most people call them factory farms. 99% of meat, dairy, and eggs comes from animals on factory farms. Feedlots imprison cattle by the thousands for the beef or dairy industries. The animals are young, rarely over 2 years old. They are fed an unnatural grain diet to fatten them as quickly as possible, which can cause gastric distress. They have been painfully dehorned, branded, and or castrated with no requirements for anesthesia. They stand on or lie on barren, excrement-covered dirt all day and night, day after day. They have no real shade and only water from a dirty concrete tub to drink. Ammonia fumes sear their eyes, nostrils, mouths, and tongues. By now, it's common knowledge that human consumption of beef and dairy is a major contributor to global warming. People joke that it's because of cow farts and belches. Enteric fermentation, as it's called, is part of the problem. Enteric fermentation releases methane, a greenhouse gas that's 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide at warming the earth in the first 20 years. As most of us know, carbon dioxide has far exceeded safe levels and has been blamed for global warming. This is a graph that illustrates sources of methane in the US. 27% of methane emissions comes from farmed animal enteric fermentation, and another 10% from farmed animal manure. That's 37% from farming animals, more than the 30% from the gas and oil industries, and more than a third of all methane emissions. If humans were to stop farming animals, we could slow the rate of global warming almost immediately, and it would cost much less than any other climate change mitigation strategy, including solar panels, wind farms, or electric cars. But methane is only part of the problem. Pee and poo from cows raised for beef and dairy create hotspots for the emission of carbon dioxide, which is already far above safe levels. Manure also emits nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide is a greenhouse gas that's even more potent than methane or carbon dioxide. Nitrous oxide warms the atmosphere some 300 times more than carbon dioxide. 80% of the Amazon rainforest deforestation is due to beef. Forests are the lungs of our planet, but humans are clear-cutting forests. And for what? For the production of beef. The left side of the circle over here in this graph shows that ranchers graze their cattle on 155 million acres of public lands, almost half of the public lands managed by the Bureau of Land Management. The program costs American taxpayers as much as $1 billion a year. The permits cost the ranchers less than the administrative cost to American taxpayers to run the program, and only a tiny fraction of what it would cost them to lease private lands. Wild horses are also killed to accommodate cattle ranchers. On public land leased to cattle ranchers, native species such as elk, which are essential for the local ecosystems, must compete with cattle for food. In 2021, Wildlife Services, an arm of the United States Department of Agriculture, killed 1.7 million wild animals. Wildlife Services exterminates wild animals primarily for the benefit of private cattle ranchers. Many of the animals they've killed are native species, again, crucial for local ecosystems. A 2016 investigation by Christopher Ketchum of Harper's Magazine reported, and I quote, "Wildlife Services gunned down coyotes from airplanes and helicopters. Its trappers used poison baits, cyanide traps, leg hole traps, and neck snares. They hauled coyote pups from dens with lengths of barbed wire, strangled them, or clubbed them. Sometimes they set the animals on fire in their dens or suffocated them with explosive cartridges of carbon monoxide," end quote. Ketchum's sources were former Wildlife Services agents who have witnessed or participated in these practices themselves. But what about grass-fed beef, you might ask? Isn't that environmentally friendlier? Nope. The difference between raising grass-fed cattle and raising cattle by the feedlot method is only a matter of how the animals spend the last 5 months of their lives on average. All cattle raised for beef graze on forage and grass until they are up to about a year old. The slaughtering methods are just as atrocious for all cattle, including grass-finished cattle. And producing grass-fed beef is even less sustainable than producing grain-finished beef. Producing the same amount of grass-fed beef as all the beef currently sold in the US would require 3 times the land. And because grass-finished cattle take longer to reach slaughter weight, they require more water, feed, and other resources, and they emit even more methane and other greenhouse gases. So maybe the solution is to eat chickens or turkeys. Think again. Carbon emissions caused by a single serving of poultry are estimated to be at least 11 times higher than a serving of beans. And if you don't think beans are as tasty as animal flesh, you haven't had a good Italian pasta e fagioli, or some yummy Mexican frijoles de olla, or some scrumptious Cuban moros y cristianos, or some delicious Indian dal, or some good old American cowboy caviar. Farming chickens and turkeys, unlike growing beans, is almost unspeakably cruel. This photograph is also from my series Censored Landscapes. Part of the research I did was to find out how many animals were imprisoned in the facilities I photographed. On this farm alone, there were almost 350,000 animals. CAFOs such as this one expose animals, workers, and nearby communities to high levels of hydrogen sulfide, antibiotic residue, and particulate matter. So what about the other white meat, a phrase marketers have used to refer to products made from pigs? It's difficult to know where to start. Farming pigs has many of the same environmental impacts as other farmed animal products and is just as cruel. 70% of grain grown in the US is fed to farmed animals. Grain is grown as monocultures and duocultures, which require large amounts of fertilizers derived from fossil fuels, as well as poisonous pesticides and herbicides. These chemicals then leach into our waterways, affecting the health of marine animals and often killing them. And growing grains to feed animals to feed humans is extremely inefficient. Consuming animal products rather than eating the grains directly wastes 80 to 90% of the protein in grains. In light of the fact that the American diet is lacking in fiber, which leads to digestive diseases, heart disease, and some cancers, consider that consuming animal products also wastes about 100% of the fiber and carbs of the grains grown to feed farmed animals. This image shows how an animal-based diet requires 14 times the land of a plant-based diet. If everyone ate a plant-based diet, 5 billion football fields or 6.5 billion acres of land could be returned to forests. This would go a long way towards addressing global warming, habitat loss, loss of biodiversity, and species extinction, among other destruction caused by farming animals. Land is just one of the many resources wasted by farming animals. Pictured here is a CAFO, where pigs are imprisoned for the pork industry. Farming pigs is particularly egregious when it comes to poop. Like the waste from cattle, pig manure is hugely problematic. Farmed animal waste is stored in lagoons, which is what you see here next to the warehouses where the pigs are confined. But unlike human waste, farmed animal waste is not treated. And though the EPA has the authority to regulate it, in practice, farmed animal waste goes largely unregulated. Lagoons contain pesticides, herbicides, and other chemicals, as well as antibiotic residue and even dead animals. Runoff from lagoons ends up in lakes, streams, rivers, and oceans. Among other destruction, agricultural runoff causes marine dead zones and algal blooms, which kill marine life. Lagoons produce greenhouse gases, including nitrous oxide, which, as we've said, has 300 times the global warming potential as carbon dioxide. Lagoons also poison nearby communities. One pig produces 4 times the waste of an adult human. And in 2017, pig farming alone produced as much as half the waste of the US population. Again, unlike human waste, farmed animal waste is not treated and is mostly unregulated. What about eggs? A 2023 study by scientists at the University of Oviedo found that the carbon footprint of eggs is similar to that of other products of animal origin, such as dairy. CAFOs are disproportionately located in disadvantaged communities where people of color and poor people live. According to a study by scientists at Yale and Notre Dame universities, people with higher exposure to CAFOs were at a greater risk for respiratory disease, anemia, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease because of the pollutants caused by the intensive confinement of animals. Producing dairy is also enormously wasteful and polluting for many of the same reasons as producing products from any other animal. If you think about it, consuming dairy products is thoroughly disgusting. Why would an adult consume breast milk? Why would a human consume the breast milk of another species? Eating local is good. As you can see from the top part of the blue part of the graph, buying local reduces emissions from food, packaging, transport, and processing. But as you can see from the rest of the graph, a plant-based diet reduces much more, including emissions from food, crops, and land. According to a study by scientists at Carnegie Mellon University, a plant-based diet is a much more effective means of lowering an average household's climate footprint than buying local. The thing is, farming animals, whether cows or pigs or chickens or turkeys or goats or sheep or rabbits or pigeons or fishes, is a leading cause of climate change, air and water pollution, deforestation, ocean acidification, habitat destruction, loss of biodiversity, and mass species extinction. The most effective thing any individual can do to mitigate climate change is to stop consuming animals. A plant-based diet is also kinder and healthier, a win-win-win. For example, producing any plant-based milk, whether rice milk or soy milk or oat milk or almond milk or cashew milk or hemp milk, emits fewer greenhouse gases. And plant-based milk requires much less land. And even the much vilified almond milk requires less water. Also, plant-based milks are healthier for humans and most certainly healthier for animals. So here we are, purportedly the most intelligent species on Earth, wasting the Earth's resources to breed, confine, and slaughter innocent sentient animals, the consumption of which makes us and the planet sick. And for what? So we can heat up the Earth and make it more of a hell for the very animals we are breeding, confining, and slaughtering in order to waste the plants we grow and heat up the Earth. A vicious cycle that will not end well. Climate change poses an existential threat to much of life on Earth. July 2023 was the hottest month on record. According to UN Secretary Antonio Guterres, the era of global warming has ended and the era of global boiling has arrived. We are in a crisis situation and we must do everything we can to address it. This graph shows the exponential rise in extinction of species since the Industrial Revolution. We have entered the 6th mass extinction. The previous 5 were caused by natural phenomena. This one was caused by human activity. A quarter of all species on Earth face extinction. Every single day, eating a plant-based diet saves 1,100 gallons of water, 20 pounds of carbon dioxide, 300 square feet of forest, 45 pounds of grain, and the life of 1 innocent animal. Humans do not need to eat animals to survive and thrive. If we did, I'd be dead. According to numerous peer-reviewed studies, a plant-based diet is much healthier than an animal-based diet for humans, for animals, and for the planet. Homo sapiens have existed at least 300,000 years, but we have only been farming animals less than 12,000 years, a bizarre blip on this end of the human timeline. And on this continent, animal farming was virtually non-existent until about 400 years ago, a blink of an eye in human history. Before the arrival of European colonizers, North and Central Americans did not farm animals. The settler colonialists brought cows, pigs, sheep, goats, and chickens to the Americas, along with a legacy of white supremacy and the ownership, exploitation, and pollution of the land. Speciesism is foundational to virtually every form of oppression that people visit on each other and is very much bound up with our despoliation of the earth. Speciesism is the assumption that humans are superior to other animals and entitled to exploit and oppress them. Thank you very much for your kind attention. My book, Censored Landscapes, weaves together photographs, essays, poems, and in-depth research to holistically scrutinize the hidden reality of farming animals, including environmental impacts, the impact of industry practices on billions of sentient animals, including workers, human health impacts, colonization, economic impacts and inequities, and social injustice. Look for it in the fall of 2024. So I think next we have Barbara. And again, thank you very much for your attention. This is such important stuff.
Thank you, Isabella. I'm going to try and share my screen. Can you see that? Good. Okay.
Perfect.
Lovely. Okay, well, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's very much appreciated. Basically, I'm the founder and CEO of the Animal Interfaith Alliance. The Animal Interfaith Alliance is a unique alliance of faith-based animal advocacy organisations which speaks out on the moral treatment of animals by drawing on the combined wisdom of all faiths. It promotes social harmony by bringing faith groups together on an issue they all share a concern with. Our activities include advocacy, animal advocacy, and education. Our vision is a peaceful world where people of all faiths and none work together to treat animals with respect and compassion. And our mission is to create a united voice for animals from all of the major faiths and to bring about a world where animals are treated with respect and compassion. So I will be talking about food choices that protect the planet, hunting, the section on hunting. And this is taken from Lisa's excellent book. And she says in her book, when faced with the ecological horrors of animal agriculture, some look to hunting as an escape, as the environmentally friendly way to put meat on the table. But is that the case, or is hunting just an excuse for environmental protection? So this section explores the environmental effects of hunting, exposing a handful of myths that help to make this sport appear to be environmentally friendly, animal friendly, socially acceptable, and even morally exemplary. So we'll start with some facts. Today, and we're going to look at hunting in the USA to start with, and then I will look at hunting in other parts of the world. So today, less than 5% of the US population hunt. Public lands or wildlife refuges are managed on behalf of hunters, not on behalf of others who enjoy non-hunting activities such as hiking or watching wildlife. Wildlife is considered by government agencies to be a resource for hunters and is not valued in its own right. Wildlife is therefore managed for hunters. And the management of wildlife refuges is paid for by taxes on handguns, usually purchased for personal protection, but spent on hunters under the Pittman-Robertson Act. A few more facts. Hunting is usually for sport and rarely for subsistence or sustenance. Under wildlife conservation, hunter target species are protected and predators are exterminated, and this is unnatural. Each year, Wildlife Services kills around 2.4 million ecologically critical animals at a cost to the taxpayer of over $115 million. These include coyotes, foxes, bobcats, otters, wolves, black bears, and mountain lions. And predator populations are killed with poisons, steel jaw leg hold traps, which are illegal in the European Union, strangulation neck snares, denning, hounding, shooting, and aerial gunning. Immunocontraceptives are not used. So why is this happening? We'll have a look at some history. So wildlife conservation was established by hunters for hunters. In the late 19th century, President Theodore Roosevelt, a hunter, set up the Boone and Crockett Club, which we'll call BCC, with the mission to promote the conservation and management of wildlife, especially big game and its habitat, to preserve and encourage hunting and to maintain the highest ethical standards of fair chase and sportsmanship in North America. The BCC promoted laws protecting every citizen's freedom to hunt and fish and established wildlife as owned by the people and managed in trust for the people by government agencies. This foundation for wildlife conservation continues to this day, despite less than 5% of US citizens being involved in hunting. And we have here a picture of Hubert, who has been inappropriately adopted by some US hunting organizations as the patron saint of hunters. This is completely wrong. Hubert was a former hunter who had a conversion and gave up hunting to become a holy man. As the legend says, he lived in a forest in the Ardennes as a hunter. And one Good Friday, when everyone else was at church, he was hunting in the forest, pursuing a magnificent stag. Suddenly, as the stag turned around, a crucifix appeared between his antlers, and a voice said, "Hubert, unless you turn to the Lord and lead a holy life, you shall quickly go down to hell." So Hubert dismounted his horse and prostrated himself, saying, "Lord, what would you have me do?" And the reply came, "Go and seek Lambert, and he will instruct you." So Hubert went to Bishop Lambert, who became his spiritual guide, and he gave up hunting. He donated all his wealth to the poor, and he studied for the priesthood, living a holy life, fasting and praying. And eventually he became the Bishop of Liège. So to use him as the patron saint of hunters is a terrible misrepresentation of him. And there were plenty of other people, saints. We have St. Melangel, who is the Welsh patron saint of animals, who rescued a hare from a hunter. She's one of the most famous ones. I won't go through the story because I know we're short on time. But this idea that anti-hunting is in the system of the saints is quite substantial. We have here just a few saints. There are many more, which you can find on Catholic Concern for Animals website at the email address or web address below. So for the first 1,000 years of Christianity, prior to Thomas Aquinas, saints cared for animals, many protecting them against hunters. And the ones in this example are just a few. We have St. Basil, who greatly influenced the Eastern Church. Sorry, we have St. Petroc, a Cornish saint who was an early hunt saboteur. St. Neot, he rescued deer from hunters. St. Giles, a vegetarian whose sole companion was a deer whom he rescued from a hunt. St. Kieran, an Irish saint who lived with and protected a boar, wolf, fox, badger, deer, and many birds. St. Anthony Abbot was an Egyptian hermit who healed and lived with a pig. And St. Cuthbert, a Scottish hermit who shared his meals with birds and otters and, surprise, surprise, protected them from hunters. Others, we have St. Basil, who was a major influence on the Eastern Church, who said in his Liturgy of St. Basil, "The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. O God, enlarge within us the sense of fellowship with all living things, our brothers the animals to whom thou hast given the earth as their home in common with us. We remember with shame that in the past we have exercised the high dominion of man with ruthless cruelty, so that the voice of the earth, which should have gone up to thee in song, has been a groan of travail. May we realize that they live, not for us alone, but for themselves and for thee, and that they love the sweetness of life." Another major player in the world of saints was St. John of Chrysostom. He was a powerful influence in the Byzantine Church, and he said that the saints were exceedingly loving and gentle to mankind and even to brute beasts. Surely we ought to show them the great kindness and gentleness for many reasons, but above all because they are the same origin as ourselves. And of course, Pope Francis in Laudato Si says clearly the Bible has no place for a tyrannical anthropocentrism, unconcerned for other creatures. Also in Laudato Si, he says we must forcefully reject the notion that our being created in God's image and given dominion over the earth justifies absolute dominion over other creatures. In other faiths, we see Buddha, who says, all your fellow creatures are like you. They want to be happy. Never harm them. And when you leave this life, you too will find happiness. The seventh Sikh guru, Hare Sahib, promoted the well-being of animals and protected them, setting up sanctuaries. The Emperor Ashoka was a warrior who converted to Buddhism and banned sacrifices and hunting, building animal sanctuaries and setting up edicts on non-violent behavior carved on pillars. And the Jain Tirthankar Mahavira said, all breathing living creatures should not be slain or treated with violence, abused or tormented. This is the supreme unchangeable law. So that's our sort of faith-based history of how we should treat animals, which is, largely overlooked. So where are we today? We can look at the Canadian seal hunting. Many of you will remember Brian Davis, who in 1969 founded the International Fund for Animal Welfare, IFAW, and campaigned to protect animals from hunting. He became famous for his campaign to ban the Canadian seal hunt, in which baby seals were clubbed to death in their millions for their beautiful white fur, not for food or necessary sustenance. Then in 1983, the European Parliament banned the import of seal fur, seriously limiting its market and significantly reducing the amount of seals killed. Brian also masterminded and largely financed the campaign to ban hunting with hounds in the UK through IFAW's subsidiary organisation, the Political Animal Lobby, PAL. And this legislation was achieved in 2004 with the passing of the Hunting Act. And Brian sadly died last year, aged 87, so a great loss to the movement. In the UK, the campaign to ban hunting with hounds commenced in 1991 and ended in 2004 with the passing of the Hunting Act, as I just said. Hunting with hounds was for sport, was not necessary for food or sustenance. And prior to the Act, Mori research for the League Against Cruel Sports in 2002 showed that 80% of the British public wanted a ban, as did most Labour MPs. But the ban was strongly resisted by a highly vocal minority. And it's interesting to hear Alistair's talk yesterday from the plant-based universities that they'd had problems with the Countryside Alliance, who had defeated their votes at, I think it was Manchester University. But it was the Countryside Alliance that was causing all the difficulty with the Hunting Act in the UK. So today, what is our biggest problem with hunting? The biggest problem is international trophy hunting, where rich Americans and Europeans decimate Africa's wildlife for sport, frequently targeting endangered species. In the UK, the Hunting Trophies Import Prohibition Bill has just failed in the House of Lords. Again, there was a majority of UK citizens and elected MPs who wanted the ban, but some members of the House of Lords, a minority, turned it round. I won't go into the details because of time, but as you can imagine, in the UK, we're extremely upset and disappointed about this. So finally, what are the solutions? Well, firstly, except where people need to hunt to feed themselves to survive, hunting should be banned. Wildlife refuges should be places that protect wildlife. They should cater for and be funded by the majority of people who enjoy non-hunting outdoor activities. Where necessary, wildlife population control should be undertaken using contraception, not killing. And the use of cruel trapping methods should be made illegal, with the punishment of fines or imprisonments for their illegal use. And finally, if you want further reading, I can recommend a number of books on animals and religions, but particularly Lisa, if you look on her website, you will see she's probably written more books than everybody else put together on the subject, and I can thoroughly recommend them. You'll find all these books on the Animal Interfaith Alliance website, also a link to Lisa's website there. So that's me. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Greetings. Can you hear me all? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Isabella and Barbara. Those were great presentations. Know that they are available to share their presentations, and obviously they do a fantastic job. I am going to close off the 3 topics that we're covering by focusing on water systems. Okay, that didn't progress the slide. Okay, there we go. Whoops, let's not get carried away. All right, so first I want to say that I use the term animal, and I do this as a matter of honesty. Animal includes human beings, so I use the term animal to talk about every species except the one that I belong to, and this is a term that could be used by other species as well. So it isn't othering or alienating. Again, this talk is rooted in the book Eating Earth there on the left of the screen, but there are other books out there. The one on the right is my newest book, Vegan Ethics, and it covers all the key reasons to reconsider our diet and to go vegan. Eating Earth is very cheap. You can get it for about $4 online because it's been very popular. So look for a used copy of that if you're interested in the information that you're hearing here. And by the way, all of the sales from the book Amore, Vegan Ethics, support Tapestry. And Tapestry is the organization that I have founded in order to disseminate information and help educate and help people to know the struggles of the animals and the earth and how we can work together to bring a better world. I'm available to help anyone with any of these topics. Just let me know. Just be in touch, please. All right, so I am covering water system, and I'm going to cover the fishes and fishing and water consumption and water pollution. I want to begin with the fishes. Fishes are a little different than any other being that we talk about because they live in a different medium. When we look for fishes, this is usually what we see. Maybe a bit of a splash, maybe the sun shining back at us, opaque, maybe a flash of color underneath the surface. So they are beings and people that we don't know maybe as well as we might a cat or a dog or a bird, or pretty much any being that lives in the same sphere that we live in. So who are these fishes? Look at this amazing being. Check out the skin on this fish. Imagine what it's like to be this being. Or maybe one of these beings. Look at that little fish. Look at the green spot on their tummy. Imagine the feeling of their fins going through the water. Think what it's like to be looking out of those eyes. Know that these fishes are intelligent, they're social, they're sentient, they are persons, they are individuals, just like you are and just like I am. And yet these individuals are not protected by welfare laws. We see them as a mass, and we generally talk about them by the pound rather than as individuals. And this brings me to the topic of fishing. Yes, we talk about them by the pound, and we use indiscriminate methods to fish, and I want to look at those, and I want to look at some of what people consider the solutions, aquaculture and sustainable fishing. I am not talking about indigenous fishing. There are many wonderful people, informed people, strong people inside indigenous communities that take up this topic. I'm talking to anyone who can make a choice such as I am. I'm talking to people who live roughly like I do and have come from a similar culture. That's my community. And I'm also not talking about fresh water simply because most of the fish that we eat come from salt water. So know that there is just as much trouble in the freshwater and just as much trouble. We have individual fishers pulling absolutely gigantic numbers of fishes from waters, affecting these ecosystems. And I won't talk about this much, but know that this is connected and it's part of the problem, that when you consume fish, when you see these individuals as consumable, you are not only destroying a life, but you're destroying ecosystems. Fish are brought in huge quantities tons of fish. There are as many tons of fish are pulled out of the ocean as is the weight of the entire human population. 100 million tons. And as a result, most of the large predator fish are gone. Anything attractive that we wanted to pull out of the water is in the state of collapse. And of course, you hear in the news and you see whales washing up, penguins are starving. I was rescuing a bird from a beach recently, and when I brought the bird in, they said, "Oh, you want to watch for the murrelets now? They're the ones coming around. They're washing in because they're starving." And I looked at her and I said, "Do you eat fish?" She didn't even seem to understand what I was saying, that our behavior is causing this problem, that the beings who depend on these fish and have no other choice are starving because we are fishing out the seas, that our choices are causing these problems. And the methods of fishing are one of the concerns. We use hooks and we use nets. Both hooks and nets are indiscriminate. That means that when you drop a net or you drop a hook into the water, you don't get to decide who gets tangled in that net or who grabs that hook. And this makes it very hard for endangered species to recover, because so much of what we bring in is bycatch or bykill, or what the industry calls trash. It's unintended beings, living beings, unintended beings that are pulled in and killed and end up in a trash heap. And then they are often sold to animal agriculture. So you can see the connection between the fishing industry and those eating land animals and those eating the fishes and sea animals. 90% of that bycatch goes to feed farmed animals, even though normally, obviously, they wouldn't be eating fishes. This is what it looks like when a hook gets lost, and some of the indiscriminate beings, the indiscriminate suffering and killing caused. And if you look online, you can find all sorts of images of individuals caught in hooks and dying in nets. So nets, again, equally indiscriminate. Here you see a giant net just packed with living beings that have been scooped up and caught and drug along behind this boat. And again, imagine being one of those beings in that net. They are individuals, they are conscious, they are suffering, they are terrified, and they are dying. And imagine both their lives and the ecosystem from which this quantity of fish is taken by this one boat in this one moment, and that this happens again and again in our seas. So here are some of the trash animals that come from ghost nets. And ghost nets are nets that escape from the boats, just like that hook that got away and ended up in that swan. These nets got away and ended up entangling sea beings unintentionally who died, the so-called bykill, bycatch, or trash. Trawlers are the primary bycatch killers. They have a 1-to-5 ratio. For every 1 pound of food, there are 5 pounds of unintended kill. And worse among these is the shrimp industry. And they have an absolutely gigantic percentage of bykill. So for 1 tiny little pound of shrimp, you can have as much as 15 pounds of other beings dead. And know that fish are also responsible for the destruction of mangroves, which are essential as nurseries for sea life. So what do some people say solutions are? Well, some say aquaculture, but it has just as many problems as fishing without keeping these beings confined in miserable, filthy little pens. And the main one that I want to bring to mind is the final one there, that many of these fishes, for instance, salmon, are carnivores. So for 3 years, they are feeding fish to the salmon before they're killed. So it's a huge net loss of life, any way you look at it. The other most common solution is the sustainable fish. And they think when people think that when they buy, they can choose to have something that is not going to harm the environment or that is tagged specifically for killing. Remember that these are individuals. When you consider the individual, there's no such thing as a sustainable kill. They're just as dead, and they don't want to be any more dead than you or I want to be. But when you see these labels, just know that studies have shown that they are mislabeled a tremendous amount of the time. And one study I read, when they were trying to scientifically find out what the flesh was, they couldn't even figure out what it was. The third topic is our water consumption. Now, as Isabella pointed out, the number one use of fresh water is irrigating crops, and 70% of our crops go to feeding farmed animals, 70%. In the EU, it is 60%. What it comes down to is that if we stopped growing crops for farmed animals, we would only need 30 to 35% of the lands under cultivation that we currently have. What a dream to return those lands to wild. I always encourage people, please never go vegetarian, go vegan. If you some way think you can't go vegan, then cut back on consumption of all products. Dairy has some of the greatest cruelty and some of the worst environmental harms. Now remember, these huge animals are eating and drinking to create babies and nursing milk. So one cow in one day can eat 56 pounds of grain, and that is something that a person could live on for a year. Not sustainable, not wise, not a wise use of our grains or our water. This image from Eating Earth shows how water goes into creating the foods and what they drink. So on the green on the top of the graph shows what water is necessary to create food for each of these species, and the bottom shows what they actually drink. The horizontal line up top is the flow of the annual flow of the Amazon River, which has more flow than any other river. So if you look at this graph, you can see that the water consumption of these 4 species, and that's not all the species, in 1 year is nearly the flow of 4 Amazon rivers for an entire year. 4 years of Amazon water flow is what they are consuming. Small wonder that our aquifers are running dry and our rivers are running dry. Sorry, our aquifers are going dry, and some of these we can't refill them, and our rivers are running dry. And remember, when you look at a river and see it dry, you may only think, oh my goodness, the water's gone. But think of the ecosystem that's gone. Think of the beings who lived here, who depended on that river, not just the ones in the river, but all around on this dry landscape. All of the beings who came to that river for their needs, for whatever their needs were for water, gone. Where I lived in Montana, there was a gigantic ditch that ran very near to my house. And there are ditches all over Wyoming and Montana and the region where they pull water, and near me it was from the Yellowstone River, huge quantities from the Yellowstone and other water sources, and run them around in order to water these grain crops and the cattle industry, which is very large in that area. And again, you can see here the devastation to the environment. If you care about water shortages, fresh water, the shortages, the fear of the future that we're going to run out of water, there is no question that the best choice of a diet is going to be vegan. All right, the final topic is pollution, our water pollution. So all of these beings consuming all of these grains and all of this water, well, what goes in must come out. And I had a friend in Montana who just hated cattle. He hated them for what they did to the environment. And of course, he was eating hamburgers and anything else he was eating meat right, left, and center, and dairy. He didn't seem to get the connection between where he was spending his money and what he was swallowing and the earth that he did care very dearly about. We have to make that connection. Here is a gigantic hill that somebody might love to ski down. If I could ski, I might consider that, but I might hike up it, except for the trouble that this is actually not a beautiful mountain. It is a pile of manure with greenhouse gases coming off it, and in the end, a pile of manure that affects the entire environment around it. When we have this many land animals, we have a tremendous amount of waste. So again, here's another image from Eating Earth showing exactly what that waste amounts to for these 4 species. It is roughly I would say looking at those, a little more than 3 annual flows of the Hudson River, which is 300 miles long. One more thing, well, we'll talk about it here. So the lagoons, you can see here up at top, the lagoons that this waste is kept in. When there is a storm, those lagoons overfill. You can see that one on the left. Imagine a hurricane, imagine a couple days of rain. That water is going to escape. It's going to leak out. It's going to get into the environment. On the right, you can see them pulling the slurry out of the lagoon on another lagoon, and then down below you see what they do with it. So here is a field. It looks positively saturated, and they're spreading more poop onto the field. Well, what are you to do? You've got a lot of poop. You've got a lot of animals that we're raising for our exploitation, for our consumption, and all of that poop has to go somewhere. And the best solution that most of these farmers and ranchers come up with is to reuse it on fields. The trouble is, the rains come, that poop washes into the water system. It brings a richness because of the nature of manure, and algae blooms grow. And as these algae blooms die, they consume oxygen. But the beings in the water need oxygen. So this is what happens. You end up with dead zones. Here's a graph showing how, with the consumption, with the growth of these giant animal agriculture facilities, is the growth of dead zones. And you see this ends in 2006. And I know that when in about 2000, you can see it jumped. And this is about the time that people started to actually start to hear the word dead zone. But still today, many people don't know what a dead zone is. And yet now there are more than 400 dead zones, 100,000 square miles, 8,000 square miles in the Gulf of Mexico from our own Mississippi River that runs through the Midwest. Here is what that looks like. Look at how it almost looks like shining, glistening, beautiful waters, but it's fish, individuals who died because we polluted the water eating what we eat. Here's another in China. Look at the many individuals that have died, and one in South America and one in Florida. Remember that you can just see this as a mass, but these are living individuals. Each one of them is a person who died because of our choices. And remember that this is only part of it. This is only one of the pollutants that we add, that we have pollutants that we add because we're raising crops, monocultures for these farmed animals. So we have the chemical fertilizers, the pesticides, the solvents, the things that we use to clean in the slaughterhouses, the blood, the fat, the hair, all of this gets into the water system. And while we clean our water system and we worry very much about our own water purity, what about this little being? What about her and her family? She lives in that water that we're sucking up and destroying. Water looks beautiful. You look at it and it is still marvelous to see in areas where it is still clean. But it is in a state of silent collapse because of what omnivores and vegetarians are choosing to eat. Our dietary choices are destroying ecosystems in the oceans and in water bodies and the water bodies themselves. Remember the importance of oceans, that they are an absolutely huge, tremendous space. And in that space is a gigantic quantity of life, much of which we don't even know, but we are somewhat distant from it. We don't see and interact with sea life the way we often do with land beings. But they are extremely important, and so is the water itself for oxygen and for helping us with the climate change problem that we have created. What can we do? We have to know. We have to understand how our choices affect the world around us. And then we need to make appropriate choices, which means go vegan. Please don't go vegetarian. Please go vegan. And then we need to educate others. We need to speak out. And we need to do it for their homes, because this is where they live and they don't have anywhere else to be. And we need to do it for their communities, because they live in communities and care about their lives just as much as we care about our lives. And they have just as much a reason to be here and a love of their being here as we do. We need to change our diet, yes, because we care about the earth, yes, because we care about one another, but we need to recognize that we aren't the only beings that matter on this planet. They matter too. They love their lives just as we love our lives. Thank you. And by way of conclusion for all three presentations, let me just say that oftentimes people will go from one form of eating to another. But at the end of the day, you can't just decide, well, okay, eating cattle's a problem, I'm going to eat chickens. No, eating chickens is just as much of a problem. And you can't say, well, I'll eat the fish. No, eating the fish is also a problem. And you can't hunt. Hunting destroys wildlife, and it destroys wildlife ecosystems with the power and the dollars of governments. And that's not just the United States, that's worldwide. So please be informed. And when you are informed, you need to change. And I will say this, you can be uninformed or insincere and call yourself an environmentalist and continue to be an omnivore or vegetarian. But what you can't do is be sincere and informed, call yourself an environmentalist, and be anything but vegan. Thank you very much.
That was fabulous. All three of you. We're so grateful for you. Now it is time for our next speakers are here. And wow, you may put your links in the chat if you want to. Lisa, and Isabella, and Barbara, if you'd like. And I'm going to go ahead and highlight some people here.
You've got to be on too, sweetheart, because I'm sharing my screen. I think.
I'll come on you.
Okay.
Let you. And just let me know who else. Paul, spotlight Paul. Oh, it's just one screen like that?
We've got.
Or this one?
We're in stereo here. We need to.
Okay.
We need to get rid of
Off your volume for a minute.
Is that one good? And who else would you like spotlighted?
No, you should shut up your volume.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Art of Veganism. Sorry, I'm on two different screens here. We are going to present, we're going to do a little PowerPoint, Paul and I, on algae. And it's from phytoplankton to spirulina. And then Captain Paul Watson is going to do a little talk on phytoplankton, which is so incredibly important in our world, as he talked about yesterday. You know, 70% of our breath, our oxygen, our ability to breathe comes from the ocean. And we have a couple other presenters after Paul Watson on the power of blue-green algae for health and how it has such a small carbon imprint, but such a huge, it packs such a punch for our plant-based diets. So we're just going to get started on our PowerPoint, and then we're going to introduce again Captain Paul Watson, and thank you again for being here.
Hi, everyone. Before I share my screen, can I just ask whoever has the power to give me screen sharing ability, because I just tried to share my screen and it says that the host has disabled screen sharing.
So PP, like P happen. It's P
okay.
happen.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Great.
Everybody see that?
Yes, yes, we see it.
Okay, great. So just a quick acknowledgement that I am not a trained biologist, so this is I'm speaking as an amateur here. But we thought we'd give just a little overview of algae before we hear from our much better informed speakers. You know, algae is one of those you know, unsung heroes of the world, the natural world. I think as a species at the top, generally of the food chain, we tend to give a lot more attention to those charismatic megafauna who are also up there with us. But of course, it's all based on the very humble organisms at the bottom, and algae is one of those unsung heroes. So let's just find out a little bit about algae. So it is an informal term for a very large and diverse group of organisms. These organisms are photosynthetic, so like trees and land plants, they manufacture their own food using the sun and water and carbon dioxide, and they range from the unicellular microalgae like chlorella, which we're going to be talking about, to multicellular algae like the giant kelp. And I'm just trying to, there we go. So as far as their impact on the environment, it's very significant. So they're the primary producers, and they form the base of the aquatic food web. They have an incredibly important role, at least red algae do, and I'm guessing some other algae as well. Very important role as members of coral reefs. So they have these calcium carbonate skeletons that act as a kind of cement that stabilize the reefs. And we all know how important reefs are to marine life. And some scientists have estimated that algae produce about 87% of the world's oxygen in the process of photosynthesizing oxygen is the byproduct of their photosynthesis, 87%. And they have had such an incredibly transformative effect on the planet that in the early days, when they arose, they completely changed the whole biosphere by producing oxygen on an initially very oxygen poor Earth. They led to organisms like us, who are heavily dependent, obviously, on oxygen. They also sequester huge amounts of carbon dioxide by photosynthesizing, and they do that in the same way that trees do, but they do it much more efficiently than trees, partly because they have so much surface area compared to trees. They don't produce bark, etc. So they're like one giant leaf in a way. They're used in many wastewater treatment facilities. So they have that, you know, positive impact on the environment through our use of them as a species. And in some power plants, they are being used to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. So in short, they have the power to help save the planet. And the planet is, unfortunately, under threat, as we know, including the oceans. And I believe this is a photo of Captain Paul Watson a few years back. And we have a quote from him here before we hear him live. The ocean is the primary life support system for the planet. The phytoplankton within produces the oxygen we breathe. It provides food, it cleans and recycles our water, and it regulates climate. So very hardworking organism. Unfortunately, sorry about that. Unfortunately, since 1950, the amount of phytoplankton in the oceans has dropped by 40% due to whaling, commercial fishing, animal agriculture, and other forms of pollution.
And I don't know whether that was the last study, but Captain Paul Watson said yesterday in his keynote presentation is that the last study, I think he said, was done in 2010 that a lot of people are referring to. So we don't know the numbers now. It sounds like they've definitely gone up.
Yeah, and we're hearing a lot these days about sustainable seafood. There's some lip service being paid to the environment by the seafood industry. And there are lots of claims out there that we can do this responsibly. We can continue to harvest the oceans in an environmentally sustainable way. But as Captain Paul Watson has said, we are literally eating the oceans alive, and there are simply not enough fish to continue to feed an ever-expanding population. And if we wipe out the fish, the oceans are going to die. And if the oceans die, we die. We can't live on this planet with a dead ocean. So there is no such thing as sustainable seafood in a dying ocean. We're also going to hear from a couple of presenters about the connection between algae and human health, not just planetary health, but more specifically human health. So spirulina is one of the algae, blue-green algae. It's been around for 3.5 billion years, so very, very ancient. And according to Dr. Gabriel Cousins, they contain some of the highest food energy, nutrient values, and use up very few of the planet's resources. It's powerfully alkaline, and so it reduces acidity in the body, and that's a big part of its healing properties. A large body of scientific research has documented its healing power for hypoglycemia, diabetes, chronic fatigue syndrome, anemia, ulcers, hepatitis, and it's also known to boost the immune system.
And we'll be playing at the end after Captain Paul Watson speaks and the beautiful Mrs. Ali Isaac. Then we're going to play a little video that Dr. Gabriel Cousins couldn't be here. He had an overlap time, so he sent a little video, and he also talks about the upgrade of blue-green algae for Alzheimer's and dementia, and some studies in children with autism. Okay, thank you.
And like anything we eat at the bottom of the food chain, and I'm obviously not suggesting we go out and harvest blue-green algae until it's endangered, but as a medicine, it is powerful, and it because it's so low on the food chain, it contains fewer toxins. The further you go up the food chain, obviously, the more all the herbicides, pesticides, radioactive materials in the environment get concentrated in the flesh of animals that get eaten.
And one of the things that Ali will talk about in her presentation, studying blue-green algae and providing it to the world, is that it actually has a very low carbon imprint. It's very easy to grow algae, and it needs to be grown in a really clean environment because it draws heavy metals and toxins from the environment. It also does it it also will do that from the environment, and we want to be eating a really clean source, but it has a potential of really, really feeding the world.
So as far as its other superpowers, we might want to call it, it's very it's very cost effective, nutritious, contains a protein complex that is about 95% assimilable, according to Dr. Cousins. It has all the essential amino acids, omega-3 and 6 fatty acids, high concentrations of B12, which we know as vegans are, maybe a little less available. I won't go there, but glycolipids and sulfonolipids, the full spectrum of vitamins, 17 different beta carotenoids, over 2,000 enzymes, et cetera, et cetera. Very, very rich in all kinds of nutrients. And Dr. Cousins calls it the mother's milk of the planet because it's second only to mother's milk in concentrations of natural gamma-linolenic acid. Okay, this is just a little mini intro to Ali Isaac.
Ali Isaac is a dear friend of mine who has a very sustainable chlorella spirulina company, and she knows a lot about and has lots of personal stories about how people transformed in a very short period of time getting on some blue-green algae. Health benefits of chlorella. This is another thing that Ali will cover. And of course, spirulina. Her blue-green algae is 70% spirulina and 30% chlorella. And yeah, thank you. Let's bring on Captain Paul Watson and to share a little bit about phytoplankton. Thank you. If you
Hello.
could spotlight.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're just going to spotlight you.
All right.
Are you going to leave the screen sharing on? Oh, no. Okay.
There.
Awesome.
Well,
Can we spotlight Captain Paul Watson?
I don't want to repeat a lot of the very excellent information that has already been discussed, but to briefly on phytoplankton is that according to the study in Scientific America in 2010, we've lost about 40% of the phytoplankton in the ocean since 1950. So I don't know what the actual present day situation is, but it certainly hasn't improved thanks to other factors like climate change and pollution and overfishing and the killing of whales. Although on one good note, whale populations are coming back because we managed to shut down commercial whaling in numerous places in the world, not everywhere, but certainly in places like the Southern Ocean. But we are absolutely dependent upon phytoplankton to survive on this planet. And I say all the time, phytoplankton disappears, the ocean dies, we die. But also, I think we have to look at our long history of our relationship with plants. Everything from algae to the fruits that we eat today and everything is that flowering plants actually emerged about 200 million years ago. And ever since that time, flowering plants have been manipulating animals into a cooperative sort of a relationship. So in order to spread their pollen, flowering plants have managed to seduce animals in order to do that work for them. So they present the flowers and the nectar as an attraction, and then animals then distribute the pollen. And because of that, animals and plants have evolved to be mutually beneficial with each other. So we actually can survive quite easily on a purely 100% plant diet. And many cultures have certainly demonstrate that's true. And I think it's absolutely essential that we all convert to that 100% plant diet, because right now the world is filled with these incredibly cruel concentration camps called factory farms, where about 90 billion animals a year are being killed, everything from chickens to pigs to domestic salmon, on and on. And not only are these factory farms a leading cause of dead zones in the ocean, a leading cause of greenhouse gases, also the leading cause for groundwater pollution, but they're also a vector for zoonotic transmission of viruses. And that's why you're seeing all over the world the deliberate going in and exterminating literally millions of animals every year, from turkeys to mink to chickens to pigs, in order to keep a lid on those petri dishes, which are factory farms. And, pigs are buried alive or burned alive. Chickens and turkeys are smothered in foam until they suffocate. And it's not just for food, of course. The mink, what was it, a couple of years ago, 17 million mink were euthanized in Denmark because of a fear they might spread COVID. And one of the reasons I think that this fear is why this is happening is that Laurie Garrett wrote a book in 1995 called The Coming Plague. And since then, almost everything she predicted has come true. And we've seen the emergence of viruses that we didn't even know about years ago. Ebola, then there's West Nile and Zika and Hanta, all of these viruses that are emerging. And a lot of zoonotic transmitted viruses are coming because of our relationship with viruses. Viruses are absolutely essential for the survival of life on this planet. And every species, plant and animal, has viruses that are associated with them which do good work. But when a species is diminished to a point where the viruses associated with that species have to go somewhere, they have to jump, and that's what's called zoonotic transmission. And so we're seeing this, for instance, in domestic salmon farms, where they are spreading viruses to wild salmon populations and threatening the survival of about 7 different indigenous salmon populations, say on the northwest of North America. And so the viruses, that when they jump, a virus doesn't really want to kill the host. I mean, it doesn't have a mind or anything, but still it doesn't want to kill the host. But there's a stage of trying to attain that coexistence with another species where a lot of the host species will die. And that's one of the reasons why, measles and chickenpox killed so many indigenous people, because they had no prior contact with viruses. And over generation, we learn to live and adapt to those viruses. But the production of zoonotic transmission of viruses now is increasing at a very dangerous rate. And that's all because of diminishment of species and diminishment of ecosystems. And on top of that, we have global warming and the thawing of the permafrost in the high Arctic, which is releasing pathogens which have been locked up in ice for tens of thousands of years. And in 2017, for instance, an anthrax virus was released in northern Finland, and it killed 1,000 reindeer and 1 human being who died from anthrax. And that was from the release of that anthrax pathogen, which had been frozen. And now we're seeing that they're actually reviving worms and other pathogens that have long been frozen in the permafrost. So this is something we really have to watch out for in the future. Because really, when you get right down to it, viruses and bacteria control the planet. I mean, they control life on this planet, and we just have to learn to understand that. Just as phytoplankton and algae and that control, the ecosystems that we live in. And so this is really all about interdependence of species. The 3 laws of ecology: diversity, interdependence, and finite growth, or the limit to finite growth, meaning there's a limit to carrying capacity. And because of our diminishment of both diversity and interdependence, that's going to lead to ecological collapse. And it's going to come quite rapidly. We always like to think of these things way off in the future, but I've seen that a lot of the predictions that were made in the 50s and 60s, 70s and 80s, a lot of these predictions were telling about a future 100 years from now, 200, 300 years from now. But we're now finding that that's an accelerated process, and things are happening much more rapidly than we thought that they would arrive. And so I think that we're going to be unpleasantly surprised over the next decade and a half about what is happening. The prediction is that worldwide commercial fisheries will collapse by 2048. That's the work of Dr. Boris Worm and Dr. Daniel Pauly, 2 of the foremost fisheries biologists on the planet. And but I think they're wrong. I think it's going to be 2030, 2035, because we're already seeing this collapse of commercial fisheries. And we have to stop thinking of fish as something that's on our plate, and have to look at fish as what they are: engineers in the aquatic life support system that are helping to keep everything running, along with the phytoplankton, along with the great whales, along with everything from worms to bees, all of these creatures that make it possible for us to actually survive and live on this planet. That's one of the reasons that I established the Church of Biocentrism, to convey this idea that our survival depends upon living harmoniously with all other species, because we're all interdependent with all other species. And this is an idea that a lot of indigenous people fully understand, whether it be Aboriginals in Australia or, Native Americans or people in the Amazon. They understand that relationship between all other species, plants and animals, and ourselves, and that we're not more important, we're not more valuable than other species. We have to learn to look at ourselves as living in harmony with other species. We're not even equal. A lot of these species are far more important than we are. And, we are indebted to them for our survival. And I think that that's an attitude that we really have to adapt and learn to live with. And that might mean, of course, lowering our self-image as the dominant life form on the planet, which we never have been and we never will be. But that's the illusion that we have created, and it's a very dangerous delusion, because it could mean the end of our species and the end of so many other species as a result. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Captain Watson. We're happy to be here as your skippers, like I was on my dad's boat. Really appreciate you. If you can stick around for a few Q&A, we'd appreciate that if you have the time.
Oh, certainly.
Great. Can we bring up Ali Isaac? Let's just see here. There we go. Awesome. Hi, Ali.
Hi, nice to see your
Great to
face.
see you. Awesome. So one of the things that we didn't cover on this is the personal stories. So you've been selling Copia, Spirulina chlorella, for many years. Your company is providing a really great product, and you have had endless stories of people that have. I remember, being at your booth at the farmers market, and people coming back and saying, I tried everything to get my iron up, and I couldn't get over my anemia. And then I started taking blue green algae. Other people saying, I couldn't get rid of this in my body, and I started taking blue green algae. So I'd love it if you shared a little bit about some personal stories that you've seen.
Sure, yeah, I would love to. Can I start with my personal story?
Yes, please.
So I was dealing with a lot of health issues, struggling a lot. I had no energy, was exhausted, digestive issues, on and on and on, just tons of symptoms. And I had, a full counter full of supplements that I was taking, and I was not getting any better. And I started taking this product, and I immediately felt like I was came back to life. Like I was alive again. I was feeling good again, just from one product. It was actually pretty insane. And that's what I hear the most from my customers, is that they have more energy and they just feel healthier. They feel good. After trying, everything, including other brands of spirulina and chlorella. Like I had a lady 2 weeks ago at the farmer's market who said that she had tried what she thought were the top spirulina and chlorella. And she tried everything and the other top greens powders and top everything. And then she tried this and she said nothing compares. And she just feels alive. And so I hear that over and over again. And that's what I also experienced, which is pretty cool.
In regards to that, Ali, so I guess not all spirulina chlorella is created equal. It has a very low carbon imprint. So your stuff is harvested in Taiwan in a spring-fed pond. Is that correct? And
yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the purity of why it's important and how it does have such a low carbon imprint? It's very easy to culture, to grow.
Yeah, it's very easy to grow. It's a extremely sustainable food. Like the whole planet could be taking spirulina and chlorella and be very, very sustainable for the planet. We don't have to eat crickets and bugs for protein like they're telling us. And so did you want me to explain how it's grown and the purity and that kind of thing as well?
Why it's important? Because I think it's important for people to understand if they're going to go and get a spirulina chlorella, to just do a little bit of research to make sure that it's not grown in certain areas where there's a lot of toxicity, because it does draw toxins out of the body. And this isn't actually, an advertisement for spirulina chlorella. I have used it to heal myself, and doing it with a really with a really sweet conscience around it, because it's not like some superfood that has had this huge carbon imprint. It's being used in many countries to feed people, like India being one of them.
Right, right. Yeah, and the United Nations uses it as well because it's like it has so many nutrients that, you know, your body needs if you're malnourished. But yeah, it's very important to have a pure source because algae absorbs everything in its environment. So if it's not in pure water, or just a pure environment, then it's going to absorb whatever is there, whether it's toxins or heavy metals, you know, pesticides and that sort of thing. Or if they're using animal fertilizers, for example, to grow it, a lot of the time that's essentially bat guano, and the algae is absorbing that, right? And so you're taking spirulina and chlorella for the nutrition and to detoxify and to cleanse your blood. And there's no point in taking it if it's not pure, because you're going to be consuming toxins and heavy metals. And so it's essential that it's grown properly so that it is pure and so that it can do what it's supposed to do, which is, you know, provide nutrients and help you detoxify.
Yeah. I noticed there's a comment from Donna asking about scientific evidence. And I just wanted to say that one of the slides I put up at the beginning of the presentation was actually taken directly from the NIH, the National Institute of Health, which is hardly a radical organization, very, very, you know, makes pretty conservative claims for things like this. And so if you, I don't know if we can't put it back up, but anyway, there is scientific evidence backing a lot of certainly the nutrient composition, et cetera, and the some of the health benefits.
Right. Yeah. I mean, United Nations uses it and endorses it. NASA endorses it and uses it as space food. And there's about approximately 100,000 scientific studies on both spirulina and chlorella. So you can look into it yourself, right? Say spirulina studies, chlorella studies, look on PubMed, look, you know, there's a lot of evidence out there.
So maybe Ali, we have about 5 more minutes. Can you just share a little bit more about what you have heard overall, like some of the health benefits of blue-green algae?
The health benefits or the testimonials?
Yeah, testimonials are great. Yeah.
Okay. So I have a list here that I made. So one of them, like you said, was the iron levels. I have a ton of clients or customers who specifically take it for iron, and they say that they don't get the side effects that a lot of, you know, iron supplements can give you. Another one is clarity and focus. I have a friend actually who started taking it, and she said like by the second day, she could not believe her focus and creativity. Like she started this whole other aspect of her business right after taking it, which was really cool. Another one that I love is a woman purchased it at the farmer's market, and she said she had terrible IBS. And it was like consuming her life, and she tried everything and nothing worked. And she came back 1 week later and said her IBS is completely gone, which is insane to me. That's crazy. And so, yeah, she's been taking it, I think, for about 2 months now. And her bloating went away, her pain went away, you know, it's just all gone. Another one is there was this woman, she was, I think, in her 70s, she said, and she bought it just to be healthier in her immune system. But then when she came back to me, she said that like most of the time she had so much pain in her legs all the time. You know, she'd be cooking and it'd just be kind of unbearable. And she said her leg pain went away, which was funny and weird because that's not why she bought it, right? So that really helped her. Another one is that I get really frequently is that people stop getting sick. So people who frequently get colds or flus, they don't get sick anymore. I have a lot of moms who say, you know, my husband and my kids are all sick. They have the flu, but I'm perfectly fine. And I'm the only one who's taking this stuff. You know, they don't want to drink it. So that's really cool.
And in regards to that, Ali, so a couple of things you mentioned about gut health. And, you know, I use it to keep my gut in good shape. My study was the microbiome when I was studying plant-based nutrition. And so one of the reasons people's guts are so in such rough shape is they don't have enough nutrients. and their bodies aren't alkaline enough to be able to keep it. So this is one thing it does, is it really helps alkaline the body. But I do think it must really heal the microbiome in many ways. It must be a huge factor in healing the microbiome. And just to clarify, this isn't a supplement, this is a food. So we're talking about a food that people can eat and to drink to be able to be well. So this is a food. So, okay. Thanks, Sally.
Thank you, Tammy. Do you want me to keep going?
Well, I want to have time for Q&A for everyone after. So thank you. We're just going to play a really short video of Gabriel's. He's going to start with a prayer, and we're going to end it in about 5 minutes. He did a 20-minute video, but we're going to end it in 5 minutes, so we have 10 minutes for Q&A, because we have some great speakers here, and I'm sure that there's going to be a couple questions for everyone. So did you get?
Yeah, and we did a very, yeah, I'm going to in a second. Yeah, we did a fairly quick editing job here, but he does start with a brief prayer, and so if it seems a little choppy, that's our fault.
And volume.
Yeah, and if someone could just give us the thumbs up if the volume is there. I'm sharing the sound, so it should be fine.
Hashem Kud Kudushabri Hu Ushinate Be Ilar Imalaya Chimike Bavavke Bieda Shalom Bashem Kosreal Kolam Amen. So feel that merging of heart and mind. And one of the things I want to say is that this Klamath Lake algae, or I'd say algae from Klamath Lake, it's got a few different product names, and I'm trying to just keep with the actual thing, actually helps integrate the heart and mind and expands consciousness. That's a little different than spirulina and chlorella, which are very, very high quality protein sources, which I frequently prescribe for people when they are low in protein, as they are about 60 to 70% protein, about 90% assimilated. Egg is 44%. People think that's great. No, 90+% assimilated. So we're talking really good foods. The blue-green algae from Klamath Lake also is 70% assimilated, in 70% protein and 90% assimilated. But that's not really the important thing, because it's not something you take in large amounts. Now, how did I get interested in it is I do a lot of work as a psychiatrist and orthomolecular psychiatrist in helping people with their minds. And it is a general food, is the best food for the brain. I'm going to say it again. As a general food, what we may call supplement, but it's really a food, is the best for the brain holistically. So it seems to amplify all brain functions in a global way. Now, making a distinction, spirulina, chlorella are good for the body, strength, protein, but this is taken in small amounts, and it specifically, its main effect is on brain, all levels of brain function, thinking ability, creativity, concentration abilities, intellectual activity, clarity of mind. It seems to help. And in some cases that I've tried, it has helped with autism. And I'll explain that in just a moment. And also hyperactivity. It just helps the brain return to its normal functions. Now, in the 80s, I was doing some published research on its effect on Alzheimer's disease. I was very surprised about how powerful it was. I took two people, one lady who had degenerated so much that she couldn't dress herself and basically couldn't function. She didn't know where she was. She couldn't function. She couldn't exercise. Basically became fully debilitated. After 6 months, on approximately a teaspoon of the basic Klamath-like algae, I didn't want to take anything but the basic, as part of the experiment. She was able to dress herself. She was able to exercise. She was able to be in communication with her husband. And basically, we can say, this is my feeling, and her husband's feeling, that she had basically come back to a relationship level with her husband that was very positive, and her life had, in essence, been returned to her.
So the video goes on for about 20 minutes. So if anyone wants a copy of the full video, just because we don't have the full amount of time to talk about it today. And there's some really interesting stuff on some research. And he says that it seems like, and Gabriel qualifies it seems like, because he didn't take a study, he wasn't able to do studies of 100 people or more. So it's just his smaller studies, 2 or 3 people at a time often. And yeah, so maybe we'll just go on to gallery view here and see if anyone has any questions for Ali or Captain Paul Watson. Maybe put up your hand and we can bring you up.
Are there any questions in the chat?
Any questions in the chat would be good. So the product that Ali's company is called Copia, copia.world. Somebody had asked about the certain product. We're talking about a blue-green algae. Does anybody have any questions on blue-green algae or phytoplankton? And
I have a question for Captain Watson. So I, as you said, the population of phytoplankton in the ocean has dropped radically over the last 70 years or so. And I'm just wondering about the mechanism of that, because we hear all the time about these, algae blooms, industrial contaminants, fertilizers essentially have caused some algae to obviously get out of control. So what is it about the healthy, what has caused the healthy algae population to decline, the phytoplankton population?
I think over on the greater part of the ocean, that's where the healthy phytoplankton are to be found. Where you find like overpopulations of dinoflagellates, which are like red tide, and red tides are happening much more frequently now than ever before, and that's primarily because of the runoff, agricultural runoff, phosphates, and a lot of different chemicals which cause those particular algae populations to overpopulate, to expand. So you usually find red tide and that kind of population explosion amongst algae that is in close contact with agricultural runoff. And that actually is also both the animal products and also domestic or plant products, because the raising of plants, of course, uses a lot of herbicides, fungicides, germicides, insecticides, and also fertilizers, of course. And it's the fertilizers which I think are the reason for those blooms, those algae blooms, which are destructive.
So it's causing the certain algae to bloom, and at the same time, other kinds of phytoplankton are declining.
That's true. Yeah, the phytoplankton is declining primarily because of a diminishment of the nutrient base that's required by that phytoplankton.
And that's more in the deep ocean as opposed to the coastal areas that are affected by fertilizer runoff.
Yes, and we can actually determine that diminishment through taking samples in various parts of the ocean. Like these dragnet sort of things, which they haul behind the sailboat or whatever, and it can tell the percentage of the phytoplankton captured each time. And so there's a pretty thorough record from 1950 up until the present day. I've been trying to get some statistics on everything in the last 13 years, but so far I haven't been able to. But I'm sure that they're working on it.
Okay, thank you.
I know this might not be your wheelhouse, Paul, but I just think, when we think about how much chemicals we use for our agriculture, and most of it, of course, is for animal agriculture, but even the amount of spray on just our vegetables and our fruit, and chlorophyll's life. I mean, chlorophyll is life. So it seems like a really wise thing to be harvesting a little bit, growing and harvesting, which is so easy to do, a little bit of spirulina chlorella for that use, because it's so low on the food chain and the impact. Have you ever used it yourself?
Yes, actually quite a bit. One of the things I find really interesting is that if you look at science fiction books and science fiction movies, the future is depicted in most people they're vegan diets. They're no longer animal-based diets, and also a lot of these science fiction movies and books I've seen, people become actually dependent upon spirulina and algae, to survive because of the destruction that we're causing. And that's the only thing that would be able to carry on our species if everything else were to collapse. So, but also I think that it can also produce a food surplus, especially in areas where it's really required, instead of having having to truck massive amounts of all sorts of produce and animal products into these areas, places where people are starving to death, really. I mean, it could certainly be something that could sustain populations that are in serious distress.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And that's what's so important about this presentation. I think when people haven't really dove into the power of spirulina and chlorella as a food that's necessary for sustaining life on planet Earth, like humans and animals too. I mean, I give my dog a little bit of abundance algae when I make his food. So you're aware of that. You've used it as a food for yourself, and do you use it with your crew? Do your crew take spirulina chlorella to keep going on some maybe stressful trips? Because I would think it would reduce stress.
Our ships are all 100% vegan, and we do from time to time get donations actually from different companies of spirulina, and of course the crew then use that. So, but we sort of look for any kind of donations of food, but it has to be 100% vegan. So yeah, the crew do use it quite a bit.
Yeah. It's interesting that, Tammy, I was just going to say, it's interesting that there is this weird focus on insect protein, as Ali mentioned right now. They're trying to get everyone adapted to the idea of eating insects, insect flour, etc. When there is this much more humane, much cleaner, much more sustainable, chlorella and spirulina out there. Why the focus on insects? How did that particular obsession start, I wonder?
It is rather bizarre. I mean, we need insects to do the jobs that insects do. They're engineers on this planet. They keep the soil, refurbished. They keep everything healthy. And there has been a serious diminishment in insect populations. Anybody my age could certainly remember, you couldn't drive down the road without having to every day clean the insects off of your windshield because of and you don't see that very much, which is a good indication that there's been a lot of diminishment in insect populations. And so a lot of insects are actually facing extinction. because for many reasons, insecticide and all the other different poisons that we're putting into the earth. And we simply don't need to be impacting their populations more by trying to eat them, and use them as a food source.
Thanks. I see Nancy
Okay,
has a question.
Ken,
Is that the question you were going to ask, BJ? Sorry, Allison.
We have several
Oh.
questions also in the chat. So,
Okay, great.
BJ,
I'm just
can
gonna
I go ahead and ask your question, and then we can go ahead and address the questions in the chat. Go ahead, BJ.
Well, thank you so much. I wonder about something that's also written in the chat about the absorption of the bad things in the ocean that are being thrown into the ocecean.
Well, spirulina and chlorella isn't it. Some places it's grown in the ocean in parts that aren't maybe very safe, but it's often grown in ponds, spring-fed little bodies of water that are much cleaner. And as far as the seaweeds coming out of the ocean, I think that they're probably very compromised at this point. What would you say, Paul?
Well, yeah, we forget that seaweeds, kelp, and everything have an ecological purpose, and that we shouldn't be removing them from those ecosystems. For instance, herring in the Pacific Northwest require the seaweeds in order to lay their eggs on the seaweed. And they're also cover for numerous species of everything from sand fleas to crabs and everything. They're a cover for those species. So we really need to leave the kelp and the seaweed where it is in the ocean. And I think that the answer to that is exactly what you're saying: is the production of spirulina and chlorella in freshwater systems, and also in systems where you can control the purity of that.
Right. And I see there's a question from Nancy in the chat saying, well, would you call your product organic? She's talking about abundance algae, copia.world. And algae's product, Ali can answer this question quickly. I know we're running out of time, but it's tested at every phase for the contamination of heavy metals and stuff that it can draw from the environment. Do you want to end on that, Ali? A little bit about the importance, because it's not like certified organic. You don't have a certified organic product. It is one that's being tested for the absence of the stuff that's very toxic, especially the heavy metals that are in the environment. Go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not certified organic, but we don't use any chemicals or pesticides or animal fertilizers in the culturing of the product. And it is tested at every stage, as Tammy said, and then it's third-party tested where it's grown in Taiwan, and third-party tested again in Canada, and it's exceptionally pure. I have compared it to numerous other brands. It's super, super pure. And also, what was the other thing I wanted to say? Oh yeah, so even if it is certified organic, it can still contain higher levels of heavy metals and other things that you do not want in your product, such as maybe yeast and mold and things like that. So yeah, not certified, but very pure.
And maybe Ali's beautiful pure product might be a couple bags donated to the Captain Paul Watson ships. Oh, yeah. That would be beautiful, something beautiful to have on the bag, Ali. Yeah. Thank you everyone for being
here. Ali, one more thing. Ali, maybe you could answer the question in the chat that has to do with scientific studies. It was earlier on in the chat.
We already addressed it, Allison.
Okay.
Yeah, we said that there's tons of scientific studies. Ali addressed that, saying that it's very easy to find peer review scientific studies. Yeah. And okay. Is there a way that, can you put your email? Did you put your email in the chat, Ali, so people can get a hold of you?
Oh, I didn't. I can do that right now.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you very much. And is it okay if people directly ask you questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Great. Mm-hmm. Thank you, everyone. Beautiful presence. And thank you, Paul, for sharing your knowledge of spirulina chlorella and that you use it frequently too as a food. And it is the future for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going on to Richard. And I think before we do, we have 2 minutes and Paul's going to play the waggle dance, because this is our artists that are coming up next. And we had taken an intermission. On our last convergence And we have done the waggle dance. So here we go. Where are we? Where is it saved here, sweetheart?
You've got to go to the, yeah, it should be.
I don't think I'm a host though. Can somebody, am I host? Can somebody make me host, please?
On your browser.
Tammy, I see you. Tammy's grandmother is a co-host. Who else?
Do you have the waggle dance?
Yes.
Rebecca, can you play the waggle dance so we can have a little waggle dance before
Yeah.
before I introduce Richard? Thank you everyone for being here.
Yeah. Let's see.
This is a little preview of our presentation a little later on from some vegan artists.
The art of veganism, but we invite you all to stand up and do the waggle dance. Bees do waggle dancing. And so we're going to do the waggle dance. Is it not up anymore?
I may remain seated.
I'm in. None of these are open anymore.
I know. I don't know why they closed.
Okay, let me see.
But someone, you asked Allison to open it, I believe?
No, BJ's going to put it on.
Oh, BJ. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going through the commercial that happens first, you know how that goes.
Awesome.
Okay, let me share screen.
You invite everyone to get up and do the waggle dance.
Yeah.
So this is our next presentation.
Waggle, 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 waggle. Making honey isn't easy.
Can you maximize your screen?
55,000 miles just to make 1 pound, you see. Flying to 1,000,000 flowers takes a lot of energy. So if you want to help the bees, leave the honey be. Habitat loss and pesticides, let's help the bees stay alive. Stop monocrops, be parasites. If they die, we won't survive. Dance, give the bees a chance. Join the waggle dance, join the waggle dance. Oh, dance, shake your body and clap your hands. Join the waggle dance, join the waggle dance. Hey! Waggle, waggle, wiggle to the left, waggle to the right. Waggle, waggle, if they die, we won't survive. Dance, give the bees a chance. Join the waggle dance, join the waggle dance. Oh, dance, shake your body and clap your hands. Join the waggle dance, join the waggle dance. Hey, hey, you will you please be kind to the bees and waggle dance with me. Leave them their honey, use other things you see, and waggle dance with me. Give bees a chance, join the waggle dance.
Well,
Thanks, BJ.
speaking of endangered insect populations, that was very, very relevant.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it's time for the next program.
We are ready for you, Richard. We're going to give you a little intro here.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to share my screen.
You can take us off. We can just leave Richard on, but I'll give a little introduction.
Okay, and I'm going to make you a co-host in just a minute, Richard.
Okay.
So you can share your screen.
Let's share my screen already.
Yes, we're ready for that.
Okay, we're just going to introduce you, Richard.
Courtesy of Wikipedia. Dr. Schwartz is a professor emeritus of mathematics at the College of Staten Island, president emeritus of the Jewish Vegetarians of North America, and co-founder and coordinator of the Society of Ethical and Religious Vegetarians. He's best known as a Jewish vegetarian activist and advocate for animal rights in the United States and Israel. As an Orthodox Jew, Dr. Schwartz began to explore what Judaism had to say about diet, ecology, and the proper treatment of animals. The result was his best-known book, Judaism and Vegetarianism. It was first published in 1982, with later expanded editions published in 88 and 2001. It explores vegetarianism from the standpoint of biblical, Talmudic, and rabbinical references, and concludes that vegetarianism is the highest form of kosher and the best diet for Jews in the modern world.
Thank you, Richard. And I know you. We've done some interviews, and I know that you, when you talk about vegetarianism, you're talking about pure vegetarianism, which is veganism. Is that correct?
Correct.
As your shirt says.
Welcome. And Richard, if you can just turn up your volume just a little wee bit, can you check?
Okay.
Just a little
bit.
I'm
going to try. Let's see. Have this. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I had set this to the beginning. Oops, I'm heading the wrong direction. I want to get back to the beginning of this. Sorry. I thought I had really said it. Okay, yeah, I'll try to speak a little bit about it. Thank you for the kind introduction. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to be talking about how a climate catastrophe can be prevented. Probably the most important issue today, because the world is so threatened by it. And let's see, oh boy, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead. Okay, I want to tell a little bit about myself. I'm President Emeritus of Jewish Veg and Professor Emeritus at the College of Staten Island. And one of the ways I got involved in this is teaching math at the College of Staten Island. Some students were not so well motivated, so I created a course called Mathematics and the Environment, wrote this textbook here called Mathematics and Global Survival, and we tried to relate mathematics to things happening in the world. One year was about world hunger, and I was learning about people starving, unfortunately, and feeling not enough food, perhaps. But then I read this wonderful book by Frances Moore Pay called Diet for a Small Planet, and she pointed out how wasteful animal-based diets are. That, for example, 70% of the grain produced in the U.S. at that time and even today being fed to animals to fatten them up for slaughter, while at that time an estimated 20 million people were dying of hunger and its effects. And, whoops, let me go the other way. Okay, so we became a vegetarian in about 1978, vegan in 2000. You can see we're going to go into many of these issues that really point to veganism as the ideal diet. And I wrote a number of books, and thanks in the introduction mentioning some of them, but this one sort of related to the issues. You can see it's global survival, relating Judaism, but of course other religions have the same values of compassion and justice and sharing, so they're all relevant. And the most recent book is Vegan Revolution, and again, saving our world and revitalizing Judaism. And I feel Judaism and other religions really have to be revitalized because the case for vegetarianism and veganism is so strong, and yet so few are either vegetarians or vegans. And the fact that also climate change is such a tremendous threat, and very few people are involved with that. I'm going to be talking about later. I'm not trying to sell this book. I'm trying to give it away, get it to as many people as possible. And I'll give an email address myself later. And anybody that emails them, I'm happy to send a PDF of this book and my new edition of the book I mentioned before, Judaism and Global Survival, and a whole bunch of valuable material. Okay, so I want to get into this. How can we avert a climate catastrophe? First, we have to realize how serious the climate threat is. And of course, it's not just me. 97% is probably the greatest consensus. Climate scientists agree. All the major science academies that have worldwide have taken a position, most have. And most important, I can have an opinion, you can have an opinion, but peer-reviewed articles, meaning that other experts have okayed them, doesn't mean every single one is going to prove to be correct. But when you have thousands, and these are in respected scientific journals. And to give you an example, based on many studies, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, he's called the climate threat code red for humanity. that delay means death. And we're going to see why that is. We don't have much time to make a difference. And excuse me, the major group on this IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and the reason I say that is the most significant group is intergovernmental. That means climate experts from many countries, it's not just a few here or there, experts. And they said in 2018 that we may have only until 2030 to make very significant changes in order to have a chance to avert a climate catastrophe. But unfortunately, they said that carbon dioxide emissions are continuing to increase. You can see 2 or 3 parts per million per year, so that we're sort of heading in the wrong direction. And that's why this is the most urgent issue, and we have to make these unprecedented changes. And again, big factor, the temperature has been going up. This horizontal line represents the average temperature for the previous century, the 20th century. And see blue below average to about mid-century. You can see it's been heating up. And it turns out the last 8 years are the hottest years in recorded history since about 2018, when temperature records were able to be kept widely throughout the world. So it's heating up and give itself more and more heat waves. And an example of that, we're going to more on that later. The last 4 months, June, July, August, September 2023, all broke temperature records, the hottest June, the hottest July, etc. And here's some more examples of that. Every decade since the 1970s has been hotter than the previous decade. And what I just mentioned, the last 4 months, all broke records. And all of the 23 years in this century on the top 24 hottest, again, since about 1880. Many records broken. Just to give one example, London reached 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, first time in 2022. Okay, but as they say, we ain't seen nothing yet. We are now at about 1.2 degrees Celsius, and here in 2023. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the experts hope we won't pass 1.5, but you can see that could happen in the next decade or so. And 2 degrees, past that. By the way, this here, most conservative, it means that at the end of the year, we're going to hit at least 3 degrees, but at the end of the century, 3 degrees. But this is based on the pledges made in 2015 at the Paris Climate Conference. And unfortunately, most countries are way behind it. So anyway, you can see that if we're going to see many climate events, floods and storms, etc., so far at 1.2, imagine what it could be like if we hit 4, 5, or 6 degrees Celsius. So this is the most urgent issue facing the world, and everything possible has to be done to prevent a climate catastrophe. Okay, so things are happening already. Glaciers are melting all over the world very, very rapidly, far faster than climate experts projected. Greenland's melting, and that is such a big, big area. That could be many, many feet if that melts. And in my screen, some is blocked out. We can see the comparison. Greenland's melting. Polar bears are threatened, as many other animals are. As they say, we're in the 6th extinction, with animals disappearing very rapidly. And just one other example of that. Okay, so the seas are rising all over, and there's already what they call sunny day flooding in coastal cities like Miami Beach, Florida, because the tides have become much higher. Only 8 inches so far, but expected to be much, much higher in the future. So this is a big danger to coastal cities and much of the world, especially like a country like Bangladesh, close to the coastlines. Okay, I'm happen to be in Israel right now, and large parts could be lost by 2050, and it's true of many areas in the whole Middle East area where I am is heating up almost twice as fast as the rest of the world. So here's something very serious, permafrost melting, and that's in the frozen north, from permanent. So it's not supposed to melt at all, but it's warming up so much it is melting. And why that's significant, underneath here is methane and other very powerful greenhouse gases. So that is a major, major threat. Okay, of course, the droughts are increasing. Many lakes are drying up, rivers drying up. Very, very serious problem affecting agriculture, etc. So this is a multi-faceted threat. Wildfires, of course, are increasing, and understand in Canada there were 270 wildfires one point this summer, and it affects areas far from that. I'm sure most of you have heard. Cities like New York had conditions where people had trouble breathing, told to stay inside, for example. And we'll see more about this later, but this is a triple threat for the future, because this tree that's going to be disappearing was sequestering carbon dioxide. So that's a sink that's being lost. All the carbon that was previously stored in this tree is going to be going up to the atmosphere. And you can see a building back here. Here's a window, for example, and many buildings destroyed. So it'll take a lot more energy to rebuild these houses, and many cars being destroyed. So you can see that this is a major factor. Okay, and storms are increasing in severity. People will say, well, didn't we always have storms? Didn't we always have wildfires? And of course, certainly true, but things that were called like 100-year storms, expected to happen on average once every 100 years, are now happening every few years, sometimes every year, and sometimes there's even two major events in 1 year. So 3 reasons, or we've always had them, are much more severe. The seas are higher, as we mentioned before. Of course, they're heating up and the melting of the glaciers and the polar ice caps. That increases the storm surges. Sorry for the typo here. And the water has become hotter, giving more energy to storms. And I wrote this down because just a couple of days ago, Hurricane Otis hit Mexico, and that was just a tropical storm, serious, but not too bad. It became very quickly, amazing, some of the experts, to a category 5 hurricane, tropical storm to category 5 hurricane in a very short time. So this is what is happening. And of course, the atmosphere is warmer, the world's been heating up, more moisture. That means when there is rain or snow, that it could be far more severe. Okay, of course, the floods are increasing. We've heard about floods in Greece, many areas. Seems almost every day in the news, there's something, it's either a flood or wildfire, storm. Things are happening. And okay, so sorry that been a bit pessimistic, although we're going to have hopefully some signs of optimism later. But there are 4 reasons why things are likely to get far, far worse. Rather than mentioning them here, I have pictures to illustrate them, so we'll go on to them. This is that temperature picture we showed before. So again, why are the projections for the future very serious? Where again, 1.2, and you saw all the pictures of the floods, wildfires, storms, droughts at 1.2. So imagine if it's 3, 4, 5, or 6 that's indicated over here. So and another very serious thing, this is probably the most important graph to understand why climate change is so serious. This is atmospheric carbon dioxide. If we went back to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, 285 parts per million atmospheric carbon dioxide, and it's been going up and up, and it's reached about 420, well above the 350 parts per million right over here that climate experts think is a threshold value for sustainability. So we're way above it. The world is like a heart patient with a very high cholesterol, and it's unfortunately increasing because we indicated before, atmospheric carbon dioxide is going up by about 2 or 3 parts per million. So this two possibilities. If it keeps going up, disaster. Somehow we have to bring it down, hopefully below that 350 I mentioned. Okay, another serious effect for the future is climate refugees. Because of all the storms, floods, wildfires, droughts, tens of millions of desperate refugees will be fleeing the effects, and that makes instability, terrorism more and more likely. This has been found in many cases. Matter of fact, recently there's been civil wars in Sudan and Syria because severe droughts, 5-6 years, the farms failed. Farmers moved into the already overcrowded cities, and that made instability, always people going to take advantage of the situation, and civil wars resulted. Okay, and I sort of mentioned this before, that why the climate events now make the future ones more serious. Again, the wildfires destroy trees, so they no longer sequester or absorb carbon dioxide. The burned trees emit the stored carbon dioxide, and much energy will be required to heat up the homes and to produce new cars because they've been destroyed. Okay, there's another thing that's called self-reinforcing positive feedback loops, or for short, vicious cycles. If you have the frozen north here, the sun's rays hit it, but it's a very good reflector. 90% is reflected back out into space, but once some of it melts, then this is much darker, absorbed most of it, 94%, only 6% reflected back into space. But I have some water here. Well, okay, so, and again, Middle East extreme weather expected to hit because of the above factors. Okay, so what about solutions? Well, solar energy is part of it. This is what the experts talk about. And luckily, the prices have decreased sharply with more use and more experimentation. And wind power prices gone down there sharply. But what is being forgotten is the elephant in the room, a factor that's being overlooked, and more relevantly, the cow in the room. And I say that because there's a book by Glenn Mercer called Food is Climate. They're pointing out that animal-based agriculture is really the #1 cause of climate change. And we're showing that over here. Over 40% of the world's ice-free land being used for grazing and growing feed crops for animals. Over 40%, really about 43%. And because of that, the number of trees, imagine if this was all forested, absorbing the carbon dioxide. So it's just the opposite. You have cows here, and by the way, they're belching out methane, and methane is a greenhouse gas over 80 times as potent as carbon dioxide. During the 10 to 15 years, the methane's in the air in heating up the atmosphere. So that is why the methane and the destruction of the trees, why animal-based agriculture is the #1 cause. And here it is, trees being cut down. And this is just something I saw just today, so I added it. 100 million acres of trees lost annually. This tree, notice the size of it, absorbing carbon dioxide, giving us the oxygen, of course, we all need to live and survive, and being cut down fast, and forests being burned, again, for grazing for the animals, growing feed crops for the animals. Okay, and of course, it's the older trees, the bigger trees being destroyed, and that is a serious, serious problem. And here's another picture showing it for the animals. Looks like about 3/4 of the land is of the agricultural land. Again, I mentioned 43%. That was of all the land. Of the agricultural land, looks like about 75%. And for carrots, cauliflower, other vegetables and fruits, only about 1/4. Okay. And imagine if this was reforested, maybe not all of it, a good part of it, rewilded, with plants and all, that would have trees absorbing, sequestering carbon dioxide, hopefully bringing it down to a much safer level, hopefully below 350 parts per million, that threshold. And even having it, this would help the soil, and the soil would also be absorbing more carbon dioxide. However, again, just the opposite happening. Just to give one example, the Amazon, we mentioned before, was 187 million acres destroyed every year, not only for agriculture, but agriculture is the main source of that. Okay. Sarah Schral wrote a paper that argues at least 87% of greenhouse gas emissions due to animal agriculture. These takes into account not just what's emitted, but the lost opportunity, course, that we have by not replanting or reforesting. In other words, if with less agriculture, first of all, there'd also be less carbon dioxide because of all the machinery needed to with growing the plants, to irrigate the plants. So this is the opportunity cost of being lost by not reforesting. He promised this granddaughter of his that he would help create a vegan world by 2026, and making very progress. He's really a hero, doing quite a bit. And I think he's the one really behind my being here and all the other speakers during this 2-day event. Okay, so we've got to get the world out, climate change. We need system changes here, and many demonstrations. And here's the point: what kind of world are we leaving for future generations? The number one factor, the number one issue for today. And I've been blessed with 6 great-grandchildren since moving to Israel in 2016, and here are 5 of them, and 2 more have been born since this picture was taken, 1 more on the way. So I have a personal stake. What kind of world are we leaving? If things are so bad now with every summer with floods and droughts and glaciers melting and the seas rising, we've got to make a difference, and that's one of the purposes here. So it's really the choice between a mainly vegan world and a destroyed world. So to take off on give peace a chance, give peace a chance. As a matter of fact, I've been arguing that the slogan of the vegetarian or vegan movements and the peace movement should be the same. All we're saying is give peace a chance. More about that later. So there it is. We've got one planet here, no planet B, and there's no other effective plan B than one indicated. Of course, we have to also continue with solar energy, wind power, and make more efficient transportation, recycle, get better, right? But many things, but this is essential in agriculture. Now, since how much time I have, I'll try to leave some time for questions. Since it's urgent to be a shift to veganism, I'm going to go quickly, relatively go through why there should be a shift to veganism, and the main reasons: preserving our health, treating animals with compassion, protecting the environment, conserve natural resources, reducing hunger, pursuing peace and justice, actually. And I've been promoting it through Judaism, but other religions as well. So I have some on that. We'll try to do this quickly. Well, here's the thing. I had a cover story in the Jerusalem Report, should Jews be vegans? And I gave many arguments, and no rabbi or anybody else was able to refute the arguments in this article, ones I'm about to make now. And Jewish teachings on health, most important mitzvah commandment. But again, we have to guard our health and do everything possible to save a life. And the health benefits: plant-based, whole food, plant-based diet, weight loss, reduce heart disease risk, reduce the chance of getting certain types of cancer, manage diabetes, and even reverse it, as we shall see. Okay. Well, bottom line: more meat and diet, more disease. I couldn't get a better graph, so try to explain this one. More meat, more heart disease, more bowel cancer. Far, far less meat, far less heart disease, far less cancer. And in between, same thing. So there's the bottom line that many medical studies have shown this. And here's Dr. Dean Ornish. He shows you can reverse heart disease on a full whole food plant-based diet. And type 2 diabetes can be reversed. Many studies, and unfortunately, many doctors don't point that out. T. Cohen Campbell, one of the directors of what's called a China study, the New York Times called the Grand Prix of Epidemiology, the greatest epidemiological study that showed that even small amounts of animal protein in a diet could make a difference. This could only be done in China because most people in the world move around from country to country, city to city. But in China, they tend to stay in their village from generation to generation, and each area has standard diet. So we're able to do that study and show many health benefits of plant-based diet. And there's many studies. Here's a wartime study, World War II in Norway. Notice the war years, 1940, 1945, etc. Because of the war conditions, the meat consumption went down sharply, and even though it was a time of great stress, where you think disease might go up, the disease rate went down only to increase again toward the end of the war, at the end of the war when they went back to the animal-based diet. And heart disease goes up as the cholesterol in the diet increases. A couple other graphs here. And because of that, I asked the question, which vegan foods have cholesterol? And the answer is none of them. Grains, 0, vegetables, 0, nuts and seeds and fruits and legumes, all 0. However, eggs and other animal products, high amounts of cholesterol. Okay, so, and very briefly, we are really close to the herbivorous animals. Notice our teeth, perfect for grinding food. What a difference from a carnivorous or omnivorous animal. And of course, a hand's perfect for picking an orange or an apple. And far, far from the claws of a carnivorous or even omnivorous animal. And our intestinal system is much longer. There's a vegetarian vegan animal compared to a carnivorous animal. And this is very good, very long, winding, very good to absorb all the minerals, vitamins, other nutrients from fruits. But here's short, so the meat is not in the system of a carnivorous animal that long. Okay. And again, because it's so unnatural diet, it's affected people. For example, the age of puberty in girls the world over has become lower. And for example, the age of puberty, the first period for girls, Norway, it was over 17 in about 1640, 120 years later, way down close to 13. And again, other countries as well. And that's continued and continued. So, and that is a risk factor for breast cancer, for example. So girls at the age of 12 or 13 can theoretically have a baby when they're certainly not emotionally fit for that. Okay, however, there's a wonderful book just published by a Hope Ohanic called the Humane Hoax. And the animal industry tries to convince us in many ways that products are healthy, animals not mistreated, but there's a protein myth that you can only get protein from animal food, but you can certainly get it from nuts and seeds and other foods, but fruits and vegetables. Everyone has protein. So if you could, well-balanced meal should be okay on that. And here's the thing, in terms of that, a human baby, mother's milk, the healthiest for an infant, only 5 or 6, notice the percent of its calories in protein. A rat's mother's milk, almost 50%. And the human baby doubles his or her birth rate in 180 days. So if we ever needed protein, time of super rapid growth, doubling birth rate in 180 days, about 6 months, and yet only 5 or 6%. So it's really a myth. And there's also a calcium myth that we need plenty of milk for a healthy diet to avoid osteoporosis, for example. But it turns out the countries like the US, Israel, Scandinavian countries, where they get the most protein, most calcium, have the highest rates of osteoporosis. And here's a question. Animal protein is actually a major cause of osteoporosis because the human body can absorb carbohydrates and fat, but not protein. But the animal protein acidifies the blood. It needs calcium to buffer and neutralize that. And if there's not enough in the bones, it'll be taken from the blood and excreted along with the excess protein. So you can have a negative calcium balance even if you're getting plenty of dairy products. Okay, and again, this sort of shows the same thing. High protein, much urine, calcium is excreted in the urine, medium protein, less amount. And if you're low protein diet, less urine, less calcium in the urine. So that is a major, major factor. And here's a misleading thing, healthy eating plate. Well, they've got fruits, wonderful, vegetables, great, whole grains, marvelous. They call it healthy protein, ignoring that all these foods have protein, and it's not really healthy. All the animal products that we've seen have negative health effects. Okay, now in addition, another big thing, thank God we seem to be over the coronavirus, but many pandemics have been caused by animal-based diets, the widespread production and consumption of animal products. Here are just a few examples: bird flu, swine flu, MERS, SARS, Ebola, and most likely the coronavirus, although there's some dispute about that. And there it is. Bird flu is really happening now, and millions of birds have been killed in order to try to prevent its spread. Another health factor is antibiotics. More than half the antibiotics are in the animal feed to try to prevent disease in the very unnatural conditions, and also to increase their growth. They don't know why, but it turns out to be something that's positive on the growth. And I'm going to try to leave maybe 15 minutes for questions, so I'm going to move fairly fast through remaining slides. Okay, compassion for animals. Like other religions, Jews are supposed to be compassionate children of compassionate ancestors, and imitating a God, as indicates in Psalms 145:9, God was compassionate over all of God's works. Book of Proverbs says the righteous individual consider the lives of his or her animals. And many teachings in the Bible: you can't muzzle an ox while threshing the field, you can't yoke a strong and a weak animal. And it's a teaching that Jews, we have to feed animals before sitting down for our own meals. And Shabbat, part of the 10 Commandments even, not only are Jews to rest on the Sabbath day, but animals as well. So they should be free to roam the field. But the conditions for animals are very, very far from that. Kept in very close cages here. They can't even raise one wing. Very frustrating. They don't have the natural pecking system. So they tend to peck at each other, harm each other, perhaps even kill other birds. So the industry, instead of increasing the space, so they have increased it a bit due to a lot of pressure on them, they actually debeak the birds, a very cruel thing. No painkiller, no anesthesia. They cut off, this is equivalent to cutting off our hands in effect. So very, And sometimes it's so severe that the animals are not able to feed and die. But since they have millions and millions of birds, they're willing to do this in order, again, because profit is their major consideration, not the welfare of the bird. And the male chicks don't even make it that far because they can't, male chicks can't lay eggs. They have not been genetically programmed to have much flesh as other kinds of chickens have been, so-called broilers. So they are killed immediately, sometimes put in a plastic bags to suffocate or die from the weight of birds above, or maybe it's here to be ground up for pet food. So again, the teachings, religious teachings, or just humane teachings are violated by how animals are treated. Dairy cows, again, females don't fare too well either. They are artificially inseminated, impregnated every single year, so they'll be able to constantly be able to give milk. And the next picture is not too nice, but this is an example of artificial insemination, again, on rape racks. So they have babies every year, they're able to give milk. And very tragically, the babies are taken away almost immediately because they want that milk to be sold commercially to make a profit and not to be given to the baby calves who milk was really designed for. Okay, of course, this says we love our families, so do animals, but the reality is factory farms are treated as commodities, fattened up as quickly as possible, killed far, far, far before their natural lifespan. And because of this, last summer I had a book published called Restoring and Transferring the Ancient Jewish New Year for Animals, Ideal Time Has Come. And that was a new year many years ago. It was really initially the days of the temple, thousands of years ago, for tithing of animals for sacrifices. So my idea is to transform it into a day devoted to increasing awareness, Jewish teachings, religious teachings on compassion for animals, and how far the realities for animals are from these teachings. And this is just another picture. The other one was spread out and expanded. And because of that, I've had many events. Here was a Zoom webinar, August 2022. Again, how to transform the ancient Jewish New Year for animals, because it's important that people realize the religious teachings and the realities. Okay, the environmental teachings, very quickly. Just chapter 2 of the Bible, human being put into the Garden of Eden to work the land, but also to guard it. And it says that humans were given dominion. This is interpreted as responsible stewardship. Just as somebody has a big garden, doesn't have the time or the ability to take care of it, hires a gardener, gives that gardener dominion, but of course, to improve things as much as possible, not destroy. But negatives, just as there's negative health effects, negative effects for animals, negative effects for the environment of animal-based diet. We mentioned deforestation before. The soil is being eroded and depleted, major cause of animal agriculture. Water is polluted by the waste products. And mentioned the polar bears as loss of biodiversity. And of course, climate change, and that we have discussed before. And there's another teaching about conservation of resources. According to the Bible in Deuteronomy, chapter 20, you're not to destroy fruit-bearing trees even in wartime. The Jewish state has extended that into a general prohibition, but animal-based diets are very wasteful of resources. Water, for example, can take up to 13 times as much water on an animal-based diet for a person on a plant-based diet, mainly because they're irrigating the feed crops. 70% of the corn and oats and soy being fed to animals. And really what makes this even more shameful is that we take healthy products like that corn oil and soy, we feed it to animals. And I say it's healthy because these products are devoid of saturated fat and cholesterol, but they're high in healthy complex carbohydrates and fiber and feed them to the animals, and they become very unhealthy, as we indicated before. And again, teachings on hunger. Prophet Isaiah would to share a bread with a hunger. Boy, would leave the corners, leave the field. But we mentioned before, 70% being fed to animals, and therefore it's a scale of world hunger, which could be eliminated if the food was fed more to people. So a vegan world could help reduce hunger, decrease food waste. And again, this is indicating 3.5 billion people more every year could be fed. That would really end hunger in the world. And last, the 6 mandates that point to veganism as the ideal diet. Psalms to seek peace and pursue it, and the prophetic dream that nations will build their swords and plowshares, spears into pruning hooks. But once again, we want to give peace a chance. That could reduce violence. And the Jewish sages saw that the Hebrew word lechem, which is for bread, and milchama for world, here, they come from the same root, and they deduce from that when there's a shortage of grain and other resources, people are more likely to go to war. Okay. Again, I can come back to some of these. This is a summary. We mentioned the health, animals, environment, serving resources, hunger for peace, all violated by animal-based diets. Again, we have that choice in the mainly vegan world, the destroyed world. And this is a sign outside my apartment here in my retirement village at my age of 89 in Israel. If you love animals, stop eating them. And here is something very important, that it's much easier to be a vegan today. We've taken away the last argument that they just love the taste so much because they can get the same taste from many plant-based substitutes. And vegan restaurants on the rise, and even the animal-based restaurants have nowadays many vegan choices. So anything carnivorous animals can eat, we can eat as a vegan substitutes. You know, there's almond milk, there's soy milk, there's substitutes for eggs and all kinds of meat, and that's increasing quite a bit. And here I am trying to get to work out many years ago with the same vegan t-shirt I'm wearing now, and a tie with all kinds of fruits and vegetables, and usually a yarmulke that also has fruits on it. And okay, there was a story in the Jerusalem Report, this very environmental activist seeking to save our world, you know, trying to give an idea, again, wearing that tie and holding up other plant-based ties with a cap that also has a vegan message on it. Okay, so again, I want to leave some time for questions, and I'll be happy to add things if not. So here's the story. As I said, I want to get that message out as much as possible. I'm willing to send PDFs of my books to key articles and make contact. This should be gmail.com, of course, is easy. Remember, first name Richard. So it's veggierich@gmail.com, VEGGIE rich@gmail.com. If you'd like to get complimentary free PDFs of the text of my book, Vegan Revolution, Saving the World, and others since then, or if you'd like to work with me on this, please email me any comments, suggestions on this presentation. I'd be happy to hear about them. And again, suggestions always welcome. And I hope you will take this information, speak to your rabbis, priests, ministers, imams, and get the word out that if we want to get a decent world, a healthy world, an environmentally sustainable world for future generations, it's essential that there be a shift to vegan diets. Okay, so I'm going to stop the sharing and maybe, whoops, see if I can close this. Oh, there I am. So be happy to take any questions, any comments that people may have. Any comments? Any questions?
Hello,
Any,
Dr. Schwartz.
disagreements, especially you have to respond to?
I'm going to add Tammy.
Thank you. Does anybody, if anybody has any questions, they can put up their hand or write them in the chat for this beautiful vegan activist that has been part of our lives for a long time. Thank you for all your books, Richard, and your teachings and your continual work well into your 80s. You're an inspiration.
Well, thank you, and having this group was really an inspiration. And what Sarah, as you know, Sarah Shroud is amazing. He's doing should only be a success because this is the number one issue that we have. I hope everybody was able to hear me okay, and please help spread this message. And okay.
Did you have a question, BJ?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Schwartz, thank you so much. I really appreciate your work. I wonder when you became vegan and how is it going now with your vegan colleagues? I mean, with your non-vegan colleagues or your, yeah, tell me how it's going. Thank you.
Okay, as I mentioned at the beginning, I became vegetarian in about 1978. It's the teaching I course Math and the Environment and finding out many negative effects of animal-based diet. And I was sort of a semi-vegan for a while, but in 2000 I became a vegan. And I've been trying to get the message out. And the good news is that we have the momentum. Things are moving in our direction, especially among the young people. Many more are moving toward vegetarian vegan diets. Unfortunately, we're not fast enough, but it's happening. Many are in denial. They don't want to know. And like some good news, I'm President Emeritus Jewish Veg. They're going to come out with a statement, a vegan statement that was signed by over 200 rabbis. On the other hand, I have wrote an article arguing that eating meat and other animal products is not halakhically justified. And the Jerusalem Post said they'd publish it if I can find a rabbi who would write an article refuting it so that they feel they would have some balance. I couldn't get such a rabbi. Nobody can answer us. They can't deny that animal-based diets are bad for health. Certainly, they horrendously mistreat animals. And we're finding the environmental effect. Can't deny they're very wasteful of water. And it's really a scandal, as I said, with so many people malnourished, many millions dying of hunger, that so much grain is fed to animals. So there's been a movement in our direction, but there's been a lot of denial. You probably may have heard the expression, denial is not just a river in Egypt. So this is unfortunately part of the realities.
Thank you.
By the way,
Barbara, would you like to come on and ask your question?
Hi, thank you for that excellent talk, Richard.
Thank you.
My question was, what do you say to people from Shahita UK who promote the slaughter of animals based on Jewish teaching? I've been in a debate with them before and I found them quite formidable.
Okay, well, a couple of things. First of all, as mentioned partly in my talk, God's first dietary regimen, it's chapter 1, right at the beginning of the first chapter of the Torah, the Jewish Bible. It indicates that God's first diet regimen was strictly vegan. Okay, talked about the fruits and the vegetables. Secondly, you can mention, remember those pictures I shown? Compare our teeth with that of a carnivorous animal. Compare our hands with that of we don't have a claws. Again, our intestinal system, many other things. By the way, our stomach acids as human beings is only about 1/20th as strong as that of carnivorous animals. So we have, and you can mention the climate change and the health issue. And see, the important thing is, later on, after the flood and the time of Noah, thousands of years ago, permission was given to eat meat, but it was a concession. So the important thing is there's a choice. Jews and everybody else has a choice in their diet, but I always argue, shouldn't that choice be made taking into account the highest of religious values? And the fact that God would not want us to be unhealthy. God doesn't want animals. It says God's compassion over all his work. Righteous person lives the life of his or her animals. So we have all that. And in a world where water and energy is becoming short, we need so much more water, energy, land. That, the fact that millions of people are dying of hunger, and yet we're feeding so much grain to the animal. So there's so many arguments. And if anybody tells them that, if it's a minister, anybody, I'd be happy to have a very respectful dialogue, debate on Zoom with them. But usually people shy away from that because they can't really answer our arguments.
Thank you, Richard. And also, Dr. Gabriel Cousins is also very good debater, and maybe him and Richard could get on a Zoom and do a video. I could facilitate that for you, Barbara, and do a recorded video and send it to you to give them a little bit of information on the teaching, how there's actually no kosher death of animals. So
that would be excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great.
Right. I wonder if there's anybody, any of the viewers who disagrees with the arguments that I've given, anybody who sees any flaws in them, because I'd be happy to try to respond to that so that maybe I can add things for future talks. Anybody who has any disagreements. By the way, I wrote an article called 18 Reasons That Jews Think They Should Not Be Vegans or Vegetarians and Why They're Wrong. So we try to answer that, because somebody may say, gee, it's great, I'm going to become a vegan. And then the friend says, yeah, but what about this? What about that? And if they can't answer it, that may discourage them. That's why in my book, Judaism and Vegetarianism, I have a whole section, questions and answers, and I have that article. And I think we have truth, morality, and justice on our side. And the other side just tries to duck the issue and, come up with outrageous arguments that can easily be refuted.
Okay, we have another question. Thank you, Richard, for that and really explaining the importance. Nancy wants to know, she says, when I meet Jews in my activism, I urge them to go to jewveg.com. Would you say that's still a good site to recommend to people?
Oh, yeah, that's excellent. By the way, I think now it might be able to get there that way, jewishveg.org. I'm not sure if it used to be with the common, maybe still will get you there, but I think .org. And by the way, I have jewishveg.org and then a slash and then my last name, SCHWARTZ. I have 250 articles at that site, with every issue from hunger and peace and justice and animals, the environment. So yeah, that's an excellent source. And by the way, within the last couple of months or so, they have updated and revised their website. So that is definitely a very, very good source.
And would you also recommend, Richard, our Sacred Duty, the film, as a good teaching tool?
Wait a minute. Sacred Duty.
Are you familiar with the film, Our Sacred Duty?
Wait a minute. Let me see if I have something right over here. Whoops. Are you referring to this? Sacred Duty, applying Jewish values? Well, I happen to be the assistant producer of that. It was my idea. I was at a what they call a summer fest, and there was a group there that showed a very nice video on Christianity. And I used to send out a newsletter. So I said, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a Jewish video like that? And usually I send out ideas and get lost in space. Nobody, but a wonderful person named Lionel Friedberg responded. He's a multi-award-winning producer, and he said, we got to do it. I met him in Israel. We were there 2 weeks, took all kinds of videos. So I think it's wonderful. And by the way, we gave out 40,000 complimentary copies of that video, and people can see that. It's on YouTube freely. If you go to a Sacred Duty and do a search on YouTube, it's about an hour, and it gives our case. So, of course, as the assistant producer, I am a big fan of that video, to say the least.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're out of time. Can people contact you directly, Richard, if they have any questions? Can you put your
absolutely.
email in the chat? That would be great.
Okay.
And
Well, okay, with before, I'll put it in the chat. Let's see. But again, it's veggierich@gmail.com, VEGGIERICH. I'm looking for the chat. Oh, here it
I'll
is.
put it in there for you.
Yeah,
Great.
okay, you can put it in. So VEGGIE at gmail.com. And again, I'd be very happy to send it people, 2 books at least, and links to other books. And I encourage everybody who gets them to pass it on. I want to freely get it to as many people as possible, because if we don't solve the climate crisis, everything else becomes insignificant. So thanks to everybody for watching, and shalom from Israel. All the best.
Thank you for your sacred teachings, Richard, and shalom and namaste, vegan.
Amen. Thank you very much, and best wishes for much continued success to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we're coming to our next presentation, but I'm going to one more time because we have the creators of the waggle dance. We're going to get up, take a little break, and do the waggle dance. Rebecca's going to put on the waggle dance for us one more time. And we're going to waggle as we're getting ready for Jeff Francis, Darren Jin, Vegan Queen V, and Chris Hines in the Art of Veganism. And Rebecca, Paul, and I will put up the other videos. We have them all loaded, so we'll do that after the waggle dance. We can take care of that as we introduce. And if you could just spotlight our speakers that are going to be speaking at the time, but we'll start out with a nice little collection of all 4, 5, I guess, including myself. So one of the things the arts have done for us is give us a creative and sometimes a very non-judgmental way of bringing the message forward, whether it's through poetry, music, the visual arts, film, documentaries. I mean, what was the message yesterday? 37% of people have become vegan because of documentary. So the visual art has been really important for us. How are you making out, Rebecca?
I apologize. When I got the other videos ready, I got rid of that one.
Okay, just make us host, and Paul will play it right now.
All right.
Yeah,
okay. Okay, we'll take care of that, Rebecca. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just
Tammy, would you like me to say something about the people on the panel while you're waiting?
That would be That'd be great, Jeff.
Okay.
And also, I'm going to read a little bio. Got a lot of.
Have you got it?
Sweetheart.
Okay, well, this is very much a music panel. It's an area that we believe will penetrate to as more people because music touches on an emotional level. So that's what we're working on. Now, Darren Ginn is a world-class piano player and arranger. Chris Hines is the de facto world expert on animal rights and music. He's been working since 2016 on this subject, and he's just emerged as being that person. He's managed, he'll tell you later, he's managed to involve a lot of famous people in the film that he's making, which I believe Chris hopes will go out through Netflix. And Jenny Armstrong is just amazing. She is totally dedicated. Her music touches on everything that we're concerned about, all of us. And she runs under the epithet, quite rightly, of being Vegan Queen V. And you hopefully are about to hear one of the tracks that we've done together. I've been here before, so I'm going to take a bit of a back seat on this one because you need to know about these people. They're just brilliant.
Thank you, Jeff, my dear friend. Maybe full screen.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, is it full screen?
Oh,
No sound, yeah.
And then there's no sound. Sorry, Paul's using my computer, so it's having a little bit of technical difficulty.
Okay.
I need you to shut off your volume, because we're echoing.
Well, this is something that's brought the whole team together, and we have formulated a very nice team, I believe, all dedicated to the same thing.
We're back at the video.
The start of the video is created by a person I consider, he's certainly the most experienced 2D animator in the world, and he is probably the best as far as I'm concerned. So, and this project, which was suggested when we were all working on Bite-Size Epiphanies, is one that, are you ready to run, Paul?
Let's see, Paul's playing around with my computer. Is the volume going in?
Okay, all right. I'll keep talking, and then maybe we can let some of the others on.
No volume.
Because you don't want me dominating the thing. But this is a campaign about honey and also pollinators. We have a video called "The Importance of Small Things," which we could give you a link to if anybody wants to have a look at it.
Rebecca, can we start playing the videos starting with the order we have them?
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
We will get back to the waggle dance at the end.
Okay.
Waggle the beginning, waggle the end. It's okay.
I'm getting a bit of echoing. I wonder if everybody can just mute while I'm talking, except for the person I'm going to introduce. Thank you.
Okay, do you want the introduce and then the video?
Yeah. So Paul's going to introduce Queen V to start with. And then we're going to play Dominion. Is this your latest video? I'm getting a lot of echoing here. What's your volume?
I think my volume's off.
Okay.
Maybe not.
I can mute P. Papin.
That would be great.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone, the usual technical difficulties.
I think
So,
I think it's good now. I think it's just peep happen on and yeah, got it.
okay. So, when animal rights and music collided, vegan Queen V was born. Vegan Queen V brings messages of truth, peace, love, and compassion, using her music as a powerful communicator to empower the people of the world to make more compassionate and mindful choices, particularly where animals are concerned.
Rebecca, can you play Dominion, the music video? And full screen?
Did you drop me on my head? Was there damage when I fell down the stairs? 'Cause there's something I can't get my tiny little mind around. How come only I see the fear and pain in their eyes? See the value of their life comparable to yours and mine. Dominion, Dominion, how we abuse our position. Dominion, Dominion, it don't mean much if it's all gone, 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 gone. If it's pure luxury and ain't no necessity, why can't we just let them be who they want to be? All this hurt and pain, it's so needless, it's not okay. When we got the power to change, still you hold on to your prehistoric ways. Dominion, Dominion, how we abuse our position. Dominion, Dominion, it don't mean much if it's all gone, 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 yeah. Dominion, Dominion, how we abuse our position. Dominion, Dominion, it don't mean much if it's all gone, 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 yeah.
Wow. Jen Armstrong, you are a goddess, beautiful, waggle, lovely woman, spirit. Thank you. Why don't you share a little bit? We have really short segments of time to share, but 7 minutes, 8 minutes, just give us a little capsule energetics of your beautiful spirit. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. And it's great to see everyone. Good to see you guys. Yeah, so I've been a songwriter since I was 12 years old. But I went vegan 7 years ago, and I just naturally started writing songs about the animals from their perspective and about the state of the world as it is at the moment. And it was only last year, I've been a professional musician my entire adult life. It was only the year before last that I was actually inspired to release a body of work like an album. The footage from the Dominion video that you saw there was a lot of it was from the Outer Hebrides, which is where this amazing recording studio is, where I wrote some of the songs from the album and recorded it all. It's my mission to spread the vegan message through music, and messages of truth, but of hope and community as well. And we're amazing, beautiful beings. We've just been very misguided and misled. So I feel like it's my job to try and help people get back on the right path.
What kind of feedback have you had from your music I know you play I know you do festivals and different concerts, and how do people respond? Because, I always feel if I'm asking kind of the one question, how does art play a role in veganism? The art of, the visual, the music, the film and documentaries. So what do people say when they experience you?
I think it definitely depends on the person and where they are on their journey, their vegan journey, their spiritual journey. I think everyone I've spoken to who have been listening to either the album in its recorded version, or if they hear me live, I think they do really love the music, enjoy it just for a piece of music, which is what I was after. I just want everyone to enjoy it. And then the message is obviously, it depends who you are. If you're vegan, a lot of vegans come to me and say, thank you so much for putting my feelings into a song and sharing these lyrics in a sort of a pop music medium, because as we know, most of at least the mainstream pop music lyrics, they're just they're not positive, and they're not particularly helpful for us, I think, as an evolving planet. Vegan,
I just wanted to comment on that. I was with Dr. Will Tuttle in one of his World Peace Circles, and he said, I think it has had the opposite effect, is some of the cultural pop music has created actually, a lot of really negative energy. And so what you're doing is the opposite of that. You're bringing truth and love and committed action, really compassionate action.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I feel is happening with me just releasing these songs as well, writing these songs. You're taking something that is very dark and very upsetting and traumatic, and changing it, transmuting it into something that is positive and is a beautiful thing in this world. Yes. So for me, it's it helps me, because I feel like I'm actually doing something to try and shift where we are into something better for everyone. But you're putting positive stuff into the ether, which is it's so needed, as you say, like with music as it is. It's not written to uplift people
right now. Thank you, Jen. We're just having a couple of technical difficulties here. We're so grateful to have you all. Okay, Paul's go ahead. Paul's going to read Darren. We're going to introduce Darren now. And when we do the waggle dance at the end, we're going to, I think, Darren, you did the music for the waggle dance. Is that correct?
Yes, the music was done also jointly with Jen. Mm-hmm. She was quite instrumental in bringing the melodies out. We fashioned the words, Jeff in between lyrics. So it was really a joint effort between the three of us. I actually did the instruments that were on there. I had a percussionist, world-class percussionist of Turkish origin, played tracks that were sent in. And we also had a gentleman from Jim Bell's studio in London who did the guitar tracks. And I chimed in a little bit on some of the backgrounds, but what you're hearing in there is Vegan Queen V doing her thing with her magic.
Awesome. We're going to play that at the end. Rebecca will have access to that, and Rebecca's just loading up your video right now, Darren.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I haven't sent it.
Go ahead.
Okay. Darren began taking organ lessons at age 7, leading to 20 years of combined study that included piano, voice, theory, composition, arranging, and conducting. Music was his major at Temple University in his hometown of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. His professional career began when he was 15 and has spanned over 50 years with extensive work as a teacher, composer, arranger, music director, recording artist, band leader, contractor, soloist, and group performer. In the early 70s, he began working as a global activist and advocate for human and animal rights, using music to promote his message of peace.
So here we go. Here's a little video of Darren's. Thank you, Darren, for your work. So we're going to just email it.
Together. Together. Together.
Wow. It's a beautiful piece of music and rhythm, Darren. And with Jeff, your art and your poetry. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Darren, would you like to share a little bit about you? Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's unfortunate that I couldn't hear the spoken word at all.
Yes, that didn't come through.
No.
So this was a piece, of course, Jeff's images in there and a painting that he did commissioned by someone in India. And when we talked about it, of course, the relationship that Jeff and I have with our collaborations, I said, well, how about if I put some music to that? Okay. So actually what you did not hear was when the world speaks of motherhood, of the fierceness with which the mother defends her children, they speak of the tiger. She is their icon. She is the symbol of how things must be. Without words, she knows Kali. Without words, she knows Durga, and they know her. And of course, Kali being the major Hindu goddess. She burns bright amongst the darkness of men, men who have turned the daylight of love to the perilous midnight of hate. She understands the moments of temporary tenderness, moments that fire her imagination to compassion and empathy. Sheathing claws that have shredded the colonial ensign so that all can walk free together. So that's what you didn't hear on there. But of course, everything is on our websites. It's Bonobo TV Publishing under the Words and Music to Inspire. All the videos are there. So with that, that was the message that was to be conveyed through that particular piece. And of course, working through that and everything else that I've been working on in this later period of my life is now all about compassion and veganism, working on the critical issues that are facing humanity and our planet, seeing that everything is tied together, and working with these fantastic people I've known for the past several years. Previous to that, I did just about everything under the sun you can imagine, with music, performing, recording. So it was a long and varied career that once I started my activism in the early 70s, then part of that was when I was practicing Buddhist during that time. And we were doing peace marches, we were doing things for human rights, for environmental rights, not so much the animals. You had a lot of folks that were practicing spirituality and all these things, but they just didn't make the connection of being either a vegetarian or a vegan, which has always bugged me through my entire existence. With that disconnect, I just didn't get it, and I still work on that to this day, and even more so over the past 20 years, over 20 years of becoming a vegan. So coming full circle with all of this, once I got in with Jeff, met Jen, then started working on these projects. And now, like I said, at this period in my life, all of the focus with the music and these productions is working to invite people through the art in veganism, letting people hear what's happening with what we create, bringing them in. Oh, a vegan did this? Oh, and there's another vegan that did this? So it's bringing these folks in and letting them see, letting them experience what we are able to put out there, what we're feeling, what we're channeling through us, as far as spirit, as Jen had mentioned, putting things out there to the ether. A big part of all this is knowing that everything is inextricably connected, and that's something that I've been using for quite a few years, that wisdom masters throughout the ages have talked about and have taught. That's a core truth, being that everything is inextricably connected with every thought and every action affecting the whole. Connecting this out to everybody else, to whom I refer to affectionately as the general population, meaning non-vegans, those practicing selective compassion. With all of that, we are looking to get our messages out, and we are having success a little bit at a time with these campaigns. And since you're going to be playing the Waggle Dance, we do have a new one that's connected to this weekend that is in production. Actually, the production actually is finished. Just doing some final mixes right now, but things are going out to some key people. It's called Heroes to Zeros, and it's all about the Icelandic whaling. And once that comes out, it'll be very interesting. That's going to be on our website, but we'll keep everybody up to date on the news that's going to be followed with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Darren. And thank you for expressing, your work. Music is so deep and so cellular. We can, sometimes when we listen to a song or listen to a piece of music that we heard when we were young, we know exactly where we were. We remember exactly how we were feeling. It's such a powerful way to infuse a message and for it to become a truth. So thank you. And now my beautiful friend, Jeff Francis, I love you. We're going to read a little bit of your bio, and then we're going to go on to play a little video of yours.
Okay. So Jeff is a Saatchi shortlisted artist, award-winning photographer, writer, and lyricist whose work has a strong ethical theme, particularly his social conscience series of paintings and the art installation Weapons of Mass Destruction, Changing the Picture, which was featured at London's Frieze Art Fair. His writing includes the single What No Meat with punk legend Captain Sensible, and a slate of 18 books, including the controversial Babylon Farm and the very first Celebrity Vegetarian Cookbook. Several of his books of poetry deal with our relationship to the natural world.
Thank you, Rebecca, for playing his video. Wow, what an amazing panel. I feel honored to be here in front of you all.
It's a pleasure, I think. We're here.
Oh.
Last man standing. The dying sun spotlighted the beauty he would lose so very soon. The only human form to be seen was the shadow that followed him in the scorching of sunlight, creating ghost images on the walls of the decaying buildings. He could now wander there in total freedom. No structure or stricture seemed to hold the import which they had once so much done for him. All that reverence for what they represented had been poisoned fruit, seeded by grand ideas of self-worth. Grand ideas he had had of himself and
Perhaps that's the universe telling us something, Tammy.
The grand ideas they had in themselves is going to stop everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's
yeah, I didn't know you were going to play that one, but I'd like you to utilize the time with the others, because I've been here before and I'm sure we can do stuff again.
well, sure thing, Jeff. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we're going to introduce Chris.
Hello.
And hello, Chris. And Jeff was telling me, you know, you found him through, Jeff had the first vegan record label, Animus, and you're doing a documentary. Your new project that you're working on right now is a documentary on 200 years in music. So we're just going to read your bio and then you can share a little bit and we'll play your video.
Sure. Chris has been a vegan and animal rights activist for the past 8 years, working alongside numerous animal rights organizations and helping to organize a number of high-profile actions. In addition to collaborating with Viva, Animal Save Movement, AV, Plant-Based News, WTF, and Meet the Victims, he is a co-organizer. Alongside animal rights, music is also a musician himself. He has run a record label, worked as the program manager for a music festival, hosted a radio show, and for the past 10 years has run his own online music magazine. Chris has combined his musical passion with his activism and is the producer, director, and writer, as Tammy just mentioned, of the upcoming film Taking Note, which looks at the history of animal rights in music. In production for the past 6 years, the documentary features exclusive interviews with over 100 musicians from across diverse musical genres and eras who together have raised their collective voice for the animals. And we're, I believe, going to see a short, a preview, and I believe I've figured out the
technical difficulty. I had my volume turned down.
Can you mute yourself?
I had my volume turned down.
Too high.
Like electronic music.
Yeah. Yeah, I got some music I can put to it right now.
So let's all cross our fingers. Oh.
And then you, so we'll just have everybody mute.
Can you turn that off? Completely.
I do have it.
Music is the universal language to get any message across.
The idea is like the last fight. I knew I needed to spread the word as a guy that had a microphone on a stage. If someone put a gun to my face and said, you have a choice, music or animal rights activism, I would choose animal activism in a second.
Throughout history, music has been used as a tool for social change, to express opinions, to promote new ideas, and to rally people into action. And it was music that introduced me to a subject that I'd never even considered before: animal rights. For the first time ever, Taking Note documents the exciting history of animal rights and music, spanning over 200 years and featuring some of the world's biggest music stars. From the Beatles poking fun at hunters, to Morrissey banning meat at all his venues, to Prince speaking out about the dairy industry, to an American Idol finalist running events outside slaughterhouses, and the creation of an entire vegan music genre. These are just some of the amazing stories that this film will tell. The film ultimately looks to answer two questions. Would animal rights be where it is today if it wasn't for music? And would the music world be where it is today if it wasn't for the influence of animal rights?
Well, it is very punk rock to be vegan because it's, you know, it's against what everybody's fucking doing.
I think KRS-One is definitely one of the pioneers of putting it in the forefront of the music.
Thank you, Chris. Can you tell us a little bit more about the upcoming documentary, 200 Years of Music and Animal Activism?
Yeah, sure. So, to start from again. So my personal vegan journey started with music. In fact, it was this very album here by a band called Goldfinger. And there was a song on here called Free Me. And it was a very kind of emotive song from like the animals' point of view of kind of, you know, wanting to, you know, be liberated. And the music video was, you know, footage of factory farms and slaughterhouses and vivisection. And instantly, you know, from watching that, I was like, you know, I can't support this. And ultimately, I went vegetarian after that. I didn't really kind of understand everything about, you know, and eventually went vegan. So that was kind of like the catalyst for looking into it. And obviously protest music's always been a staple of the music world since we can kind of remember, but the animal rights kind of aspect of that has never really been documented. Like, people aren't really familiar with kind of animal rights songs, but from looking into it, there's hundreds and thousands, as you know, as you can see from the small trailer there, involving some of, you know, huge music stars that people wouldn't even kind of expect. So as much as when I first started doing this film, it was pretty much just going to be a YouTube video, just kind of interviewing vegan musicians I bumped into. From kind of you know, researching and opening up the story, yeah, I just ended up finding that there was this huge history. You know, I mean, me and Jeff are currently looking into whether there might be some animal rights music back in some early Hindu texts, potentially, which we're still looking into. So it could even be, you know, more than 200 years. But as far as where the documentary starts, I think it'll start, you know, back in the 1800s, and kind of just show how animal rights and music have worked together. So how music has, you know, helped progress the animal rights movement as a whole, but also how animal rights has actually changed and shaped the music world as we know it as well.
One of the most interesting aspects of, well, I've only seen the preview, but I imagine it's one of the most interesting aspects of the film, is that we don't associate that kind of sensibility, an animal rights sensibility, vegan sensibility with certain genres of music like punk. We're used to folk music being very socially progressive, not necessarily in terms of vegan or animal rights, but there's almost a comical contrast between the punk rockers and this vegan message that they're promoting, and I think that's very, very refreshing, and it really casts a new light on that genre. Not that everyone, of course, in the punk genre is sending that message, but there are
Yeah,
a
because
few.
yeah, I gotta say it is a strange one because punk's always had this kind of anti-hippie mentality to it. But there was an area of the punk scene back in the 80s that were very much into pushing animal rights and vegetarianism along with other social justice issues, and that just kind of snowballed throughout the time. And when you kind of come into the 90s over in the US, there was the US hardcore scene. You had bands like Earth Crisis actually promoting a very militant vegan message, potentially inspiring kind of more people to get active than I mean, you could make an argument that veganism might not be where it is today if it wasn't for a band like Earth Crisis, because they were really speaking about it to an audience when no one else really was within the music world, and it created its own genre. There's actually a genre of music now called vegan straight edge, thanks to the progression of the punk movement. But it's kind of leaked into all kind of aspects. I mean, obviously within the kind of folk music, it's always been a kind of a heavy topic. Even more recently in the kind of electronic kind of techno house scene, there seems to be a lot of vegans there, probably inspired initially by people like Moby back in the day. But yeah, it's been really exciting to kind of see all these kind of pockets. I mean, even country music, you would think that's going to be the most anti-animal rights thing, of hunting and fishing and all that kind of stuff. But even there are people that are, definitely, showing compassion for animals. There's a Katie Lang is a really great story about her. I won't, don't want to give too many spoilers, but there's a really great story about Katie Lang and what she was doing in the kind of country music world back at the beginning of the 90s. So it kind of leaks into all facets of the music world, really.
When do you expect the documentary to be finished, Chris?
So it should be all done to be released for next year. We're currently, we have a full version of the film now, which is great. It's taken 6 years to get there, but I've actually got a full version of it. So I'm going to be working on that pretty much solidly up until the new year, and then we'll be handing it over to our other editor, who's going to be kind of finishing it off for us. Hopefully, get it all wrapped up by hopefully the spring, and hopefully release for the summer, all being well. I mean, I've been saying this for 6 years, so but fingers crossed it's further along than it ever has been. So I'm feeling very confident that it is going to be out very soon now.
Beautiful. Well, we're going to take a few questions. We're going to end at in about 7 minutes so that Rebecca can end with the waggle dance. We have the waggle dance now, and we just invite everybody to stand up and waggle your body here a little between our convergence presentations, because Jen is beautiful and you're beautiful, and all of you. Thank you so much for your presentations. And we'll take some questions. You can put your hand up if there's any questions in the chat. Let me have a quick peek. I see that Watch put up his hand. Did you have a question, Watch?
Yeah. Hey, Chris, great talk, and best of luck in your project. I put a link to Moby's punk rock vegan movie, which came out, I think, a couple of years back or something, and it was really amazing to see that. And so I really appreciate you taking the flag onwards. I was wondering if you are going to be including some indie or very small vegan musicians. I think some of them are pretty popular on TikTok. That vegan teacher comes to mind. She just has some amazing music, small short snippets, but really funny, really inspiring. Sadly, she got sidelined canceled by comparing animal slaughter to Holocaust, which and I'm not going to comment right now about that. But I heard her compositions, and they were really very catchy and really drove home the message of animal rights in a small music. So are you going to be highlighting these small upcoming musicians on social media, or are you just going towards some known names?
So as far as the kind of the general history of it, obviously it's going to be probably covering some of the large artists, but I definitely do want to show that there is such a kind of emerging kind of vegan music scene at this time. So towards the end of the film, there will definitely be a section where I will be trying to highlight kind of as many people as possible, really, because I really want this film to be almost kind of a collective message from the music world for animal liberation. So the more people I can kind of get in there, even if it's just a pop-up on the screen or anything like that, just to show that there are all these people standing up for this, I do want to include. So yeah, you'll definitely see something towards the end there, and I definitely do want to support as many kind of up and coming ones as possible. And just to touch on the Moby thing, I can't guarantee this, but I think I might have inspired him to make that film, because I interviewed him for my film just before he made that film, and at the time we were the only ones ever making anything about animal rights and music. And I was speaking to him on email and stuff, and he did tell me about he was going to make this film. So I think I might have planted a seed there, which is kind of cool. I hope that's it. I mean, maybe we'd have to confirm it, but yeah, it seems that way anyway, which is really cool.
Thanks, Chris.
No worries. Thanks for the question.
Well, in ending, what do you have upcoming, Vegan Queen V? What are you working on right now?
Well, I'm releasing my next single on Christmas Day. So Merry Christmas, everyone. It's called Mother Nature's Conversations, and it's about our lost connection with Mother Nature and with ourselves and with each other as human beings as well. And it's just, highlighting the importance of connection with all of those things. And then, my next album will be hopefully out next year, which will just be more animal rights, human rights songs, but more toward the end of trying to uplift and empower people so that when they do, realize that they've been lied to and what the state of the world is, hopefully they can then move forward and change their behaviors in a, feeling positive about it rather than feeling judged or, feeling guilty. So that's my intention for the next album.
Thank you. Thank you. And Darren, you're talking about you're working on a project with Jeff and from Hero to Zero.
Heroes to Zeros. Let me see if this teaser will play. Can you hear that?
No.
Oh, I can't hear it?
No.
Okay.
Suffice it to say Jenny's on there too.
Jenny, great. Thank you.
Hear this.
Hear it a bit. It's hard to hear it over Zoom.
It's very muffled, brother.
Yeah, so we're gonna go on. We're gonna say thank you to everyone. Namaste, vegan, and we're gonna end with the waggle dance. And we invite everyone to get up and waggle. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Darren, and thank you everyone for being here. Beautiful music. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for playing that, BJ.
Waggle, 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 waggle. Making honey isn't easy for the bees. 55,000 miles just to make 1 pound, you see. Flying to 1,000,000 flowers takes a lot of energy. So if you want to help the bees, leave the honey be. Habitat loss and pesticides, let's help the bees stay alive. Stop monocrops, be parasites. If they die, we won't survive. Dance, give the bees a chance. Join the waggle dance, join the waggle dance. Oh, dance,
Right on.
Oh, I think everyone should start their school day. All kids should start their school day by dancing and singing that song.
We're working on it.
I didn't see any of you's dads, any of you guys.
I was bopping around. You
Okay.
guys, you weren't dancing. I was dancing.
No, we call them you guys.
Guys.
Because we're all like our own little world.
Okay.
I love the buzzing.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice. And that animation at the start is lovely, I think.
Yeah.
Goes without saying that Jenny is very special in it all, of course. But it was a lovely team and it came together very, very easy. Just going to people we could rely on. And that's an important thing. Chris, did you want to mention the label idea?
Oh, okay. I mean, can we talk about that? It's not really official
Oh,
yet,
I don't know. I'm in negotiations for what we were talking about, but we won't go further than that. But I thought you said to go with the film, you'd like to create a label which would draw some interest.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
people in the audience who would be very interested in that.
Yeah, well, I guess yeah, alongside the film, is as well as just a label, I want to start a complete animal rights music organization, essentially, to kind of utilize the music world as much as possible for the promotion of animal rights, whether it be making sure there's outreach stalls at music festivals, if bands are going on tour, whether we can set up with them their merchandise to give out pamphlets or show videos, or creating an animal rights record label, or just anything we kind of can to kind of utilize that, because one good thing is it it targets non-vegans. Not every music fan is vegan, so we're going to reach the right people and everything. And because we are using people in the music world, people do look up to musicians, so hopefully they'll listen to them more than they would say me, which is always helpful. So yeah, that's kind of like the bigger scheme of things, as well as writing a book about the history of animal rights and music as well, because I just can't fit everything in the film, unfortunately, otherwise it'll be about 24 hours long. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff kind of on the way once the film's out anyway, but I don't want to think too much about it. I need to get the film edited first, and then I can go crazy with the other stuff.
You're joyful
to highlight that, the conversation that the first interview that Chris and I did actually stretched out to 3 hours.
Yeah, we kind of just didn't stop, did we? We kind of went into everything. Just the history of history, pretty much.
And speaking of history, we have Susan Hargraves here. Everyone knows Susan Hargraves. Thank you, Susan. You might want to stay on for this, everyone. This is going to be a beautiful presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Susan, for your beauty and your work and Animal Hero children. You're still muted, Susan.
Hello, thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, we can hear you. And Susan, I'm going to present you, and then it'll be all yours. So you've got a good 50 minutes at least to present, or if you want to leave some time for questions, I'm sure there are going to be questions at the end.
Terrific. And can you let me know how my volume is on this thing?
For me, I think it's good. What do other people think?
Yes, it's good. Allison, are you going to come on screen and come on? Or are you going to introduce from behind the scenes?
I'm sorry. I will come right on. There we go.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Did everyone get my, or whoever get my emails for the videos? That I am like, I hate to say it, but not particularly technically gifted. So you can play them.
I don't.
I sent it to Rebecca Allen, Silesh, and then somebody sent me the link very helpfully just again.
Oh, I have those. I didn't know you were going to play them, but let me look for them. Just a second.
Thank you. I also sent them to HAMJEALISON.
Okay. We will find them, Susan. We're on
Because
them.
terrific. These short videos that are about a minute long, I'll be referring to during the presentation that perfectly demonstrate my point.
Okay, I just got an email from you with an image on it. Did you want me to share that image of the mermaid?
No, that is a Vimeo link. If you go to the latest, let me see.
Okay, that's a link. I've just opened it up on Vimeo. Do you want me to play that?
That's to end everything. But before that, at 1:14, I sent the videos to play in order.
Oh, I see. Well, I've been on the conference all
I know. Sorry.
It's okay. Let me see.
Since late last night, basically.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me just see. I've got you, and you've got them in order. The first one with the woman goes first.
Yep, Animal Hero Tober. Yep.
All right. So I'll let Allison begin. We'll take a pause.
Okay, great. So welcome to the 15th Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, VCOP15. And I'm Allison Hamji with Climate Healers. I'm here to introduce you to Susan Hargreaves. Susan has spoken at our convergences before. Many of you will remember her. And we're so happy to have her and to welcome her back again today. Susan is an activist who's been fighting for animals for 43 years. Is that right, Susan? 43 years.
Yeah, since 1980.
Yeah. She travels the world celebrating courageous and compassionate action by kids and teens. She's the founder of Animal Hero Kids, and she infuses youth with passion, wisdom, and determination acquired during a lifetime devoted to animal activism. Her programs, which often showcase stories of outstanding acts of kindness by youth, have been featured extensively in national and international media. Today, Susan will be talking about Lolita, the orca held in captivity for 50 years. And we are all ready to hear about that. So thank you, Susan.
Thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be back and talking to everyone today. I just got back from Los Angeles at 3 o'clock this morning, and we were there for the pinnacle of Animal Hero Tober event, where we recognized youth. Now we are morphing into Be an Animal Hero, which is for all ages. And so we are recognizing people of all ages who are helping all species of animals. So I have a little news clip because I'm making your VCOP, an Animal Hero Tober event, and we're having them in the Ukraine for vegan food feeding, Brazil, Estonia, and the Los Angeles event. But here's a very short news video that was picked up by Yahoo and MSN, what Animal Hero Tober is, so everyone can know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much.
To commemorate Animal Hero Tober this month, the Be an Animal Hero organization is spreading the word on how people can be kind to animals. The founder of Be an Animal Hero, Susan Hargreaves, spoke to the Palm Beach Rotary Club today about saving animals and brought along her rescue dog, Lovey. She says you can do this. You can rescue an animal at a kill shelter. But her main campaign encourages people to eat more plants instead of meat.
And it is so much healthier and better for the planet to stop relying on animal-based agriculture. It's a waste of our resources. Vegans actually save an acre of trees per year.
If you'd like more information on how you can be part of Be an Animal Hero, go to animalherokids.org. To commemorate Animal Hero.
Thank you so much for doing that. See, that took you like 1 second to get that up there, and I would still be pressing buttons and putting my nose really, really close to the screen at this point. So thank you so much. And the good news is the public is welcoming this new campaign and new name, Be an Animal Hero, with open arms, because so many people want to think of themselves as animal heroes. So I just came back from Los Angeles at 3 o'clock this morning, recognizing people of all ages. And this, I think this video of the event that we did, it doesn't actually show the event, it's about the event, in a very short period of time encapsulates exactly what our 501c3 charity, all volunteer, is all about, and how our switch to be an animal hero is helping animals in the ocean, animals in the sky, animals on the land. So if we could just see that short little clip, that would be great. Thank you. Oh, actually, okay, that's good. What I did this week. Good. Thank you.
To liberate more Animal Hero-tober gold. Every day next week, students will be empowered by our in-person classroom Be an Animal Hero presentations. We educate to liberate with engaging, innovative presentations for all grade levels. Susan Hargreaves has been fostering empathy effectively for an amazing 43 years. The Veganza Animal Heroes will also fly and swim by later in the week to educate to liberate. Book a free program for your school and support us. See link in the comments and bio. Thanks for watching this video.
Thank you so much again for playing that. And don't worry, I'm going to get into talking, but I really want to set up the entire story before I just begin talking. So I want all the viewers to know who I am, what I do, and what we're doing to change it before I discuss the current state of animals in captivity. And so this is what we just did at the first plant-based school in the United States on Thursday. So this is the next video.
Big news for animals and the planet. The pinnacle event of Animal Hero-tober is a celebration of determination, compassion, and kindness. We will return to the first plant-based school in the U.S., Muse Global School. This time, the Veganza Animal Heroes will be there with their new guide to save animals and the planet. The celebration will recognize the dedication of Maggie Baird, Jane Goodall, Angela Means, Tobias Atkins, and Gwenna Hunter. We are thrilled our sponsors Wicked Kitchen and Cambria Hotel in Calabasas are generously helping with vegan pizza and wonderful accommodation. A shout out to Plant Powered Productions too. If all this was not enough, the vegan rapper Free Bison will debut the Veganza Animal Heroes rap. Join us and participate in the annual empowering, action-oriented global phenomenon. Thanks for watching this video.
Okay, so now you know a little bit more clearly about who I am and what I do. And the fact is that since 1980, I've been helping all species of animals. And that includes Lolita. And I am really very, very sad to say that Lolita is no longer alive. And I'd like to just show you what we did as soon as we heard that the orca had died. So I'd like to just show you that video of what we did next.
I apologize. I didn't hear any sound.
Yeah, there should be sound. I don't know what happened to it, really. And this is a good one because it actually shows how she how she lived and some like history of her in that.
Oh, I
So
see. It was my problem. It was a technical.
see how even the expert can't do it, so I feel better. So can we start it from the top? Yeah, thank you.
Never again. Lolita is free from her tank. She died on August 18th after 53 years of captivity at the Miami Seaquarium. Join us at 3 p.m. Saturday, August 19th at the Miami Seaquarium. Wear black and please bring flowers. Call 561-236-8843 for any info.
SeaWorld makes money out of jailing whales and dolphins.
In 1998, I was arrested along with 36 activists in front of SeaWorld.
Very cool. Line formation right here.
Okay, everybody stay calm. We're going against their civil rights by touching these trees.
Right over here.
And now, so many years later, she's still there in the tiniest tank in the United States. The kids and the other activists that came with me, they've all grown up. They've had their own children. They've gone to university. Lolita is still there in the tiniest tank. When you look at it from the sky, here is the tank that Lolita's in, and over here is the ocean. It's the equivalent that we are trapped in an elevator, human equivalent. We know that they travel 100 miles a day. We know what their life is like, what it's supposed to be like. And I've had dreams where I could like picture big, some sort of a lift to just that little bit over there. So often, you know, people are like horrified when they see the size of the tank, and then they see where the ocean is. They say, what's wrong with this picture? In 1970, she was taken. Yeah. And still today, there are protests all the time. We have marches all the time.
Thank you again for playing that, BJ.
Rebels fighting for our future. Vegan fried chicken.
That's that's actually the probably the last one that you saw. Is that about the mermaid?
Oh, this has a VFC. So let me see.
Well, that's okay. You don't have to play it now because I'd like to speak for a little bit, and then we can. Thank you so much for all your help with that. I realize that most people already can share screens and things, but I find that I can only handle so many things at once, and a lot of people look at our website and organization and the strides that we have accomplished and think I have an IT team and a graphic designer on staff and all these things, and it really is me. So I really appreciate your help. Thank you. So the fact is that every single individual animal who is in an aquarium and in a jail cell, a cage, a prison, a zoo, a circus, a roadside zoo, fake wildlife sanctuaries that are keeping animals captive, pretending they're keeping them captive for their own good because they so-called can't be released, who are making money off the bodies of all of these animals. The fact is that every individual suffered suffers and suffered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I've been doing programs for 43 years, and all ages, no matter if the child is in kindergarten, junior kindergarten, 3 years old, right up to college, really everyone, all ages. If I ask them if they would like to be trapped in an elevator for the rest of their life or never leave this room again, whatever presentation I'm doing and I'm at the school and I'll say, somebody will say, oh, what about zoos? What about aquariums? And I'll ask them, well, would you like to stay in this room for the rest of your life? Well, how about if I put like a little yard outside? You could go in the little yard. Okay, how about if I fed you every day? I'd throw food in. You'd have this room, but you would stay there until you die. But of course, I don't say that to kindergartners. You'll stay here till you die, because that wouldn't be very good. So it depends. The level of school and understanding and ages depends on how much information, I would give. And also, then I'd say, but wait a second, but I would get to make money out of it. And I could say that we treat you like family. So yes, you may be without your family, but we would treat you like family. So then what? So we go through all of these different levels, and there's no one that wants to change places. No one. And it is time to pretend that it is time to stop pretending that zoos and aquariums do some kind of good. That would be like saying keeping a large number of people imprisoned is doing good if you take one and fix their broken arm, but then yet actually probably keep them for display. Like the Miami Seaquarium, like SeaWorld, that often pretend they're helping wildlife. But then what happens, like in the case of manatees in the Miami Seaquarium, is they keep them forever. So it's a hospital where you can never leave. But it's okay because they're making money. Are they making money though? I think they're tanking. The Miami Seaquarium, I went in there in a way that nobody knew that I was going in there. So I guess you would say undercover. And the number of people that were there were like, I could count on 2 hands. And it was a weekday afternoon in season in Florida. And I went, never mind, I guess I probably shouldn't say anything more about that. But let's just say I was there. I saw, now this was a while ago. I don't know if anyone watching realizes that there were people that were trying to get her, Lolita, put into a sea tank right by where her family, her mother, is still alive, by her family pod in the San Juan Islands. And those people were Jim Irsay and oh my God, I can't believe I forgot his name. He's a Key West real estate magnate. And they put a lot of money and a lot of heart and effort towards this push. And the Miami Seaquarium, who's been taken over by the Dolphin Company, which is the largest marine mammal captivity conglomerate corporation in the world, the leader of that actually agreed to release Lolita with caution as far as her health. That was pretty big, actually. That was like a never before happening, where now it didn't happen, as we know. And I felt, of course, everybody felt very bad for Lolita more than anything, but I also felt bad for those people who had believed that it was almost there. We actually even had a little cheers to Lolita, because you can imagine how long so many activists here in South Florida have been fighting for her. And we thought, is it possible? Could this dream that we all had come true? Still to this day, I can't swim in a pool and turn around without thinking of all of the captive animals. I mean, I can't swim in a pool. I'm going to repeat that, and turn around in a pool without thinking of all the captive animals. And not just Lolita, the dolphins, everyone. And they're there because of us. We have given the people money that has been their impetus. That has been their encouragement. Duck Key in Hawks Cay in the 80s, when I was rehabilitating injured wildlife, caught 3 dolphins, and we interfered with the capture at the time with Rick O'Berry and the Sea Shepherd. This was the Sea Shepherd America before they were taken over by people, and Paul Watson had his organization taken away. That's a whole other show of an hour. But this was when it was, really genuine. And Paul Watson, of course, was against harming sea creatures. And so we actually went by with a blowhorn during so-called show time and asked, as it was near Christmas, if the dolphins do their tricks, will they get to go home for Christmas? 3 months after that, all 3 of those dolphins that were captured were dead. They kill themselves. They commit suicide by allowing water into their lungs, because it is actually a conscious act of breathing underwater. And so they committed suicide. It still is astounding to me that people, like, whether they're vegan or not vegan, I see posts on people's pages showing animals that are captive that are cute. Oh, look how cute this is. Look how cute that is. Oh, look, they're feeding this baby. They're feeding this baby tiger cub. Isn't that cute? And we all need to know better. And I'm talking now to the adults that have the money to financially reward the jailers, the abusers, and the exploiters. Every zoo is a prison. Every aquarium is a prison. I don't care if they have what species they have. If those beings that are used to the ocean and freedom can't get out, it's a prison. There's no excuse for it. And yes, I think the industry is tanking. I don't think it was just out of the goodness of someone's heart that owns the largest marine mammal company that keeps animals captive agreed to release Lolita. I think that person was up against the wall, because they realized that public opinion has swung against orcas being in captivity. And it's swinging for dolphins. I'm here to say it needs to swing for everyone. Everyone, every individual. And many other countries in this world, it's illegal to keep dolphins in captivity. And circuses, same thing. And zoos. There are countries. I mean, I remember the shock that people expressed, shock and outrage, when the zoo in Denmark killed the giraffe and fed the giraffe to the lions. They were like, "Oh, how shocking, how shocking." Well, who do you think you're dealing with? You think you're dealing with someone that really cares for animals if they've got them in a jail cell? Would you do that to your dog? No. So yes, there is a lot of speciesism that we still need to tackle, even in the animal rights movement. I mean, we are not all, you know, blameless or completely in touch. And I'm not saying, oh, listen to me, listen to me. I'm asking you to just Google giraffe Denmark kills, Google captivity dolphins abuse. And I've seen the reports firsthand that of all the deaths of the dolphins that are captive in the United States. And so many of them are because they've just given up. They've just given up. Why stay alive? It was a miracle that Lolita stayed alive as long as she did. It really did. Now, however, it isn't all doom and gloom. The good news is that when I go into schools and talk to students, the majority of them know instinctively, no matter how old they are, that it's absolutely wrong to keep animals captive. And I don't just go in there and start preaching about dolphins in the oceans and you should do this and you should do that, because that's not the way to reach people. I'm talking to you here today as I would a colleague, as someone that is with me in the fight to stop jailing wildlife. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt to know that I'm not preaching to you, that I'm asking you if you would consider, if you do post images of animals who are captive or so-called cute baby animals, and of course they are cute, at zoos, realize that the reason the jailer is feeding a bottle to that baby is because the baby's mother wants to kill the baby as soon as they're born. Why would a mother want to kill their baby as soon as they're born? Is that because they want that baby to live in the same jail? That's the answer. So I'm speaking to you today as a colleague or anyone that is watching. When I go into schools, depending on the age, I will go at the subject from a different perspective. Not quite so direct, let's say, because I want to inspire people to think of their own answers when I'm doing a presentation. So, and to discover from my lesson plan what is happening, and so they can make their own conclusions. So, but a lot of times people need to be entertained as well as taught. I like to be entertained. So that's another reason I don't go at it so, directly. And one of the ways I entertain is through my books. The 6th book is due to come out, and this is Veganza, Animal Heroes, which has a mermaid that is a superhero, vegan, of course, and Freedom and Veganza. And in this book, Lolita gets rescued by the heroes, and this is a what they call a graphic novel, which means that it has like a illustrative instances of it, like certain. And I'll show you the page where Lolita gets rescued, thanks to the help of Freedom, who is the flying superhero, and he and birds band together to rescue Lolita, and they bring a rubber sling to put her in. And this book is for teens and up, and there's multiple rescues that take place, and this was the page where Lolita goes back to her family. And the more that public opinion demonstrates by not giving any money or any attention to people who keep captive wildlife, the more likely that that last picture that we saw becomes truth, becomes a reality, rather than a wish in a book. So, and people are, that's not that big of a stretch, because on the plane ride home last night, I was sitting beside two people that were showing me about wildlife that they saw in Africa and how they love that wildlife, but they never actually thought about zoos before. They actually were sort of thinking, oh, the elephants are beautiful here, and the elephants are beautiful here. And when I mentioned it, I could see the faces change. I thought, oh, I'm going to be shut down here. But then I saw the realization, because I said what I say to the students. I said, this is what I say to students who ask that very same question, because they said, but are zoos all right? And so I answered the same thing. Well, how would you like to stay in this room? How would you like to stay in this plane and never leave for the rest of your life? Well, then I could see that, oh, wow, because putting someone in someone else's place is called what? Empathy. And that's exactly what I teach, empathy, since 1980. And that's the Veganza animal hero that I portray in the books and in presentations and in a soon-to-be music video. That is her secret power. Whoops, is empathy. And she freezes any cruelty that may be happening, and the perpetrator freezes, and she goes up close to the perpetrator and she gives an idea that help animals. And then the perpetrator wakes up and then helps animals instead. And her cohort, Courage the Mermaid, this was a book that I wrote. I actually wrote of it in like 2000 and I can't even remember, years ago. And here she is. Oops, can you see that? Yeah. So I want to show you this. So that's how I encourage people, younger people and teens and so on, to think, to have empathy, really. I mean, people do have empathy. So what's wonderful is that once something is pointed out, they automatically can put themselves in that situation. They're like, oh my gosh, how could they feel like that? How must that feel? So I'd like to show you just one of the characters that came to Los Angeles with me, one of the Veganza animal hero characters, and that we're doing the music video with, which will reach people through music. So we're reaching people through music, magic, story, and costumed characters. So here's this video for that. Thank you, Rebecca. Oh, not that one. I don't know how that came. Next one. What happened? That is so weird. Let's go to the next one. On your email that I sent, it should be, that's right. Go down, down, down. Keep going. Oh, maybe I sent the wrong one. Can you, let me just have a look here. Yeah, perfect end video 253. Actually, we could look at this one, or we could, okay, we could look at this one and then go to that next one. Thank you. Or go to the one I sent, 253, perfect end. Whichever, it's up to you.
And I've had dreams where I could like picture big, some sort of a lift to just that little bit over there.
What a spectacle the night sky displayed as Viganza and at least 50 pelicans all dived towards Lolita's cement tank. Lolita looked up, alone in her tank for so very long. She raised her head and dared to think, could this be it? Could this be my rescue at last? In one unified swoop, the pelicans dove under Lolita, securing the sturdy rubber sheeting in place. Freedom marshaled the strength of the air. 1, 2, 3, all together now, whispered Viganza. And with one big swoosh, Lolita was lifted out of her prison for the first time in 52 years.
Thank you again for helping me with that. And that 253, I have another one. And someone asked who the wonderful artist is. Well, Monique Martinez did this one. It's just beautiful. And so the Viganza Animal Heroes series, which is soon to be 3 in a series, and this is the teen, and then this is the children's. And that was Monique's voice on that last video. And she's an amazing artist. And she actually, now nobody's really seen this hardcover before because I only have 2 copies. It's very new, but it is on Amazon. And she did this one. There's a Cow in My Dreams. And it is so beautifully illustrated. And she has never had an art lesson in her life. Can you believe that? She's like amazing. And this is absolutely beautifully illustrated. And these sort of books and stories and films, which I do, really bring people towards the message. You know, it opens their hearts. It's hard to be hard when you're listening to, this is a rhyming book. There's a cow in my dreams telling me all is not what it seems. He looks at me with his big brown eyes. Olivia, I'm here in your dreams for you to realize they took me from my mom and ignored our cries. There's a cow in my dreams telling me all is not what it seems. The next night he returned with such a sad stare. He looked into my eyes, my heart began to care. The calf walked up closer, standing on a moonbeam. Why, I asked, are you here in my dreams? Little girl, he said, I dreamed of you first. You appeared to me in a brilliant sunburst. In my dreams, the whole world you did tell. And what did she tell? Go on Amazon right now to find out what my challenge, because I'm a storyteller but I'm not a bookseller and I'm not here to sell books. But what I am here to do is to get the message out in whatever capacity I can at the time. So that might be activism, that might be undercover videoing, that might be organizing protests, that might be educating. But what would really help if everybody on this call would put There's a Cow in My Dreams, write it down, go to Amazon and give it a good review. I don't even think you have to buy it to do that, because otherwise you could Google There's a Cow in My Dreams on Amazon and it doesn't come up. It's like 10th down and all these other things that have nothing to do with a cow in the dreams. One of them is actually There's a calf in my freezer or something. So help me get that There's a Cow in My Dreams up there on those rankings, by doing that. I hope that you do. I see there's 25 participants. Well, I've already done it. So if there could be 24, oh my gosh, that would help so much to bring that up, So what I'd like to do is quickly show you one of the characters, and I really want to thank the person who plays this character, Sky Bison, who is a vegan actress and vegan model. And she and Corinne Sutton, who's a vegan professional bodybuilder, and Free Bison, who is the vegan rapper. Look him up, Free Bison. We all just came back from Los Angeles filming for the rap music video, which you're going to see soon. And they also helped with the Animal Hero Awards and all the presentations for the kids. And this is just like one character that is actually the most popular character you can imagine with the kids. All of the girls, just like, we had this one thing where everybody, you can fly with the heroes and with your own capes, because we give out capes after our programs. We bring vegan food with the Veganza Vanza, and we said, okay, now fly with the heroes, fly with freedom, fly with Veganza. And all of the girls got up and just surrounded Courage the Mermaid. She couldn't like lift a foot. It's like, and then the fact that Courage the Mermaid is telling them that my sea creatures friends want to be free, they're not going to forget that. So here's the short video. Thanks to Rebecca Allen's tech savviness.
Thank you, Susan. I'm going to share the screen and let you help me. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble picking out the right one. So let's look.
It was at 2:53 that I sent it. And I think, yeah.
Okay.
On your email. So that might be the easiest way to do it, is to go on the, oops, see, there I go again. Through the pandemic, when I first started talking on these Zooms, everyone started with my nose like over here.
Oh, I see it now. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I'm still here.
Meet the real first vegan mermaid. Disney may have made a big splash at the summer box office this year with the live-action release of The Little Mermaid, which has taken over $500 million worldwide. But did you know the first vegan mermaid depicted in an adventure story is Courage from the Veganza Animal Hero picture book and the Veganza Animal Hero claymation? Courage is embodied by the beautiful vegan actress Sky Bison. See her here in full costume being interviewed on the beach this summer. The Veganza Animal Heroes characters come alive to present engaging programs and distribute free vegan fare. When the Veganza Vanza pulls up, you know fun and kindness have arrived. Book a free summer camp program by going to the website here.
Okay, look at that message from Amit. Am I pronouncing your name right? Did you just see that
Amit.
message? Sorry, Amit.
Amit. No,
Amit.
that's fine. Amit. Yeah. I just got it.
So that was very nice. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. We definitely need more help from people to get the message out. I'm in there. Really, we are in there, me and the Veganza Animal Heroes now. I have a team. I have a team that goes into schools that no matter how old they are, we have a program customized to their interest. And what's really wonderful is Freedom, Corinne Sutton. We were at the Dublin SPCA summer camp. We were on what was great was we were on the Dublin Live News front page, the world's first vegan superheroes come to Ireland. And there were students at the back that were like, guys that were like, I say guys now because I live in America, boys that were about 11 or 12, maybe 11. And all the other kids were putting on their capes because we were at the point where we run around and then we have vegan lunch after. except them, those two are sort of hanging back thinking, oh, I don't, And then Corinne Freedom looked at them and said, hey, if I'm 36 years old and I'm wearing a cape, you can too. And that gave them permission to wear their cape. And that also, what that did is more than just that wearing a cape, it also gives them permission to be macho and kind. That is so important. Here is this vegan professional bodybuilder who's very charismatic and engaging and so popular with everyone wherever we go. And yet he's vegan. And yet he helps other animals. So we go into the schools as a whole package, really. And now with the vegan wrapper, Free Bison, well, I mean, you can't be a 16-year-old that is into music and not like rap, really. So we're meeting them at their interests, and I'm innovating to create a program that sparks empathy where none might be, or gives permission to be kind to all animals and to be proactive. And it's really, I'm sure we all have heard about horrible cruelty perpetrated by everyone, no matter how old they are. But then we've also heard these amazing stories where they might be a whistleblower. Like one of my books, The Animal Hero Kids Voices the Voiceless, is almost 300 pages of stories like that, where one of the boys was a whistleblower, where his friends were being cruel to piglets, and he rescued those piglets. I don't know if we have time to tell you quickly, and I know piglets aren't necessarily in the ocean, but I'll tell you really quickly.
You do have time. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. They were using the piglets for paintball practice. His friends. He was 17, and one of the piglets was blinded, and they were going the next weekend to do the same thing. And what he did was he got those piglets and found a sanctuary that would take the piglets in Gainesville, Florida. And then he ended the abuse of those piglets. Still to this day, they don't even realize that it was him, who it was, that was the whistleblower. And when I tell that story, then the people listening, the other students listening, realize that they could do the same thing. So that's what it's all about, really, is spreading empathy in a massive, epic way. And I started out by saying how you can help. You can help get the word out that we have these free programs that are never a charge. We give out the books for free. Here's the Animal Hero Kids Voices for the Voiceless book that won a Skipping Stones Honor Award for diversity from the Youth Diversity magazine. And you can see how thick it is. Oops, never know how this stuff goes. There we go. And if people can find out that we have these free programs, we may not have a large budget for advertising, and sometimes you hear more about the organizations that do have a budget for advertising or do pay social media like a lot of money to get their message out. But we're at a point where we really do need your help, because I could be writing these books, creating these stories, films, music videos, offering these programs on a larger scale, reaching more, if the people in the community would yell from the rooftops that we have this, post it on your page, let more people know about it. You can see how technically savvy I am. It's not necessarily, and we don't have a big budget, but here's the piglet that's rescued. There's that story I just told you. See? So it's a full color book too. So if anybody is good at IT, we need another website for the Be an Animal Hero, SEO, which I do know what it stands for, but that's it. And because you can't just go from, we're always Animal Hero kids. We always said we have an Animal Hero crew that's around the world. If you went on our website, animalherokids.org, and clicked on Animal Hero Crew, you'd see all of the people who are helping animals of all ages, really, but they're youth. So we'll always have an Animal Hero Kids arm, because when I go into the schools, that's what the students want to hear about. They want to hear about people who are like them, that are doing amazing things, that did amazing things, maybe unplanned sometimes, and or planned. And if they want to plan it, then in that same book, they learn how to create a school club, how to write a news release, how to organize a protest, how to speak to your commissioner. What we are doing is we're giving the tools to youth to become forces for other animals. And it works, but I need your help to make it work more. To get the message out that we are doing this work, and it's unique. There isn't anyone else doing this sort of innovative, interactive programming. And I emigrated into this country of the United States under the extraordinary person in my field category that's reserved for Olympic athletes, because of the history I have that's groundbreaking, innovative education programs that absolutely engage youth. And we had interactive dramatizations. I created that where the kids dress up as the animals. So we had for years one that was Lolita, and the kids dress up as Lolita's family, and dolphins and an octopus and different creatures of the sea. And I had a backdrop all painted, and then I would narrate, and they would role play Lolita being returned to her family for their class. And I would interject song in there. We had a day in the life of a jungle family, which was primates in the jungle, that someone was trying to steal a baby one for captivity. And we sang, the students, like children, would go to sleep with their family under big leaves. I would bring in from outside Florida, big leaves. They would sleep under the big leaves. We'd sing In the Jungle, the Quiet Jungle, that song as everyone's sleeping, all the kids. So it's very interactive. And I don't believe I know that I have the answer to stop cruelty to animals, to stop animals from being captive. And that is to use my programs and stories and get it out to the larger world. And really, only you all can help me do that. And because there does need to be an animal hero world. How are we going to close down SeaWorld without an animal hero world? And that's our goal, is to have all the people go over to the animal hero world, meet the Veganza animal heroes, enjoy vegan food. So if there is anybody watching that has access to those sort of resources, somebody had said to me, I don't know why you keep saying that. You've been saying that for years, and you haven't accomplished it. You don't have the money. If you're a millionaire, yes, you could say that. So why do you keep bothering? Yeah, I keep bothering because I have the answer. Imagine if you had the answer to stop all war. So I have the answer to stop animal cruelty. So I'm never going to stop asking for help to create an animal hero world. It needs to be in Orlando, right beside SeaWorld, but with better food and no captive animals and better rides and a water park that's Courage the Mermaid. So the more you help me get that message out, the more I'll be able to accomplish that. The more we will be able to accomplish that. So are there any questions? We have 5 minutes left, I think.
That's so beautiful. Yes, please raise your hand if you have a question. I'm going to start. And first, I want to just say that your presentation is so impactful. I mean, there was a point where I was just teared up and I couldn't even look at my notes. But
thank you.
I wanted to ask you, and I don't know if others have the same question, but when you're in the classrooms and you're talking to future animal heroes who are learning about your mission, does the subject of veganism come up, or the subject of eating animals? How does that happen?
Well, you've heard that there's a cow in the room saying, well, there literally is a cow in the room when I'm doing it. One of the costume characters is Ronnie V. Cow, and it was very expensive, almost $1,000. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, we have a video on our well, if you went to the webpage, animalherokids.org, on the homepage, if you scroll down, you would see that. So I have a Rocky Raccoon and Ronnie V. Cow. And then I say, no matter how old they are, so Ronnie V. Cow's middle name is V. Who can guess what that stands for? So I am not necessarily bringing it up. They are. And then, you know, I was in Palm Beach, very wealthy school, and I asked that question and someone said vodka. But it's, and then I was in a school in Santa Monica and someone said virtual, but generally they say vegan. And then they say, oh, so this teacher's vegan, or my friend is vegan. And then so next thing you know, we're talking about vegan. And I say, I'm being vegan since 1985. And they're like, 1985, you're old. You're really old. You know, that kind of thing. So it brings in, and then Ronnie V. Cow whispers to me, because you can't really talk. And I say, what did you say? What did you say? Oh, yes. Oh, Ronnie V. Cow says he loves vegans. You know, why do you think he loves vegans? Because, so they're answering the questions. And I don't go in there with, you got to do what I want you to do, look, you know, all that kind of stuff. I inspire them with stories. And, you know, the wonderful thing, the hopeful thing for me is that when I'm telling those stories, the elementary school students, I like to do school assemblies for a number of reasons. It reaches a lot more. Plus, it becomes more important because it's a school assembly. Remember when we had school assemblies, it was important.
Yeah.
And then they also clap and cheer exactly the same amount. No, exactly the same level, no matter what species of rescue story. They clap and they cheer. We just filmed at Muse Global School our Be an Animal Hero presentations to acknowledge bravery and determination, and the Vegans Animal Heroes were there. And wait till you see the video that comes out of that. Talk about clapping and cheering. So the good news is that they are right there. They want this. They want to see animals not harmed. They want to be heroes to animals. And when I go into schools, I'm just giving them things for free. So that's what I'm asking everyone today to do, is to help me continue to do that. Help me give those things for free. I would like to be at a point where I come in and the kids keep the capes after.
Yeah.
And they go home and they say, look at my cape, I'm an animal hero. I can't give away, like, you know, thousands of capes each year. That's not good. But you know, with more of a budget, I could. Yeah, absolutely. So it's all positive. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I have two questions. One is one of the million vegan grandmothers who are going to come on later this afternoon has been told by the principal that if she mentions anything more about veganism, she's going to cut her off from communication from all other. She's one of the grandmothers of one of the children, and so the question would be: how do you deal with that? The second one is, and this is all about me. I have a 16-year-old granddaughter, loves animals, and I don't want to be a nag, but if you could suggest one thing for me to share with her, because I don't want to keep badgering her with, this information, that information. But so there's my questions.
Okay, here's her whatever she celebrates. If she celebrates, whatever holiday, winter solstice,
Yes.
Christmas, Hanukkah, here's her present right here.
Thank you. Yeah.
And it's good for her age. Now there is that. I also go to group homes, and there is a foster group home teen in it that meets the heroes, and she's there because of domestic violence. So it also touches, of course, on being kind to people, because we're all animals. So if you want to go to our website, then this is a perfect holiday gift.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then we're in the process of the Veganza Animal Heroes Guide to Save Animals on the Earth. And every book has a vegan recipe section, so it does it in a way where we're talking about how vegan, why vegan. That is, okay, they just read about the heroes rescuing animals. Now they're going to read how they can be a hero. So it's in a way that is not like you do this, you do that. And as far as the being told not to, that's why I'm a humane educator. I'm a humane educator, and there was at one point people wanted to come in and volunteer, and one time I did make the mistake of having somebody come and talk, not instead of me, but with me, that blurted out, "And don't kill fish." And I'm like, I cannot believe you just destroyed this whole thing.
The trust.
That isn't so. That person never came back, and I learned my lesson. Like, you're the one that's been doing this for 43 years. You know exactly what to say. Now, the animal heroes that come in with me, they're gold. They're gold. I feel like I've been like rejuvenated at the hope that I have with these characters and their ability to reach in a non-judgmental way. These children together, the Veganza Animal Heroes, out of the book and in the costume, like amazing. So as far as the vegan grandmother that you were talking about, then she needs to gift to the school library without saying the word vegan, though I always say the word vegan, but I say it in helping all species of animals. So I'll say, here's all species of animals that are being helped, and it also has vegan recipes in it. So that's how I say it. I say it in a way that I'm giving them something,
Thank you.
Susan, I'm so sorry to say that we're out of time, but I'm not surprised. You have so much to share, and I thank you so much for joining us. I would encourage you to take a look in the chat and to encourage us, whatever you can put in the chat that will help us to help you. That would be so great.
Terrific.
So, thanks again.
Follow Animal Hero Kids. Be an Animal Hero Kids on Instagram, Facebook, like all those things. That would be good.
Okay. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all,
Thank
for
Okay.
with all that technological stuff.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Susan. So let's call up Lisa Levinson. There she is. Lisa, sorry to be a little bit late, and let's get going with your presentation. Can we help you in any way?
Okay. We're so excited to be here. And actually, if we could bring Judy on, that would be
okay. We'll bring Judy on.
She and I are going to be.
I'll do a little bit of an introduction then, okay?
Sure.
Okay. So let's bring Judy up, and then I'll proceed. Hey, Judy.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see everybody.
So welcome you all to the 15th Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, VCOP15. And I'm Allison Hamju with Climate Healers. I'm here to introduce you to Lisa Levinson and Judy Carmen. And They will be guiding us through the coalition's Sermon Contest Award ceremony. As I understand it, there will be 2 $500 prizes awarded to people who have delivered the best sermon or spiritual presentation on our responsibilities to non-human animals. Okay,
Yes.
so excellent. We can't wait to hear about what's happened and who the winners are. Take it away.
Yeah, this is a big day. This is the day that Lisa announces who the winners are. I'm going to just talk a little bit before she does about the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, which is a group that Lisa and I co-founded together. And we've been around for a while, and she's going to give more details about what we do. But we were inspired to have a sermon contest. And so we went ahead and did that. And what we did is we asked religious, spiritual, and lay contestants to send us their presentations that they had given either live or online before a religious, a spiritual, or community group between the dates of June 30th, 2021 and December 31st, 2022. So, and then, so we got some great submissions, which made it extremely hard to decide, but we were finally able to do so. They came from various backgrounds and wisdom traditions, and they applied in 2 different categories. One was how your faith practice supports a vegan lifestyle. And then the second one category was how your faith practice embraces compassion for all animals. And so, and the $500 award will be given, I mean, there's 2 awards, and they'll be given to the 2 winners today that Lisa's going to tell us about. We want to definitely thank the Unitarian Universalist Animal Ministry, which is UUAM, for giving us this great idea to have this contest. They've been doing it for years, and it's been a great thing for them, and they have actually paid for one of the $500 prizes. We also got a lot of help from Shemayan, the Jewish Animal Advocacy Group, which is one of our members. People are searching for answers to the dire challenges faced by humanity, animals, and the earth, and spiritual leaders around the world are being called to assist in the greatest spiritual transformation of humanity that we're witnessing right now, and that Silas brings us together to talk about and witness every 3 months. So the Interfaith Vegan Coalition joyfully honors the faith and lay spiritual leaders who did submit their life-affirming voices to the sermon contest. Thanks to all who entered. And now Lisa will tell us more. Take it away, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Judy. Well, hi, everybody. I'm a campaigns director for In Defense of Animals and also the co-founder of the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, which we call IVC for short. That's my cat, Munchie. And In Defense of Animals, we started the Interfaith Vegan Coalition to help animal activists and spiritual leaders to bring vegan values to spiritual, ethical, and religious communities. And our coalition provides faith-based tools, and which you can find on our website, to help all faith and secular wisdom traditions to practice the ideals of nonviolence, loving kindness, and harmlessness towards all animals. And the coalition is growing. It's actually composed of 45 member organizations. We have 4 allies and 1 partner organization that we're really thrilled to work with. And we all work together in harmony for a common cause. So we offered this sermon spiritual presentation contest to help to spread the message of compassion for all beings far and wide. The award recipients presented more inclusive perspectives on our relationship with our animal neighbors. And we hope that these interfaith sermons will help people all around the world to include domestic, farmed, and wild animals in their circles of compassion. So we're really excited to announce the winners in both contest categories. And the first is award goes to Dr. Will Tuttle, and he won the award in the vegan category, which is how your faith supports and encourages a vegan lifestyle. And we also, the second award went to Timothy Verrett, who won the award in the Compassion for All Animals category. And that one describes how your faith embraces compassion for all beings. And both award recipients will be honored today for their inspiring sermons. So I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to try to share my screen here and to show, first thing I'd like to do is show the award certificates. And then I'll show a little video with some like a compilation of both of them. And then the full videos of the sermons you can access through one of the web pages that I will put into the chat. So here we go. First thing, I'll just do just so you can see the sermon certificates. They're pretty neat looking, but hopefully you can get to that. Let's see. Here we go. So I wanted to share these with you because I thought they would be kind of neat looking. And hopefully you guys are seeing this. Maybe let me know if you are, if you're not.
Yes, we're seeing it. Yes.
You are? Okay, fantastic. So here is the award that went to Timothy Verrett. You can see the graphics here. And then I will also show the award that went to Dr. Will Tuttle. So hopefully you can see that there. And then I'm actually going to stop the share for a moment and then restart it with this video. So fingers crossed, we'll go ahead with that. Okay. Clicking all the right buttons to make sure that you guys can see this, and hopefully you'll be able to hear it and everything. All right, so I'm going to make sure we go to the screen. Hopefully this is a good.
I think this is one of the things that Jesus emphasized over and over again. He said, and also Charles Emerald Fillmore, that how we live our lives makes a difference. That our prayers are mental, but they're also how we live our life is also a prayer.
I think Jesus and all the great spiritual teachers have encouraged us to love nature, love animals, love all of creation. And I think that's one of the great wounds in our society that we all endure, is being raised to harm them. And one of the greatest ways we can bring about a society of freedom and peace and harmony is to follow these teachings and to respect animals and nature and treat all beings with kindness.
Psalm 36:6 states, "You, Lord, preserve both people and animals alike." The King James Bible Dictionary defines the word preserve as to keep or save from injury or destruction, to defend from evil. In this verse, we are being told that God cares about the well-being of both people and animals equally.
Together we can transform our world.
Wonderful. Well, I hope that you enjoyed that video compilation. It's nice to be able to get a taste of what the messages were. And we're just excited to bring these to you through In Defense of Animals put together those videos for us.
That was just beautiful, Lisa. They did a great job putting that together in such a short little time. And I love that Will's piano music was in the background. That was just so lovely. So I am honored at this time to be the one to congratulate Dr. Will Tuttle for winning the award in the vegan category. Dr. Tuttle is author of the international bestseller, The World Peace Diet, which many of you, I'm sure, have read. If not, you must. It has been published in 17 languages. He's also a recipient of the Courage of Conscious Award and the Empty Cages Prize. He's also the author of several other books on spirituality, intuition, and social justice, as well as the creator of online wellness and advocacy programs. A vegan since 1980 and former Zen monk, he is featured in a number of documentary films, the co-founder of the Worldwide Prayer Circle for Animals, which you can find on Facebook. He is a frequent radio, television, and online presenter. With his spouse, Madeline, a Swiss visionary artist, he has delivered literally thousands of lectures in all 50 states and in 50 countries. Will and Madeline will be leaving on their next Compassion tour very soon. He can tell us about that, and you can find his schedule on worldpeacediet.com and willtuttle.com and see if maybe he's coming through your area. So I'm going to turn it over to Will so we can hear from him. Will?
Yes, if you...
All right. Thank you so much, Judy. I'm here. Somebody has to let me into the...
If you can turn on your camera. There you are.
Yeah. All right. Good. So thank you, everyone, for the many efforts you're making. And it's an honor to be with you and to share in this beautiful moment, this award that really, I want to say, first of all, that my wonderful wife, Madeline, who you mentioned, is equally part of the ministry that we're sharing together to help bring liberation for animals and humans, because we're all interconnected in this whole thing. So she's right here and also feels grateful for the award. And so I guess I'll just say a few things because, the whole idea from my point of view in writing the World Peace Diet and all the, like you say, thousands of lectures, is to really celebrate the good news that all of us human beings have been given this wonderful gift of a physical body that does not require any animals to be imprisoned and killed and mutilated and all this terrible suffering that they go through in order to thrive and celebrate our lives on this beautiful and abundant earth.
And the wound that I mentioned earlier really is that we are born into a society where this has been going on for 10,000 years. And so we're all indoctrinated into the mentality of seeing animals, especially so-called farm animals or farmed animals, cows, pigs, and chickens, and other animals, fishes included, as merely objects to be eaten and commodities to be exploited. And so, as I really emphasize, not only in my talks but in the writings, when we do that to others, not only is it devastating to them, but everything we do to animals boomerangs back on us. It's called the law of as you sow, so shall you reap. If we plant broccoli, we don't get carrots and onions, we get broccoli. So we're raised in a society where we're planting seeds millions and millions of times every day of domination, exploitation, and oppression and injustice to other beings who have interests that are as important to them as our interests are to us. And we participate in that typically, unless we go vegan and make an effort to understand really what's going on behind the curtain. So as I know Judy knows, and probably some of you know as well, I've been traveling, and Madeline and I together have been traveling. We lived in an RV for 17 years straight, just on the road every Sunday at a church, bringing the message of compassion. And it was hard going. I mean, you know, we worked primarily through so-called progressive churches, especially Unity, also Unitarian churches, and religious science, which are now centers for spiritual living. And then also local vegetarian groups, vegan groups, and animal rights groups, and environmental groups, and peace groups, and social justice groups, and yoga communities, and whoever will listen to this idea. And one of the things I realized, of course, is that there's a tremendous resistance to this. And so after my reputation got somewhat established in Unity, and I started more and more feeling the urge, and this is going back way probably to 2000 and early 2000, 2001, 2002, or even the late 90s. I was bringing this message, and some people came up to me afterwards with tears in their eyes saying, finally, someone's talking about this in church. No one ever talks about it. And other people would literally go out of the sanctuary and slam the door so everyone could hear it. and I thought, oh God, you know, so, and then I would get these emails from ministers when I asked to come and speak at their church saying, sure, you can come and speak about your meditation and healing and love and compassion, but don't say anything about animals and don't say anything about vegetarianism or veganism, because that's something we really don't talk about. And so it's been quite an adventure, I have to say. And one of the things that I'm really happy about is writing the book, The World Peace Diet, which really went very well in terms of sales and going worldwide. And so that has been a big help, because people would like my talk and then they would buy the World Peace Diet after the service. And then when they got home and they're going, oh my God, I didn't know I was buying this. But hopefully it planted seeds. And I have actually, when we return to churches, very often, almost every time we go, there's someone comes up to me and said, you know, the last time you were here, I bought the World Peace Diet and I went vegan. And so it's really heartening to hear that people actually read it and go vegan, and who probably wouldn't know about that. So I think it's really important to just remember that everything we say does make a difference, that we can go through our lives. And my whole idea is that I don't try to change other people, because to me, that's in a way a form of violence. If someone came up to me and wanted to change me, the natural, healthy response is to fight back and defend ourselves, because
that's up.
You know, it's really not the way to work. But what we can do is we can plant seeds. And I think when we plant seeds and we're living our lives in alignment with that, with the seeds that we're planting, then people can take it in. And that's really the spiritual path. And I think the idea of vegan spirituality really is the most important idea on the planet right now, because it's bringing together the two great powers of spirituality, which is awakening, to the underlying truth of the interconnectedness of all life, that there's one life living through all of us, that we're all related. And so even though we're taught in our society that we're separate and we have to compete with each other and the strong dominate the weak and so forth, we're really taught that through the economic system, political system, and in general, that there's an underlying wisdom tradition that questions that. And veganism, as we all know, is really another word for ahimsa, the ancient Sanskrit word that means nonviolence. And these two go together because violence towards others always breaks down that basic reality and understanding that we're one life living through all of us. So kindness, compassion, and caring are natural products of spiritual awakening. And veganism can lead to greater awareness, and greater awareness should lead more toward veganism and ahimsa. And so I'll just close. I'm not sure how long I'm supposed to talk here, but I'll just say maybe one more couple things, maybe just briefly. I've been so involved in religion, and especially the more so-called aggressive brand types of religion. And even there, like at Unitarian churches, people get really furious when I talk about liberating animals, or Quakers, or all these people, because the idea is, well, we're humans, and we're humans, and we're made in God's image, and they're not, and therefore we're special, and our problems are much more important than their problems. And I really wrote the World Peace Diet to help us realize that if we're going to oppress animals, our problems are going to do nothing but grow and get completely out of hand, because virtually everything we're doing to animals boomerangs back, and we force them to live in polluted environments, and we get a polluted environment, and we force them into disease, and we get into disease. We force them into mandatory medical procedures, and we get mandatory medical procedures. All the loss of freedom and the domination of the weak by the strong boomerangs back, and we can see that happening. So what I've discovered really is that the three Abrahamic traditions, religious traditions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, really emerged out of cultures that had been practicing animal agriculture for quite a while. And so the thing about religion is that it has a conflicted loyalty. Right? There's two things that religion is really called to do. One is to promote spirituality. Great. And that's authentic awakening and kindness and compassion. The other calling that religion has is to support the culture that it's in. Right? A religion is an institution in a society, and it has to go along with and support that society. So if the society is basically a herding society where everyone's eating animal foods, you're never going to have a religion that really questions or opposes that. So that's been, I think, part of the problem, is that religion has been modified continually to try to somehow justify dominating, exploiting, and eating animals. And that's the tension we feel. And when we read the Bible, or when we go to churches and we hear people talking, and that's the tension. And the other traditions, it's interesting, like Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and many forms of Vedanta and other Hinduism and so forth, were basically emerging out of societies that were less dominated by herding. And so it was easier for them. Like when we say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, thou shalt not kill, everybody goes, yeah, that's human. That's nothing to do with animals. But if you say that in Buddhism, for example, or Confucianism, thou shalt not kill, that means all sentient beings. You don't kill anybody. And everybody knows that. So there's this fundamental difference. And I remember the feeling of when I would go over to China. We went multiple times to China and Taiwan, Korea, Vietnam, these Buddhist countries. And we would actually be promoted and even paid by the especially Buddhist and Confucian communities to spread the vegan message, and they would pay everything, and they would put us up in nice hotels and everything just so we could spread the vegan message. And I remember coming back to the United States and thinking, wouldn't it be great if all these Christian churches would just pay us to go out and spread the vegan message? It's like, what's happening here? Why isn't that happening? But, it's basically understandable, because the underlying, in China, the monasteries, the monks, and we spoke in quite a few monasteries to the general public, they're all vegan. That's how they are. They're not eating and when I was a Zen monk in Korea, It was a vegan community that had been practicing veganism for 750 years. There was no meat, dairy, eggs, wool, silk, leather, no killing insects. It was really in alignment with meditation, which is opening us to the oneness of all life. So to me, it's really incumbent upon us in the West to try to fertilize our religious traditions that have been also wounded by being basically raised in a herding culture to support herding animals, and go back to the original teachings of Jesus and back to the original teachings, I think, of the prophets, and the original teachings of Charles and Myrtle Fillmore, for example, in the Unity tradition, who really, I think when people wake up authentically, spiritually, their heart opens, and when they see other living beings, they don't have the yearning to harm them anymore, or they question. They say, "No, I'm not going to do that." They actually wake up out of that cultural program. And I think, quite honestly, so-called spiritual leaders or teachers who are still not questioning the abuse and routine killing and exploitation of animals and are eating them, that they should be called out, in a sense. I mean, we should be like talking about this and saying we should try to have more congruence between our teachings and our actions. And I think that's really, in many ways, one of the most important things we can do in religious and spiritual communities nowadays, is to really bring the potlucks and the food and the way what we're wearing and how we're living into alignment with compassion for other living beings who are getting ignored and are considered to be disposable in many cases. And yet, if you look carefully at the traditions and the scriptures, this loving God, for example, in the Western traditions, who loves all creation. So if we love God, we should love God's creation. If we love God's creation, then we don't abuse God's creation. And so really a sense of respect and kindness for animals, for ecosystems, for future generations, for all living beings is critical. And the other thing is, I remember when we went to the Confucian, one of the main communities in China, it was the same thing. They had the Confucian, the temple. It goes back, way back. It's not United Nations World Heritage Site. The main saying of Confucius that they had up was, "Do not do to others what you would not want to have done to yourself." That the universality of the golden rule is in all the world religions. I used to teach college courses in comparative religion, and it's so wonderful to realize that all religions agree on the basic teaching of the golden rule. They all have that as a fundamental teaching. So the whole idea is to have love for our neighbors, and we'd have to just include animals in the neighborhood, right? They're part of their neighbors. And so in this Confucian village, they were building a small city. I mean, it was big. They had schools and retirement centers and fields and everything. And it was totally vegan. Everything was vegan, even the agriculture. There was no bone meal or manure or anything. The whole idea was we live in respect for the elders and for nature and for children. So I think the good news is we do have these wisdom traditions that are in place as part of our human heritage of compassion for animals going back thousands of years. So we're not like starting something brand new. This is something we've strayed away from, and now it's time to come back and let go, really, of the lies that we're getting just completely swamped with through the media about everything, including what we should be eating, and take responsibility for our lives, take responsibility for our health, take responsibility for the quality of our consciousness and of our relationships. And remember, this is the last thing I'll say, that we're only on this earth for a short time. We're just here for a few short decades. While we're here, to do the best that we can, that the ripples that radiate from our life go out into the infinite web of relations and are a blessing and help others and uplift and inspire others, rather than merely going along with a program of exploitation and violence. And we can all do that in our own way and talk about it and support each other in doing that. So in closing, I just want to again thank the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and all of you who are attending, and all the wonderful efforts that are happening to help raise awareness about the consequences of animal agriculture to us and to animals and to all of us. and to go forth and multiply the message as best we can, because every day is a precious opportunity to do that. And there's no greater gift we can give to the world than to make an effort to understand these things and to share them with other people. So thanks everyone so much. And I'm very honored, and we look forward to working together. And we're just leaving on Saturday, so we're really busy packing and getting everything. We've got a food forest here with like 75 trees and all this. We have so much to do. But we're leaving on Saturday, and we're going basically just quickly Reno and Salt Lake City, Moab, and Denver, Boulder, Carbondale also, and Lawrence, Kansas, and St. Louis, and Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Cleveland, and then Washington, D.C., Virginia Beach, and then down like Raleigh and Asheville, that area, and then down to Wilmington, and Charleston and Savannah, and then into Florida. And we'll be in the winter, we'll be in Florida quite there, and then coming back the southern route through the southern states, Texas and Arizona and California. So if you're anywhere around there or you know people, we'll be doing dozens and dozens of lecture events, spreading the word, and happy to meet people. And we have a new book coming out also within the next month or so called Food for Freedom. It's a big book like the World Peace Diet, actually even bigger. And so that'll be coming before long as well. So much love to all of you. Thanks again for the honor. And we really appreciate the efforts you're making. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Will. And we appreciate your sharing some of the philosophy and what's behind your message. So we really appreciate that, and we support you on your tour. How exciting to be on your way. We also want to take some time to honor our second recipient, and he is Timothy J. Verrett, and he appeared in numerous stage productions as an actor and was nominated for a Falstaff Shakespeare Award for Best Supporting Male in his role as Iago in Othello. He wrote plays, poetry, and sonnets. He published works including the Denial Family Ingenting Spiritual Sonnets and a children's audiobook entitled Clarabelle Comes Clean. Timothy was a Christian, an animal welfare advocate, and believed that his purpose was to use his many creative talents to glorify his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It is my pleasure to introduce the lead pastor of Creation Care Church, Craig Wesco, who is here to accept the award on behalf of Timothy Verrett, who sadly passed away and was a devoted member of the church leadership team. So the physical award that I showed you a little earlier will be mailed to Timothy's parents, Geraldine and Michael Verrett. So if we could bring Craig up here, that would be fantastic. He's here right now with us. Thank you so much. Hi, Craig. Welcome to unmute.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so thanks everyone for having me. And I met Will Tuttle a few months ago when he was on tour. I got to see one of his inspiring speeches at his gatherings. So it's really nice to be on the same call as him. And I want to say on behalf of Timothy and Creation Care Church, just a few things about him. He was very devoted to the message of creation care. That's why he was one of the founding members of Creation Care Church, basically a coalition of ministries that have a faith component, but also a component of caring for all of God's creatures. And those were kind of the two things that he was most passionate about. And he would go around giving this talk, which was the presentation that was submitted. And he was kind of like a missionary. He would go to two different groups. He would go to animal welfare groups, like the Humane League and other organizations. He would give this speech to sort of show that there's also this faith component to being vegan and caring for animals. But then he would also give this presentation to churches and places of faith that don't understand the component of caring for all of God's creatures as well. So those were kind of the two things that he was most passionate about in his life. And so I think that this contest, the fact that he is able to win this contest and earn $500 for his favorite sanctuary, I think that that's a great way to sort of remember his legacy, and that his message is able to live on and able to do good work in the world even after his passing. So I just, on behalf of Creation Care Church, I want to thank you for selecting his awesome sermon, and for just allowing him to basically continue speaking his message even after his passing.
Well, thank you so much, Craig, for sharing your thoughts about Timothy. We really appreciate that, because you knew him well and collaborated with him. So thank you very, very much. We also want to take a moment to honor the recipient of the $500. So we're delighted that Diana Schaffner, who is the founder of Good Acres Sanctuary, who has joined our ceremony to accept the check, which will be mailed later, per the Creation Care Church Leadership's team's request. And the check will be mailed out by In Defense of Animals. For now, I'd love it if we could bring Diana on, who's with us, to share a few words.
Okay. Do I have to click anything, or is this all
You are
good?
good to go.
Hi, guys.
You are good to go. Hi, Diana.
It's nice. Thank you for having me on, and thank you very much for the award, in what Timothy's award to come to us. Well, he was here. This was shortly before the COVID began. I can't remember now what number of year that was. It seems like a long time ago. He had been a fan of Good Acres Sanctuaries for a long while before that. Of course, all through online, because we were literally like 1,100 miles or so physically apart. But then that one spring, he rented a car. He was determined he was going to come here, and he went through a lot of hoops and loops to make that work for him. And I'm so glad he did, because later that year he passed. And he got to be with all the animals for 3 days. He was here all day, every day. And so we spent a lot of good time together. And when we actually met face to face, it was like we had known each other forever, just because of our constant, well, not constant, but the long time of our being friends online, and a lot of thought exchange and so on. And then so it was a really close experience. And I don't know if you have a chance here on this call to share that photo that I had emailed you of him, that I took of him. And one of our cows, he had a specific or a special really draw to our cow Misty, who was blind. And unfortunately, she had just come to our sanctuary a few weeks before he arrived here for his visit. And then we didn't, of course, notice at the time she was very ill. And not very long after he left from his visit, we actually had to euthanize her. And now we have this picture of him being on his knees in the straw and kind of like cuddling her face, and now I'm looking at this picture and realize they are both gone. It's just incredible. So that's definitely like a very emotional picture. But other than that, I want to maybe second what was mentioned earlier about that we all can plant seeds. What we have really experienced here, and I've discussed this with Timothy a lot, and it touched him too. So we are physically located in what I refer to cattle country. Now we have cattle farms all over the place, our next door neighbor and everywhere else. And so when we first started here, when we first moved here to this property, we just had a whole bunch of rescued horses that we brought with us. But then we wanted to spread out and rescue other animals such as cows and, the traditional meat, food type animal. And I thought, we'll see how this will work out with what this will do to the relationship that we will have to our neighbors, And to my surprise, nobody ever said anything negative that we know of. In fact, we actually have a very, very open and close relationship to our neighbors. And even our next door neighbor, who is a very large cattle farm, he has been over at our place at vegan potlucks with his wife 3 times, and they just about wiped out our buffet. Yeah, and went back home. So it's a little bit of a unexpected, well, I guess very unexpected dynamic that has there is a way, like these people are ingrained in their way of life, of course, with what they do as a business in terms of making money by raising cattle and selling and slaughtering and also consuming. But then there is also something within them that sort of watches us, and they kind of embrace this. It's very, very interesting. And we have we have only 3 cows now, but the cows that we have been brought here by farmers that have each had some very unexpected, very emotional experience with a cow, and they really wanted to save the cow's life. And I'm always a little bit humbled when a cattle farmer, contacts me, and because there must be an internal hurdle in them. I'm thinking when they call, will they say, okay, will they be rude to me now on the phone, or will I be judged for what I do? But it's the need to help that animal rises beyond that expectation, this insecurity of what might happen. I find that very interesting. And so there is, I don't know if they will ever really change their ways, because, they make money off of the cows. And of course, that has a very big meaning in life, but still there is this basic goodness in people that we don't see when we just drive by their farms and we see all these massive amounts of animals. We go like, oh my God, here is a totally zero compassion kind of place. It is and it isn't, there is this. So anyway, I don't know what the answer to all this is and how to change it, but I just wanted to share this because it's something that did surprise me. When we started this, I anticipated that we would create some tension in our environment with the neighbors and all that, and the opposite has really happened. And in fact, I realized a few years into this, and I did not use the word ministry for what we are doing. I have realized from 3 different farms of neighbors that when they referred to us, they referred to this place, to the sanctuary, as a ministry. They didn't refer to it, those nutcases down there that rescue cows that should really be eaten or whatever. So there has been really, there's this duality, in these people. So I think this makes us maybe be able to have hope that this part that has this basic goodness in it, that we can, and like a seed, that we can grow it a little bit, hopefully. Anyway, that was something that also inspired Timothy very much. And that after he left here, he was so, his heart was so touched by everything that he experienced here that he was determined to move here, to uproot his life in New Orleans and move here. And of course, as we all know, this never happened. But had it happened, I believe that through his writings, the way he spoke, the kindness he had, the non-judgmental way he would approach people and speak and so on and reach out, it could have really worked wonders.
Wow. Thank you so much for letting us into your sanctuary and into the world and community that you've created there, and how much Timothy was a part of it. That's really inspiring in so many ways. And it also does show that you're doing incredible advocacy there, especially with the neighbors. And I did pull up that picture since you mentioned it. I thought I'll just share the screen real quick and then show you that picture she's talking about. See here if I can get to the right spot. Yeah, it is a very sweet picture. So I'll just show it through this right here, and you can see the image there of Timothy, and this is Misty, right? Misty the cow.
Exactly.
Blind cow. So I'm so glad that we're able to pull this up for everyone and show you their connection, and you can see how much they meant to each other. And actually, it is maybe no accident that they left together as well. So thank you for sharing your thoughts, Diana. We're so thrilled that you're here, and also that it's really an honor to be able to support the farm with that donation.
Thank you.
And yeah. So wonderful. Well, I guess right now we probably just have we have one more guest we'd like to bring up, and her name is Vanetta. I think she's joined us, Vanetta Calloway, and she's a member of our Interfaith Vegan Coalition, has an organization too, actually, a Committee of Consciousness and the Black Vegan Experience. And she was instrumental in some of these votes that we had with our committee. And also she had some really lovely things to say about Timothy's submission. So I thought we'd bring her on today. Hey, Vanetta, how are you? You might need to unmute. Let me get that. Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
At first, it wouldn't let me unmute. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate and just share in, I guess, the life and celebration of Mr. Timothy Barrett. Very grateful for that honor. I know it's not often that people think about you after you've left a legacy when it refers to our animal friends and the environment and each other in the way that we've shared about people and other sentient beings today. But as a believer in Christ, I understand how things have been misconstrued for so long, and that it takes each one of us to reach another person. And so when I had the opportunity to just listen to the different sermon contestants, we listen for the logical explanations, and we listen for those that are connected to our spirituality. And there's sometimes a heart connection with someone's language use, with their words, with everything that just speaks to your heart about the situation. And then so as I was listening to everything that Mr. Barrett was sharing, I felt like I was there with him. I felt like I was walking amongst him with all of the animals that were his family. I think he mentioned non-traditional family in his photos and in his slides. And I will share honestly that I did not understand how some of my brothers and sisters fought so hard with every breath that they had for our animal friends, until I actually came to the Parliament of the World's Religions, actually, Lisa, and partook in your Fantasia vision. And that's where God opened my heart to show me the same way that I am passionate about reaching people and educating them about veganism. It's the same way I have brothers and sisters that will actually give their lives for animals, because that is their passion, that is their ministry. And it's taught me a different respect for those that are vegan for that reason. And to just see and hear about his life and his legacy for caring for animals who don't have a voice, and why it matters for all of us. So my journey into veganism started with the Daniel fast, and it was through my Christian church that I actually partook in it. And of course, I've learned throughout the years that there are a number of, churches that do this collectively. And as I was listening to Dr. Tuttle speak, I was like, it makes a lot of sense as that we should share this from, the pulpit from each church. But we have to remember the fall and how many people have been blinded to the things and the nature of God from the beginning. Our origin story, in the garden, there was no murder. Not even with the animals. They didn't eat animals. They all ate plants. We all ate plants. We all loved each other. And then after, sin entered, things changed very quickly. And, unfortunately, when we went from, suffering when it came to finances and resources to having plenty and prosperity, greed comes in. And then here it is where people went from herding to actual farming and then factory farms. It was like the more we had, the more we needed to have. And that's not God. That's not his spirit. His spirit has always been for everyone to be cared for, to everyone to be stewarded. And I believe when Adam was created and given dominion, first man was not just the dominion, but also the stewardship of the garden. It didn't say anything about him taking their lives. And so it just resonates so much differently now. And I think it is just a blessing in disguise that he was able to speak and share and contribute to this cause before it was his turn to go home and be with some of his loved ones who left a little bit ahead of time. And so our daily bread is to die daily to flesh and to commune with God. And the more we commune with God and the more we reach people, meeting them where they are, we'll be able to spread this message with compassion, because sometimes we can be very passionate and lose that part. And we don't want to miss those pieces because, again, it's not a reflection of just us and God, but the people that we're speaking on behalf of now. And so thank you again for the opportunity. As a believer, as a Christian, I just want to make sure that I do my part. And I think one of the things that he had asked in his sermon was, what could Christians do? And it's each one reach one. One conversation, one hug, talk about your puppies, talk about, the cows and the pigs that are in the sanctuaries, because we're trying to spare their lives, why that's necessary. And the more that you continue to have a smaller conversation with each person in your community, it helps to build the village, it helps to bring the team together, and it begins to resonate. So thank you again for the time to let me share about Mr. Rhett and his life and his ministry, and condolences to him and his family, honestly.
Thank you, Vanetta. That was so eloquent, what you shared with us today. And I'm really grateful to you for speaking on behalf of Timothy. And then we just have a couple closing words, maybe from Judy and then from me. And
there we go. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to point out to everyone that Lisa posted in the chat the full sermons, the place where you can watch the full sermons. And so we really encourage everybody to do that, because both of them were just wonderful and inspiring. And there may be a way that you could share them also with others. So please do take a look at them.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Judy. Yes, you can go to the website. There are embedded YouTube links. You can share the links. You can share the web link. So either way, that's one of the main reasons why we did this. We wanted to spread this vegan gospel of compassion for all animals. And by doing this ceremony, by doing a media release and putting it on the website, we're hoping that people can share these talks beyond just today, so that more people can see them and relate and understand on their own levels why compassion for animals is so important to all of us. So I wanted to take a moment and thank everyone here today who joined us in this celebration. I want to thank all of the applicants, because there are other people who applied for this as well, and we're deeply grateful to them. And we will be sending them some of Judy's special animal peace prayer flags for their contributions. And we also want to thank the judges, because we did, those judges who were part of the Interfaith Vegan Coalition members and part of the committee. We couldn't have done this without them, to take the time to review all of the submissions. And so we also just want to thank everyone here for joining us today. And we're very grateful to everyone. Thank you so much. Sometimes we end this way. We say, Namaste, vegan love. So we bring all of that to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Judy. So I'm so happy to be able to present our next speaker. Can we bring up Liz Gary?
Hey, Allison, I'm here.
I see you.
You see me. Hello, everyone.
You are dressed for the occasion. Beautiful.
I've been ready. This has been worn before a few times. Save our seeds recipes.
There you go. I'm going to do a brief introduction, but I think we're ready to go, right, BJ?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the 15th Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, VCOP15. I'm Allison Hamji with Climate Healers, and I'm here to introduce Liz Gary. So ring a ship's bell. Liz is going to share her tofu butchery fresh cuts technique for creating an incredibly versatile, white, flaky, fishless fillet. And then she'll demonstrate how to build a beautiful vegan poke bowl. The catch of the day, organic tofu and seedless watermelon. Both recipes are from her upcoming book, Black Belt in Tofu. Today's plant-based, protein-rich alternative to meat, seafood, eggs, and dairy. Okay, Liz, let's go.
Awesome. Thank you, Allison. I'm so lucky to be a part of the Million Vegan Grandmothers, because I've made some of the best friends. And Allison is one of them. You know, one of the reasons we're here today is to really share concepts to help our communities go vegan. And Allison has been a real inspiration and leader in that, helping her community in Lima, Peru with vegan meals free to the community and supporting people that have the skills and talent to get the message out there. So that's what it's all about. It's about sharing the message. And I'm so glad to share with you today. Can I get a share screen opportunity to do a couple slides with you? Let's see, I'm going to try share screen here. Am I all good to go? Share. All right. Am I good here? Awesome. Okay. Well, I've been a vegan for about 12 years, 13 years. And I've been a foods educator for many years. But I worked in traditional food. As a matter of fact, I was even an educational consultant for the California Egg Commission before I knew how eggs were made. And I went to schools all over Southern California during the incredible edible egg campaign to get kids to eat more eggs. And now I'm showing them everything I used to do with eggs, I can pretty much do with tofu. So I got out of the food business and worked in education as a college recruiter and grant manager for 10 years, but my son came home with a vegan girlfriend and I almost went vegan overnight and decided I needed to get back into the food business again. So during COVID, I had been in our schools leading vegan cooking clubs, and I wrote about 8 vegan high school cooking club cookbooks. I wrote a church, Vegan Nights in the Church Kitchen recipe collection. I wrote a Vegan Fashion Week LA collection. I was doing all sorts of recipe collections, but I found that my files were too big and I didn't know what I was doing. So I went back to school and got a certificate in digital media. So now this cookbook in the publishing pipeline has been years in the making, but I've developed every recipe. I wrote the recipes, I did all the food photography, and now I'm doing all the publishing layout for it as well, and it's kind of fun. So I did have a background in tofu. We had a soy dairy here in San Diego for a few years, and I did some consulting with them. And this tofu was so exceptional. It was a Japanese tofu, and the soy milk, the organic soy milk, was curdled with nigari, or the minerals from seawater. And then it came in different levels of firmness: soft, firm, extra firm. But it's really rare to find. It's hard to find nigari tofu. Most tofu is curdled today with calcium sulfate, which is a food grade gypsum, and you need to press that tofu. So anyway, I have had lots of experience working with tofu and developing it, and I believe that every city should have a soy dairy. It is an outstanding business concept. With schools about to add soy milk to their menus, lots of opportunity, and the versatility is so incredible. So soy just happens to be one of the most abundant food crops on earth. The United States used to be a leader in producing soy, but Brazil has now taken that title. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, that's the Amazon being cut away to grow soy. Unfortunately, most of it's GMO, and the majority of it is grown to feed animals. We're using all this land and growing all this soy to feed animals to make milk and meat, when, oh, guess what? You can grow the soy, make it organic, and turn it straight into milk and meat. So that's what my goal is with this book, is to go out and talk to business leaders and soy producers. And I promised the million vegan grandmothers that will dedicate part of the proceeds from my book to help farmers go to organic soy farming. So here we go. Who's eating our soy? Cows are eating our soy. Pigs are eating our soy. Chickens are eating our soy. And even fish eat soy. Aquacultured fish are fed soy. Not all of them, I don't know, I can't confirm that, but soy, because it's one of nature's most complete food sources, is one of the most nutritious foods to raise these creatures, to turn them into milk and meat and flesh and eggs and everything. So it's just so exciting and fun to be able to have a food product that is so versatile and so nutritious. But let's not feed the animals to make milk and meat. Let's grow the soy, make it organic, and turn it into milk and meat. So soy, there are all kinds of rumors. I know people have objections to soy, but the truth is that there have been people eating soy for thousands of years, and proven, the China study, and in Asia, where people don't have the breast cancer and colon cancer and heart disease and diabetes like we have, up until they started introducing the Western diet. But it's been proven to be a healthful food source that is beneficial to your health, and you don't need to worry about the phytoestrogens. We need to get out into our schools and talk about soy just kind of the same way they had me doing it for the Egg Commission. The eggs had been studied and people were complaining about the cholesterol in eggs, so they went out and did an information campaign. And I understand it's all about business, but we have a business here, and that is to provide people with the best information we can and help them understand that soy is a nutritious food source. And if you're not going to eat the soy, you're eating it if you're eating meat and milk anyway, because the animals are eating the soy and they are the middleman, just converting that energy into flesh and milk. So my book, Black Belt in Tofu, is divided up into sections. There's an introductory section with about all the facts about soy and how it's made, and shopping for the different types. And I have a section called Fresh Cuts Tofu Butchery. And I've developed all kinds of awesome techniques, and I'm going to show you a couple of them today. These are the pages with some of the seafood techniques on them. Scallops are simple. You just take a small round cutter and punch out a little medallion. On the left page, on the bottom row, that is my tuna cut. oh, I make a tuna salad that's out of this world. You chisel cut a nice block of tofu, and then you use a masher to mash it up, and then you mix in all of your vegan ingredients to make a tuna salad. The middle picture is my clam cut. And what I do is I combine, again, a super fine chisel cut of tofu with the oyster mushrooms cut up into it, and it makes a beautiful clam chowder. Then on the bottom left, I have the quick and easy fish fillet sandwich cut. That is just a fringe cut triangle. I'm still playing around with my technique for this fishless fillet. Sometimes it takes multiple attempts to nail it, but I'm hammering it in pretty good right now. And the page on the right will be the technique I'm going to demonstrate for you here. It is a white, flaky fishless fillet. The second row on the bottom is a red, flaky fishless fillet. I was inspired by a mahi-mahi recipe for that one. So I'm going to cover that technique with you in just a second. Here's the recipe. If you want to take a quick screenshot, you've got it. This is the basic white, flaky fishless fillet. And I'm telling you, any chef anywhere can do this, and imagine the profit margins. Organic tofu is about $1.69 a pound. What is halibut or swordfish? I think it's up into $20+ a pound. Well, when we go on a break between recipes, I'd like you all, or maybe you can do it now, go ahead and Google a fish recipe, any fish recipe, and let's veganize it. I'd love to hear from you, and we'll veganize a recipe together. Because once you've got the technique down, you can veganize just about any fish recipe. I'm also going to be sharing a vegan poke bowl. We're going to have a vegan poke bowl, build your own poke bowl party right here. I'm going to show you how it's done. This is also a super awesome concept for restaurants, especially those that serve things like acai bowls. There's an acai place at the bottom of the hill where I live here, and I could just sit there and watch them all day. They build the most beautiful poke bowls with all sorts of cut fruit and sprinkled with granola and coconut shavings and everything. And I thought, well, why not double your business and spend your afternoons making poke bowls? So there is a poke restaurant down the street from here, but it's not vegan. I think this is also a great concept for a restaurant, and it's cost effective. And the protein in this dish is from a teriyaki tofu, but the fish is actually the marinated watermelon. So I slipped this one in the book. The protein there is from the tofu, but we're getting the flavor and the beautiful red color from the watermelon, the catch of the day here in this recipe. So my seafood section I call the turquoise belt. And believe it or not, this book is going to have a final exam where you can earn your own black belt in tofu and pass the exam. It's got a listing of different culinary competition ideas and concepts for sharing recipes in your community. And believe it or not, the Guinness Book of World Records, the vegan category, is pretty new and wide open. So I'm out there building the biggest vegan sub sandwich and the biggest vegan brat and having holiday cookie bake-a-thons. And I've got lots of ideas in my book for people to share these community events and get people taste testing and involved and enjoying the art of vegan cooking. So here come some of the recipes in my book. I've got a vegan ceviche. Originally, I learned how to do this. I have a bachelor's degree in Spanish, and I used to go down to Ensenada, Mexico, and studied Spanish just south of the border here, about 2 hours, in a fishing town. And the señora de la casa of our house made this ceviche for me with dried, textured soy. And she told me it was considered to be a poor man's ceviche. And I told her, well, now it's risen to heights of culinary greatness because you can have ceviche. It's so easy. I mix pico de gallo with either the rehydrated soy or tofu, finely crumbled, lots of lime juice, and serve it with some chips, maybe some some adobe cream on the side, chipotle cream, and you have it all again. And it's protein rich, and it leaves you satisfied. It's yummy. So Baja, Mexico is also known for their fish tacos. There's someone here in San Diego, maybe some of you have heard of Ralph Rubio. He made fish tacos famous. He went down to San Felipe, which is about 3 hours south of the border here, and tried his first fish taco. And he came back up here to San Diego and opened up a chain of vegan fish taco restaurants. So I want Ralph Rubio to know that we can have no fish tacos. I was down in Tijuana, which is just 30 minutes away from here, believe it or not. I used to ride my bicycle into Mexico and go down there to eat. It's that close. Their food down there is fantastic. And you know what? It makes my heart soar when I go down there and see the food, because they are going vegan and get it just as much as we do, maybe even more, because their Veggie Fest down there in Tijuana a few years ago was bigger than anything I'd ever seen. I was so impressed. And the chefs that showed up for their culinary demos, they were treated like rock stars. There were women holding their cell phones up with their cameras because they wanted to get images of these chefs that were sharing their recipes. And I did take a bus full of people down there and took them to the Veg Fest. It was quite a treat. And I'm so pleased to see people all around the world going vegan with heart swell rates of enthusiasm. It's awesome. So this no fish taco can be made with tofu, and it's a beer battered thing. So you can grill it as well. And I've got that in my recipe, but no fish tacos are just incredible. And again, the profit margins, if you put this on your restaurant menu, are phenomenal. Remember, tofu, $1.69 a pound for organic tofu, when fish is, in the double digits, quite expensive and causing so much harm to our oceans. There's my no clam chowder, chisel cut tofu, a little bit of oyster mushrooms, a creamy non-dairy base, simmered with some potatoes and celery and onion, served with some warm sourdough bread. You can have it all again plant-based. Then the crab cakes. We saw crab cakes yesterday. This is another version of crab cakes. I love them. I got tofu in those as well with a remoulade sauce on the side. Then the quick and easy fishless filet sandwich. What I do is I cut triangles, fringe cut them, use lots of lemon juice, grill them, and have a little tartar sauce on the side for the full fishless filet sandwich experience. Then the tuna salad, you can make it into stuffed heirloom tomatoes, make a sandwich, makes a beautiful appetizer on cucumber rounds. Super easy to make and fresh and delicious. No tuna is required. Here is my blackened mahi-mahi with a mango salsa on coconut jasmine rice. It's extraordinary and delicious, and people keep asking for more. It was served with a side of grilled pineapple. It was delish. Then this is the Spanish paella cooked on the grill, with information on how to cook your paella on the grill. Now in Mexico down here, they have a paella, world's biggest paella contest. And at the Veggie Fest in Tijuana, they had a paella that was like this big. So they've got the world record down there so far, but I would love to see some paella, like chili cooking contests, do a paella cook-off. Lots of fun. And what I do is I use canopy cutters to make shapes of tofu that are hidden in that paella. So the tofu, again, serves as the protein. You can also mix in the vegan sausages. It's all about the saffron. It's all about having the right pan to cook your paella in. And then I use a wood chip smoker box on the grill to have that aromatic smell of the wood in the air and flavoring the paella as well. Then you've got your scallops. These are miso glazed scallops and on udon noodles, super yummy and easy. Find any scallop recipe online and veganize it. Just get your tofu and a canopy cutter and grill them up and use the seasonings, and there you have it. Again, what are scallops a pound? Probably $25 a pound, and you're here at $169 a pound. So this is another one, lemon herb tofu scallops on risotto with wilted spinach and some crispy leeks on top. You could just, ooh, you can eat that and be so happy. It's like sunshine in your mouth on a cold day, a nice warm bowl of lemony risotto with the protein in the scallops. It's good stuff. Then, of course, you can always make veggie sushi. And oh, we have fun doing veggie sushi. I've done that in some classes. I teach Vegan Cooking 101 in our public libraries. And you know how I did that? I simply went into my local library, checked it out, saw that they had a kitchen, went to the head librarian and said, would you consider allowing us to teach vegan cooking classes in the library? And she said, well, I'm not so sure that that's going to go over very well. So if you can do the first event for free and show me there's interest, then we'll consider that. So I got a grant from Veg Fund and I got the license to screen Forks Over Knives. I wrote a bunch of food companies and reached out to some volunteers. And do you know what? We filled literally every seat in the community room in my local public library with food samples galore, question and answer session, screening of Forks Over Knives. And from there, I started teaching a monthly vegan cooking class. Other libraries heard about it. Before you know it, I was at the PB library, I was at this library, that library, special events here and there. When COVID hit, of course, that all ended. It went dark for about 3 years, but I'm back in our libraries again and building more enthusiasm and lots of sponsorships and great food sampling experiences. People are coming and having a really good time, and it's such a good sign. People are hungry for this information, and we have venues out there that have funding that we need to leverage. Your libraries have funding for events. So I would suggest go to your local librarian and ask, what can you do to help provide a foods education program at our public library? Schools also have funding for after-school cooking programs. And I tapped into some of that funding for a few years, and I felt like a rock star. I tell people I'd get ready before the bell rang at school. I'd have fresh product, food samples, and a recipe set up for the kids to cook with me, and the bell would ring and I'd turn on the music and the kids would pour out of class and swarm around my table and just gobbling it up. They are hungry for change. They engaged in critical thinking. They gave their feedback on products. It was the new cool in school. And there's one of my cookbooks online, Lincoln High School Vegan Club Cookbook. If you want to Google that, you'll find one of our cookbooks. We did really neat projects. I would get more Veg Fund grants and go to the different schools and try to come up with a creative project to do an outreach event. And I went to Northgate Market, our Hispanic market, and I talked to the managers in the bakery. And I said, would you consider taking out the manteca de puerco in your pan dulce and switch it for a vegetable-based product? And manteca de puerco is pork lard, which is contained in all these beautiful, fun pastries. But they did it for me. I came up with funding to get 500 pastries made, and we took them to the school with vegan milk, non-dairy milks, and got to go during the lunch period where hundreds of kids, I would reach out to at least 500, they ate all those pastries. And again, the feedback is the kids are ready, they love it. We just need to give them access to it, and our schools are slow to do it. So we need to find other ways to get that information to them. I loved Suzanne's presentation, Hargrove, about getting into the classrooms. And I know we have to tiptoe around because you can't talk about animal agriculture. You have to do a soft sell. But you know what? The bottom line is, until we provide students with consumer education and they can make critical decisions about their food choices, until we train chefs in plant-based foods and build new curriculum for chef training programs, and until doctors are on board and trained in nutrition and standing up as advocates for the plant-based diet, we really just have an uphill battle. We can go around beating the drum all we want, but we need reform in K through 12 with consumer education. We need chefs to be trained in plant-based foods, and we need doctors to speak up for us, and we will win this game. So what I do is go in front of the school board once in a while. I've been in front of the community college board of trustees and asked for plant-based curriculum. They've said no a couple of times, but you know what? You just have to keep asking, because Jane Velez said it. She quoted Nelson Mandela, "It feels impossible until it's done," right? So never give up. We're going to keep asking. We need new chef training programs, and we need kids to really know what they're doing. So I have a website. It's not fully built out yet. I'm hoping to get my book done. It's been, like I said, a work in progress for a long time. But maybe in the beginning of the new year would be a good time to launch it. And I will have information up on the website, but you have my email right here to contact me. And I am so proud to be 1 in a million vegan grandmothers. So this group has been a real blessing. And my tofu book actually was born in my grandson's kindergarten class right there. I went in and did a whole presentation on tofu, and I had kids eating tofu on a stick and tofu brownies, and they just loved the story, and they always flag me down at school when they see me. When are we going to have more tofu lessons? I was actually working this book, Black Belt in Tofu, started as a school project. My goal was to go to every classroom and develop a recipe with each class in the school and compile the recipes for a tofu book called Tofu, the Ancient Superfood. And when COVID hit, that project got derailed. I was enrolled in my digital media program, and I went forward and developed my concept, Black Belt in Tofu. So I'm going to show you some recipes right now, and I'll come back to share my screen after. How do I stop the share? I'm going to come back and share I have some images about king tide at the end. So I live on the Point Loma Peninsula. I'll do one more. Whoops, there we go. Stop share. I live on the Point Loma Peninsula in San Diego, and down the hill from me right here is the bay. And right behind this concrete wall on the other side is the cliffs and the ocean. So, at the far end over here, we have the Cabrillo National Monument and the lighthouse. So we're surrounded by water on 3 sides. And I've been going down the hill. I check the tide calendars, and I go down and I photograph the tides when they come up. We just had a full moon, and guess what? My grandson came home and said, I was riding my bike with Pharaoh down the street, and the water was in the street again. So it's become a normal thing. As a matter of fact, they've put up permanent signs that say subject to flooding, because what happens is the water comes up through the pipes into the street, and it creates a lake in the street, and it gets pretty deep. So it's something else. Well, I'm going to fire up the temperature on this. I have a little electrical last minute challenge. Hopefully it'll go well. So I'm going to show you guys now the flaky fishless fillet. Does anybody have any questions for me yet, or any comments? You're all good?
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, so here is an organic package of tofu. It's from my local major grocer. And these tofus, you guys, when you work with them, they need to be pressed because they are quite soft, and you can squeeze out about 6 to 8 ounces of volume from this one block of tofu. So to make a fishless fillet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my chunk and I'm going to cut it into thin slabs. And as I do that, I'm going to sprinkle a little bit of nutritional yeast on it, and I add a little extra onion powder and garlic powder. What do you think the B12, or excuse me, I just gave it away. I add nutritional yeast to my meats and my fish because it covers our B12 need. So fish has B12 in it, and now we've got B12 in our tofu fish. So I cut thin slabs, stack them up, and then I'm going to put them in a press. And if you don't have a press, I have a technique for you that is second to best. It's best to have a tofu press. I say, you know, you got a can opener. Every kitchen has a can opener. Every kitchen should have a tofu press. So I have a fancy tofu press, but you know what? Last minute, it fell on the floor and it lost one of its arms. So I'm going to have to do a little MacGyver on it to show you how it really works. But I looked it up, and I can get another one at Williams Sonoma. You order it online. They're about $50, these bad boys right here. But this is the best one ever. I got this one. You know, you all know the Spork Sisters of LA with their Spork cookbook, and they've got a new restaurant called Sunshine Kitchen, I think. Those girls are awesome. I got to go to their culinary lab in, I think it was West Hollywood, and they talked me into this tofu press. And I was like, I use a Japanese tofu that doesn't need pressing, but I'm glad I got it, because when San Diego Soy Dairy went out of business, I had to resort to all these tofus that need to be pressed. And now it's an essential tool in my kitchen, because it's not easy to get the firm, ultra firm tofus. So what I'm going to do now is cut this in half to make 2 fillets. Okay. And I'm going to fringe cut the sides. So I'm going to fringe cut, not going all the way through to the center, but almost. And I fringe cut both sides to resemble flaky fish. And the nice thing about this too is it helps the marinade when you pour on the lemon juice and everything to seep through it pretty well. So you take your stack, believe it or not, once this is finished pressing, it'll be about 3/4 or half the thickness. So it's like a big slab of swordfish or a big slab of halibut, right? A big slab of white flaky fish. Now I challenge you all, open up another window on your computer and Google any fish recipe. What I found is most grilled fish recipes are quite simple. There's vegan. Let's see how my brain works. There's butter, oils, herbs, seasonings, condiments like soy sauce, miso, little brown sugar, lime juice, lemon juice. My grocery store up the hill from me here, they have a fish recipe, like they do Fish Fridays or something. And so there are a lot of fish recipes that come into my inbox. Whoops, I kind of messed that one up a little bit. So I get all these fish recipes in my inbox, and I looked at them and I thought, you know what, these recipes are so simple, and I can create the same flavor and same concept by just using my pressed tofu fishless fillet. So you put the lid on this, and then you have to use the spring-loaded press, and you put it in the refrigerator. And I think it's best to really press it for several hours, because once you press it for several hours, it will stick together and your filet will just stick together. And I have a pressed one that I'm going to cook with right here. So I'm going to move this one out of the way. What happened is I dropped it and this arm fell, so I have to tie it and MacGyver it in order to get it to work. But I'm not going to struggle with this in front of you guys right now, because it's going to have to press for hours before it's just right. But my family will get to look forward to that later. So I will switch over here and show you the pressed fillet. Okay, so once it's pressed, it holds together pretty well, see? And they will be different thicknesses. I used don't use an extra firm tofu for this, because the extra firm tofus will be a little drier. What you want to do is use a firm tofu. And many of these are made with calcium sulfate. So some of them are a combination of magnesium chloride and calcium sulfate, which is the food grade gypsum, and the nigari, excuse me. So, oh, if you don't have a tofu press, here's an alternative. These are called silpat mats. They're just non-stick mats. And what you need to do is have a lipped tray, because remember, when you squeeze these things and press them, there's going to be liquid that comes out of them. So you would put your tofu stacks on the tray like this, put the silpat mats, sandwich them in, and then put a second tray on top and weight it down for several hours. Now, it works, but you don't get that boxed, nice shape that comes with keeping it in the box. It can smash out on the sides a little bit, but it's an alternative. So you can use trays, plates, books, whatever you got to stack and use some pressure to get those to come together. So I'm going to use just a simple lemon butter. Now, I know some people are trying to go all oil free, and that's great. You can saute this in a little bit of vegetable broth. And you know what I would do is add just a little bit of maple syrup to get it to brown nicely. But I trade in my nuts because I like the crispiness of a little bit of butter in the olive oil. So instead of using a whole bunch of nuts in my cooking, and quite often in the whole food plant-based diet, you've got nut coatings and nut dressings and sesame tahini by the cupful. So just a teaspoon or two. I mixed up my magic elixir right here, you guys. It is lemon juice, a little bit of Miyoko's. If you're going to use butter, use Miyoko's, because this is the finest stuff. It's made with cashews and coconut oil. I used organic olive oil. And then I put some chopped fresh parsley, flat leaf parsley, a lot of dill. You can put a little caper brine in here, some capers, a little bit of Dijon mustard, a little bit of the maple syrup. Maple syrup does a beautiful job, just a hint of it, to brown your tofu. So what I'm going to do is pour a little bit of this on the grill and get my tofu on there. Oh, guess what? I go to the meat counter at my grocery store and I find some of the most awesome seasonings. This is a lemon pepper from Scott's, and Scott's is a company in Los Angeles. I need to get a hold of them because I absolutely love their lemon pepper. Just sprinkle it on me. I'm loving this stuff so much. Oh, I also have a little garlic in there. So we're going to brown that on all sides, seasoned on all sides, browned on all sides, and pour a little bit more of the lemon elixir on there, lemon garlic. You can also marinate these. Go ahead and marinate them. But anybody have any luck finding a fish recipe that you can veganize for me? Traditional fish recipe online. If you don't do it now, I encourage you all to try it sometime. Google any fish recipe and let's veganize it. Just replace the fish with your flaky tofu fillet, and then replace your butter with the vegan butter, and then the rest of the ingredients are all the same. You've got fresh herbs and condiments and things that are vegan safe. So it's pretty awesome. So this is going to grill for a while, and while that's happening, I guess I'll tell you a little bit about my my poke bowl. So let me clear this out of the way. I'm going to need this, that, and this. So the poke bowl is made with all kinds of awesome fresh produce. You guys, you start off with your watermelon and you marinate it with a combination of soy sauce, tamari, rice vinegar, a little tiny bit of sesame oil, some fresh ginger, a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of agave. And here's another one of my favorite seasonings. This stuff is like magic fairy dust. It's called Toomey's seasoning. And I went to school with the Toomey brothers. They're right here from Point Loma High School. And they have a restaurant. Believe it or not, it's a steak restaurant up in Mammoth Mountain. And I have yet to reach out to them. I'm preparing some recipes to share with them because I have a vegan filet mignon that I want to take to them and show them how I'm using their product and all kinds of good stuff. So I have my hot grill over here is not staying hot, unfortunately, but it's cooking a little bit. Technical issues. Let me see if I can flip the switch over here real quick. There we go. So, okay, so that's cooking up. You can see it's starting to get brown a little bit, or maybe you can't, but I'm going to serve it with a little bit of fresh dill, a little squeeze of lemon. And when I take a bite into this thing, it flakes just like flaky fish. And it's really tasty. So it's all about the seasonings. It's all about the stuff you put on to make it right. Okay, so what I did with this assortment of veggies for the poke bowl, you start with your watermelon, and I've prepared on ice right here. Ta-da! We're gonna have a poke bowl party. Look at this, you guys. I got all these dishes. I got fun dishes from garage sales and hand-me-downs, and these are not real shells, they're fake, but I put my poke on ice and put it in a bowl, so it's kind of like, you know, gives you the feel of seafood. We're going to celebrate sea life here and have a poke bowl party. So I'm going to set that aside. The watermelon has been marinated again in the rice vinegar, the tamari, the ginger, a little bit of sriracha, sesame oil, and while that was marinating, I cooked up some rice. I made some coconut jasmine rice, and it's made with coconut milk and a little bit of agave, a little bit of pink salt, and some Thai jasmine rice. And now coconut milk is an issue. I guess some farms are using monkeys to pick their coconuts, so hopefully this brand is not doing that. Field day. I've been warned not to use Thai coconuts because they're using monkeys to pull the coconuts down from the trees. That's not too cool. And then palm oil, you know, we got so many different challenges in life and in culinary arts. So let's see. Oh, I'm going to clear this away and put it up here for a minute. And then bring down my remaining poke bowl treats. So I went ahead and prepared all the veggies. Check it out. Celebrating sea life. I've made a beautiful display of fresh veggies from my basket. So I've got cucumbers, radishes, a couple different colors of bell peppers, some jalapeno. This is the teriyaki tofu, some purple cabbage, fresh carrots, and some edamame. So you got almost every color in the rainbow, right? This is high octane fuel. What number is on the label on veggies? What's the first number on organic veggies? You know, the little sticker that comes on our veggies. Anybody want to shout out what number it is? What's the number on your veggies to make sure it's organic? Number 9. Number 9. So I always tell that to kids. I'm a volunteer in my grandson's school garden. And I remind the kids, we take a look at the labels. And if it's got a 4 on it, it's been used, it's pesticides and all kinds of stuff, right? So if it's got a 9 on it, it's organic. It's the way nature made it. And that's what we want. We want number 9. Number 9, number 9. So I'm going to, flip this on its side a little bit and get it cooked on all sides. you know, you can do any kind of side with this. The coconut rice would be good with this. I've got the recipe for the mango salsa on the red fish. I made the fish red with beet juice. So you just marinate it with a little beet juice. And I'm working right now on a lobster bisque where I'm going to take some of the tofu and I'm going to dip it in a little bit of beet juice with Old Bay seasoning in it. There is a vegan seafood stock out there, broth. And to be honest with you guys, I've never really been a big fan of fishy flavors and stuff. So I don't go big for the seaweed and the fishy flavors. I go for the dill and the seasonings that are normally in seafood that I like so much. So, but you can marinate some of your tofu in this vegan stock and make it taste like more fishy taste, if that's what you're after. If you freeze your tofu and then defrost it and squeeze the water out of it, it makes a really chewy texture and it soaks up marinade and seasoning like a sponge. I do that with chicken. I take the tofu and I freeze it, I defrost it, and then I marinate it in the vegan chicken stock. And then I grill it or fry it or whatever. And it tastes like chicken and it looks like chicken and it's so good. You can have it all again, plant-based. Isn't it amazing? So to add to our build your own poke bar, so I've got my veggie tray. You can do this for a party, you guys. I've got a little side of green onions and fresh cilantro all cut up in a little wooden fish bowl because we're celebrating, you know, our friends, the fish. I used to have a dolphin ice mold. You know, it would be fun to have a dolphin ice mold, and it's all in honor of our seafood. Fish are friends, not food. And of course, I have yet another fish platter with sliced avocado and limes and cilantro and everything. So it's kind of a build your own buffet. And another dish full of sesame seeds to sprinkle on top. So I do this kind of thing also for a build your own grilled cheese sandwich, vegan grilled cheese sandwich. It's so fun. I put out everything you could imagine that goes into grilled cheese and you build your own grilled cheese. It's really fun. So I'm going to scoot this aside and bring up my fishless fillet and show you how flaky and wonderful it is. Okay, you know, there's still probably some work that could be done on the shape of this, because one thing I've noticed is that when people see geometric shapes with their tofu, they go, oh, it's tofu, I don't know. So this is geometric shape, but you know, when you cut into it, if you put it like salsa over it and some fresh herbs, you got to serve it with a little, you know, dill on top and with a side of lemon. But wait until I take a bite of this and I show you. Once you start cutting into this and you take a bite, oh, it's got all of that yumminess there, and you cut into it and then check it out. It is a flaky fishless fillet. It looks like fish. You cut into it and it looks like fish. It looks like white flaky fish. So the possibilities are endless. I wish you were here. You would like this. I promise you would like this. I want you all to try it at home. I want you to knock it out of the ballpark. I want you to take this recipe idea to your local restaurants and show the chefs and say, hey, why don't you put a fishless fillet on your menu? Woo! Oh my gosh. I've served this at our family barbecues. My brother, he's not a vegan, won't be a vegan, but he loves my fishless fillet. So I made a big old pot of coconut rice, coconut jasmine rice right here. So you get your buffet all ready. We got the whole spread here. Now, one thing I don't have are fancy tongs, so I feel really tacky, like I'm not pulling it off right. but you get it. You know, you've got some fancy tongs at home. You can pull out the fancy tongs. All right, you guys, I wish you were here. I'd have you all line up, get your plates, and we're going to go through the buffet. And we're going to build our own poke bowl. So I got my bowl right here. Another one of my fancy shells for fun. And I'm going to just scoop up some of the coconut jasmine rice. Rice is ready to go. Okay, remember coconut milk and jasmine rice? Ooh la la, that is good stuff. Okay, then, pardon me for using my fingers. Let's see. Oh, I do have my tacky tongs. I will dig in and sort of do an arrangement here. I remember I learned a trick for going through the salad bar. You know, when you can only go through the salad bar one time. What you got to do is you got to build a wall, like a fortress of sliced cucumbers or radishes so that you can hold more food in there. So arrange your stuff, make it look pretty, a little bit of everything, of every color, because again, every color of the rainbow is what you're after in your diet so that you're sure to get the vitamins and nutrients you need. And then the satisfaction of the protein from the tofu and the edamame. I just bought frozen edamame and sprinkle that on too. Whoops, that's a little hard to scoop with these tongs. I got it. But I got one runaway edamame, so I'll just have to eat that one. Yummy. Okay, so I got jalapeno, the teriyaki tofu, and I'm going to top it with my poke. Oh, and the avocado slices. Hello, is this living? I'll tell you what, you guys, even though life is tough and we are faced with all these horrible challenges, we can't forget to have gratitude each day for the beautiful things that we do have and get to enjoy. And sometimes I just think about that. I think, wow, I have all the food I need today. I have shelter. I have a home. I'm very blessed. So count your blessings each day and let's all continue to do what we can to help make the world a better place. And hopefully we will see that day come. It feels impossible until it's done, right? But we keep doing it. And we need to leverage our opportunities out there. There's funding in our libraries. There's funding in our schools. There's lots of opportunity. We need reform in education. We need chefs to provide more plant-based options. And our day will come. So ta-da. Don't you guys wish you could have a bite? I would love to share.
We do. Oh, Liz.
Oh my gosh, you guys, look at this. No fish required, the catch of the day.
That's the watermelon?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Watermelon with soy sauce and ginger and sesame, little sesame oil, all kinds of good stuff. And then just the crazy assortment of beautiful fresh vegetables, all of them organic. Thank you. Happiness. I wish you were here. Look, I made all this. It's a poke party.
Oh, man. Hey, do you want to take a few questions?
Sure.
Okay. We got a few minutes, like 5 minutes. Anybody who has a question can raise their hand or put the question in the chat.
How's my time?
You have technically 8 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Oh, sorry, you guys. Woohoo!
No, go ahead. Enjoy.
I also have a couple more slides I can share with you for the King Tide.
I put the link for your website in the chat so people can just copy that.
And like I said, there's not much there, you guys. It's an address. When I get my book done, I will have some stuff going on there. I need to start loading up my schedule for the libraries. I teach 2 classes a month in our community libraries here, Pacific Beach and Point Loma. And I need to get those listed. But you know what? They fill up so fast. It's like, wow. They just posted the class and 30 people signed up and there are 15 people on the wait list. So, You know, we're good. We're good. I don't have to promote it. Very little. I do a little bit on San Diego vegans. I hope all of you are visiting your local city's vegan website and share there. You know, that's a good resource to have. And great place to meet people. I've met all of my friends through vegan cooking classes and vegan events. And so I've surrounded my life with vegan friends, and that is just the best feeling ever. We are a special group of people who are on the right side of history.
I think we have a question from Lisa. Lisa,
Okay.
go ahead. Ask your question.
Sure. Wow, I am just so impressed, Elizabeth. This is amazing. I loved all of your creations. I grew up in San Diego and I go there frequently to visit my mom. I would love to connect, and I would also be very interested in inviting you to do one of your demos for In Defense of Animals for our Fish Day and also for Lobster Day. I think this would be so exciting and people would love it. So I would like to get in touch with you.
It's so good to meet you, Lisa. I'm so glad to connect with you. Of course.
Yay,
Thank
yay.
you.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, you're a true inspiration. So I'll find you on your website, and then we can connect up and make some plans.
Yes, good. Well, I'm the same Liz, Gary, that contacted you about the school milk project.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we've got lots to talk about then.
We do. And I'm looking forward to it. I connected with Dotsie Bosch. She's all in support of it. So we need to just move forward with it and think about how we can do that. So
Perfect. We will do that for
Lisa,
all the projects.
what a blessing. See, what a blessing. Thank you.
A true blessing. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? All right. Shall I share my last slides here, King Tide, real quick?
Okay, you got 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. Here we go. Where did it go?
There it is.
Is that it? No.
I see your recipe book.
No, that's not the one I wanted. Let's see. How do I get out of there? Stop share.
Yep.
Okay, so I have my keynote thing here. Whoops. Escape. Yikes. I don't have my keyboard handy. Hold on, you guys. I have to escape that. Let's see what I can do. I have my mouse though. So let me get back to Zoom over here. And I'm going to share. No, that's not it. Zoom, where are you? There we go. Share screen. And interesting. I'm not seeing it up here. Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. So this is the drainage pipe down at the bottom, of the hill where I live. I used to go into that pipe as a kid with my childhood friends. We would go in there and we were very naughty. We'd take like cans of Christmas tree flocking and do graffiti on the inside of the pipe in there. But as you can see, when the tide gets high, that's my grandson. When these king tides come, it's like a tsunami. It goes way up and it goes way out. And this summer, we have high tides come at night in the summer, and in the winter, they're usually in the morning. So this was recent, and I was standing on top of the pipe, and I've been tracking the pipe for years now. And I stood on top of the pipe, and the water swirled up around my ankles. It finally crested the pipe. So it's the first I've seen in years. Here's our local neighborhood beach. It's here today and it's gone tomorrow. So there's a site called California King Tide Project, Snap the Tides, See the Future. And this is what we're looking at. If oceans continue to rise, we're going to lose our local beaches. And this is the street. I photoshopped that little boat in there, but let me tell you, there are windsurfers that have gone out on this lake. It's called Anchorage Lane, but we call it Anchorage Salt Lake during the high tides. because the water comes up into the street and it floods the street. This is the other side of the street. This is at night. You can see where the yellow arrow is. You can see the water coming up into the street, and then it completely floods. And it's about 2.5 or 3 feet deep in the middle. And then this is a regular day at the beach on the other side of me and back here. And the tide comes up. And what's happening is there's a lot of erosion. And we have accidents on the beach where people are laying on the beach and all of a sudden part of the cliff will collapse on them. My son lost some friends. His friend's wife and mother and sister were all sitting on the beach and they were crushed by eroding cliffs. This is the bottom of the stairs on the way to the beach. You can see that if the oceans continue to rise, we're going to be a ghost of the past. So anyway, that was it. That's all I had in there after all. So there's my contact information. And if anybody would like to get in touch with me, I'd be happy to talk some more about leveraging opportunities in your community, provide plant-based foods education programs in your schools, your churches, your community centers. It can be done, and it's fun.
Thanks so much, Liz. Enjoy your poke bowl.
Yeah, my poke bowl. I'm going to get back to eating this poke bowl, you guys. So thank you for staying with me and watching my presentation today. It's been a pleasure. And I'm so inspired by all of the commitment and all of the fantastic people that are part of this program. And I'm so happy to be with the Million Vegan Grandmothers and meeting with you all and working together to create positive change. So cheers.
Okay. Thanks, Liz.
Cheers.
Okay, I just added Tammy to our screen. Hey, Tammy.
Hello, everyone. Wow, here we are.
Yes.
So another.
Go ahead and set yourself up the way you want to for the next presentation. Take your time.
We are going to bring up, we're going to bring up Judy first, and she's going to read the declaration. And excellent. If you could bring up Judy, she's going to read the declaration and the pledge of the grandmothers. And then we're going to bring up Brenda Davis, and we're going to spotlight her because we're going to be interviewing Brenda Davis today.
Awesome.
The godmother of plant-based nutrition. Okay. Thank you, everyone, to the Million Vegan Grandmothers podcast. Convergence. I'm so used to doing podcasts lately. It's imprinted in my brain. Speaking of podcasts, the Million Vegan Grandmothers have done a lot of podcasts lately. And if you're a grandmother and you're here right now, please feel free to interview someone over Zoom if you would like to be on that podcast, if you would like us to put that on our podcast channel, because it's inviting all the grandmothers to come and do podcasts. And we have beautiful Mac that will edit that and put it on our YouTube channel and also on all of the platforms for the podcasts. So welcome to the Convergence of VCOP15, and hello, beautiful Judy Carmen. And Judy's going to read the pledge and the declaration.
Hi, Tammy. Thank you. Yes, I am ready. And this is a beautiful pledge. And first I'll read the pledge, as you said, and then after that is the declaration. And so listen to the words. These are really carefully crafted to express our longing as grandmothers to protect all of the grandchildren of all species. So the pledge is, I pledge to honor and protect all the animals, peoples, and Mother Earth herself by joyfully embodying and promoting an infinitely sustainable, cruelty-free, vegan lifestyle that heals the climate and restores right relationships in the true spirit of Homo Ahimsa for all generations to come. And for anyone who is not familiar with the term Ahimsa, it is a Sanskrit word for non-harm and non-violence and peace, loving kindness, all those good things. But we're taking that from the book Homo Ahimsa. So now the declaration. We, the million vegan grandmothers and wisdom carriers join together using the power of love. Love for the children and grandchildren of all beings and for Mother Earth. Welcome our all peoples, regardless of gender, age, and official grandmother status, who align with the values of veganism and this declaration. We affirm the right of all beings to live in a natural, toxic-free environment, which allows all to thrive and to lead sacred, liberated, sovereign, and joyful lives. That's what we want, right? For everyone. The power of our love is unstoppable. We do not allow this planet and all who live here to be destroyed. We are creating a vegan world of peace, freedom, and loving kindness for all. We believe that the true nature of human beings and our highest calling is to be kind, compassionate, nonviolent, and partners with, not dominators of, all life. We believe this is the time of the great awakening of humanity to leave behind the destructive nature of Homo sapiens and become who we've always been destined to be, Homo Ahimsa. As vegan grandmothers, we are here to midwife the birth of the new compassionate human and bring in the new era of a vegan Ahimsa world so that our children and grandchildren and those of all species can thrive and be free. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Judy. You know, it always almost brings me to tears, you know, that is what the grandmothers are about. And I'm imagining a world where we're going to be unstoppable. Thank you, Judy. And do we have Brenda Davis here? Can somebody bring Brenda up, please?
I'm here, Tammy, but for some reason can you hear me?
Yep.
For some reason, when I click my start video, I get a message that it cannot start. And
okay.
I've never had that before.
Our team, can anybody help with that? Our technical team here?
One thing, if you will turn on your camera, that will help.
Well, my camera's on. Let's see, video settings. I've selected my camera. I just keep getting this yellow message saying cannot start video. And I've used it hundreds of times. I've never had that message before. So yeah, I just don't know why.
I see. It may be that you used the camera for something else recently.
No, I haven't. This is all I ever use it for.
Okay.
So
Brenda, I'm wondering if you could go out and then just come right back in, and let's see if that helps.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's try that. Okay.
And the other thing we can do if that doesn't work, Tammy, is that we could go off of Spotlight View and do Gallery View, and then she would be highlighted. Her image wouldn't be there, but we would know that she's speaking.
Let's see if we can get her up here.
Or alternatively, maybe she could come to us on her phone.
Here we go. Great, Brenda. It worked this time. Great. Okay. Yeah, so you're muted. There we go. Awesome. Can somebody unmute Brenda?
Oh, I just unmuted myself. Sorry about that.
Awesome. Welcome, Brenda.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be with you today. Thanks so much for inviting me. I'm excited by what you're doing here. And just happy to be part of it. So thank you.
Brenda is our new honorary grandmother, vegan grandmother.
Thank you.
Could bring her into the organization and have this great wisdom of a woman who plays there in the plant-based movement. So I'm just going to read a little bit about Brenda from her bio. Brenda Davis, registered dietitian, is one of the world's leading plant-based pioneers and an internationally acclaimed speaker. She is widely regarded as a rock star of plant-based nutrition, whom Veg News has referred to as the godmother of vegan dietitians. Brenda has authored and co-authored 13 books with nearly 1 million copies in print in 15 languages. Her most recent work includes Plant-Powered Protein that she wrote with Corey, her beautiful son, Nourish, the definitive plant-based nutrition guide for families, which won gold in 2020. Nautilus Book Awards, and it was also a Canadian Book Award winner. The Kick Diabetes Cookbook. Brenda works internationally with healing diabetes through food. She has been a featured speaker at medical, nutrition, and dietetic conferences over 20 countries and 5 continents. You know, I found out about Brenda through a lot of the conferences that she spoke at. And I've known her for many, many years, even though she hasn't known me. I'm like, this woman is a rock star. A past chairman of the Vegetarian Nutrition Dietetic Practice Groups of the American Dietetic Association, Brenda has been promoting plant-based diets since making the transition herself in 1989. And I'm curious to ask Brenda if she had any say in changing this Canada Food Guide. I bet she has had a huge influence on it. Her personal and professional life goals are one and the same: to make this world a more sustainable, more health supportive and kinder place. Brenda's work focuses on ensuring that everyone who wishes to be plant-based can succeed brilliantly. In 2007, she was inducted into the Vegetarian Hall of Fame, and she was the 2022 recipient of the Plantition Project's Luminary Award. Wow, that's quite something, Brenda. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That award was really special because all of the people that had received, I think there were 7 other recipients, they were all men from the United States who were physicians. So I was the first Canadian, the first woman, and the first dietitian. So that was pretty exciting.
It's very exciting to have you. Many, many people know.
Thank you.
In our circle. It's great.
Thank you.
So Brenda, what major changes have you observed as a plant-based dietitian over the years?
Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. Actually, to be honest with you, if I would have guessed where we'd be in 35 years. I started this about 35 years ago. I wouldn't have believed we would be where we are today. When I can remember back in university in 1978, I was already very interested in vegetarian nutrition. I was so excited that it was on the agenda. We were going to be talking about plant-based diets, and we learned 2 things. One, that vegetarian diets are risky, especially for pregnant women and children, and vegan diets are downright dangerous. And it was just like this slap on the wrist, and it was very discouraging. The medical and dietetic communities were on the same wavelength. They were not at all supportive of plant-based eating. And few people even knew what vegan meant. Vegan food wasn't, terribly appealing at that time. And I can remember vegan cheeses were like chunks of plastic. And there were very limited resources for people who wanted to be plant-based back then. And at the time, 35 years ago, when I made the decision to become vegan, I was a community nutritionist. And all of my nutrition education materials that I was using were really based on, Canada's dietary guidelines and Canada's food guide. And Canada's food guide back then was a circle, and there were 4 sections to the circle, and the top 2 sections were meat and dairy products. And so when I made this decision to become vegan, I thought, how could I even continue in my profession as a vegan? And I wasn't sure if there was even a single living other vegan dietitian on the planet. I had only ever met one vegetarian person in my whole life. I was living in Northern Ontario, and it wasn't exactly a place where you met vegetarians. But I just decided that I had to have the courage to stay and try to affect change from within my profession. And I made the decision to become vegan because I just couldn't justify not doing so, knowing what I knew about how we were raising animals, about the impact on the environment, and even about some of the more recent findings about human health. And but it was about a year after making the transition. I was very fortunate. My husband was completely more than willing to go on the journey with me. And we had two small children at the time. They're now 38 and 35, well, almost 39 and 36. My son will be 36 this week. But when I moved to Vancouver, I actually met other real life vegetarians, and even two vegetarian dietitians, which just shocked me. And they weren't vegan, they were vegetarian. But I got together with two of them, Basanto Molina and Victoria Harrison, and we decided that it was time that dietitians actually wrote a guidebook for people who wanted to be vegetarian or vegan. And we pitched the idea, and we had a couple of publishers that said yes immediately. And we called the book Becoming Vegetarian, and within 6 months, it was a national bestseller. But I can tell you, we got some flack for writing this book, especially from the dairy industry, who wrote a 45-page rebuttal to our book, took a full-page ad out from our professional journal to try to discredit us. But we just kept moving forward. We started to get invited to speak at professional conferences, and we just kept moving forward. And as you said, continued to write many books. And I even had the opportunity to do a clinical research project in the Marshall Islands on diabetes, and did a lifestyle medicine demonstration project in Lithuania, and I've written many peer-reviewed journal articles, and done a lot of continuing education courses for physicians. And so right now, the changes, it's unbelievable. We now have the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, the Plantrition Project, and these huge organizations for health professionals who are on this wavelength. I just couldn't have even imagined that 35 years ago. And they're getting, 1,500 or 2,000 participants at their conferences. Vegan food is now widely available and delicious. It's, in almost any restaurant, you can get a vegan option. People actually know what vegan means. There are all kinds of vegan dietitians. And, to put the cherry on top, Canada's Food Guide no longer has a designated dairy group. It's completely vegan friendly, and the Food Guide urges consumers to eat plant-based protein every day. It's really beyond my wildest dreams. And yes, we did have some definitely some impact, I think, on the direction the Food Guide took, and it's just. I wasn't sure that we could convince the powers that be to make those kinds of changes, but they did. And to their credit, they made a very strong commitment not to allow industry influence and to have the Food Guide completely science-based. So that's kind of in a nutshell.
Amazing to listen to you, Brenda, because sometimes it feels a little bit overwhelming what we're facing, but listening to you really gives this sense that we're so heading in the right direction, and it's happening now. So Nice deep breath. And I believe it's, yeah. So our theme is the sea of change. And, one of the things that comes up around that is, all the myths around veganism and the omega-3 myth as one of them. But I wonder if you can speak about some of the nutritional myths that persist to this day that you have dispelled probably quite rapidly through your work and through your books, including the omega-3 myth as it pertains to the ocean and people thinking they need that omega-3 from fish.
Yeah, so, first of all, just so people know what we're talking about, there are two essential fatty acids that people can't make. They have to get them from food. And one is the omega-6 fatty acid called linoleic acid, and the other is the omega-3 fatty acid called alpha-linolenic acid. And we generally get lots of omega-6s, but we often fall short in omega-3s. And so omega-3s have become a really big deal. And alpha-linolenic acid is the omega-3 that comes from, that's found in fairly large amounts in some plant foods. It's important and very helpful. Comes from things like flax seeds and chia seeds and hemp seeds and walnuts. Those are the key sources. Even soy foods have some. Greens, about half of the essential fatty acids in greens are omega-3s. It's just greens are so low in fat, you'd have to eat like a horse or a cow to get enough from just greens. But what a lot of people don't realize is that even more important than alpha-linolenic acid is these more biologically active omega-3s, EPA and DHA. And now it's possible to convert ALA or alpha-linolenic acid into long-chain omega-3s using, we do these conversions using enzymes and we elongate and desaturate these, the alpha-linolenic acid. But conversion is fairly inefficient. It's more efficient for women, especially young women, but it's fairly inefficient in older adults. It's inefficient in people with chronic diseases like hypertension and type 2 diabetes. And long-chain fatty acids are metabolized into hormone-like compounds that have a significant impact on, blood clotting and blood pressure and immune response and cell division and pain and inflammation and all of that. And these long-chain omega-3s favorably affect the composition and functioning of our cell membranes, their shape and permeability and flexibility and all of that. They're super important. And, these are basically raw materials we use for building our brains and nervous systems and all of that. So it's super, super important. And I think that, people get that long-chain omega-3s are important, but people have for many years put a health halo on fish because in the human diet, it's the main source of long-chain omega-3 fatty acids. And what most people don't know is that fish get their omega-3 fatty acids from these tiny plants in the ocean called microalgae. Now, people don't eat a bowl of microalgae, as you can imagine. It's tiny, tiny plants. But we're now starting to culture microalgae, and it is widely available as a supplement for people that don't want to eat fish. And for many years, health authorities have been urging consumers to eat more fish. And the usual recommendation is 2 servings of fish per week. And there is no question that replacing red meat with fish reduces health risk because fish is lower in saturated fat, it's higher in omega-3s. But that doesn't mean that replacing beans with fish would be a good idea. So I would say there are 3 main reasons why it's a good idea not to be consuming fish. And so, first is that fish has absolutely devastating environmental consequences. And I don't need to get into that because you're talking about that with experts. But it whether it's commercial fishing or fish farming, the ecological consequences are absolutely just shocking. The second is, we're starting to recognize that fish actually are sentient beings. They feel pain, they suffer, and we need to recognize that, because the way that they're caught and the way that they're die creates a lot of pain and suffering. And so a lot of people choose not to consume fish for that reason. The third is that, and this is the one that I want to focus more on, is that fish are fairly high on the food chain, and so they accumulate environmental contaminants. And these environmental contaminants are associated with negative health outcomes. Of course, fish is only as clean as the water it's swimming in, and some of the most concerning contaminants include heavy metals, and probably the most concentrated in fish is mercury. But we also see lead, we see cadmium, and these are really quite problematic. And so with mercury is a neurotoxin. It can cause neurological and behavioral problems, mood swings, anxiety, depression, all sorts of things, difficulty breathing, muscle weakness. And fish is the #1 source of mercury in the diet. And there was actually a study done not too long ago that found 27% of fish tested in the US and almost 300 US streams exceeded the safe limits for mercury. And of course, dangers are highest in pregnant women and children. So this is something that we just need to be very aware of. The second thing is persistent organic pollutants like PCBs and dioxins. And these are, they're carcinogens, no question. They can do a lot of damage, and they tend to be highest in bottom feeders like tilapia, striped bass, bluefish, sea trout, along with the big predatory fish are, fairly significant sources. And then the other thing we need to be aware of is the nanoplastic particles in ocean fish, especially. There was a study recently that found that 25% of fish had plastic in their guts. And there was a study from Belgium that found that seafood eaters ingest up to 11,000 tiny pieces of plastic every year. And these plastics contain toxins like phthalates and BPA, and they're linked to increased cancer risk and hormone disruption. And then, of course, the other thing that we often don't think about is pesticides in farm fish. So they come from fish food, they come from the pesticides that are used to control sea lice as well, and that can end up in fish's flesh. And then the other thing that, this isn't an environmental contaminant, but fish is actually one of the very few direct food sources of TMAO, or trimethylamine N-oxide. And this is a very pro-inflammatory, pro-atherogenic compound. Other animal products contain TMAO precursors, but they don't contain preformed TMAO. So this is something else just to be aware of. So, where it comes to me, when it comes to fish, it's yes, fish provides omega-3, but microalgae omega-3 supplements don't contain any of these environmental contaminants. They're produced in a clean environment, and they're produced in a way that doesn't rape the oceans. So they're cultured and grown. And so to me, they're a safer and much more ecologically sustainable and kinder way of getting omega-3s.
That was such a powerful answer, Brenda. And, mostly everyone on here is vegan. So this is going to be such an amazing interview for us to share with our people that think fish is a good choice if they're still going to eat flesh food. So thank you so much for that.
Oh, you bet.
How do you help ensure that your clients who want to become plant-based succeed brilliantly? I love how you say that. What does success mean? I studied with Dr. Gabriel Cousins, and he had a module on how to be 100% successful on a vegan diet. And so you probably have lots of tips for people to really understand how to be successful. And it's pretty easy if you're whole food plant-based, because we know that we don't have to be counting all these macronutrients. We eat whole food plant-based, we're full enough, soon enough with the fiber, and so yeah.
Well, first of all, I think success is really about being as healthy as possible for as long as possible. But it's also about being connected to the people that you love and enjoying food together. It's about having a good relationship with food. And for me, when I help clients who want to become plant-based, I really focus on helping them succeed brilliantly by just helping to ensure that they're meeting all of their nutrient needs. So most of their nutrient needs will be met with whole foods, but they also need to use or have a reliable source of B12, a reliable source of vitamin D, a reliable source of iodine. And I think what often people miss is all diets. It doesn't matter whether it's an omnivorous diet or a pescatarian diet or a lacto-ovo-vegetarian or a vegan diet. All diets need to be well planned. There are healthy vegan diets and there are unhealthy vegan diets. And one of the things that I find so interesting is a lot of the recent studies that have been done looking at people eating plant-based diets look at what they call the HPDI. It's a healthy plant-based diet index versus the UPDI, the unhealthy plant-based diet index. And consistently, what they find is people that are eating the HPDI, have the highest HPDI, do remarkably well. They have reduced risk of all of these diseases. They live longer. It's amazing. But people who eat a UPDI are actually at a disadvantage and certainly are not doing any better than omnivores. And so what is an HPDI versus a UPDI? Well, a healthy plant-based diet is a plant-based diet that includes mainly whole plant foods, vegetables, fruits, whole grains, legumes, nuts, seeds, herbs, and spices, and that's the bulk of the diet. They tend to be very low in highly processed foods. There's not a lot of added sugars. We don't have to be absolutely obsessive about these things, but we want to make sure that what foods predominate are real foods, that they're whole foods. And the UPDI, the unhealthy plant-based diet, is a diet that's mainly highly processed foods. You can get, every highly processed food practically that's an omnivorous food, you can get a vegan version of. And so you can eat, you can live on French fries, potato chips, and Coke and be eating a vegan diet. Doesn't mean it's healthy. So I think we really need to recognize that, while it's absolutely fine to eat some processed foods and even some highly processed foods, we want the bulk of the diet to be very unprocessed and to be whole foods. So I think that's really important. And then the other thing I would say is don't assume that if you're eating a vegan diet, you're getting everything you need, because vegan diets are naturally very low in B12. You might get a little bit from mushrooms or, some fermented food, but most of the B12 will need to come from a supplement or fortified foods, B12 fortified foods like nutritional yeast. Vitamin D is also a nutrient that can be low in any diet, but there are fewer food sources in a vegan pattern than in an omnivorous pattern. Now, as I say this, I think it's really important to recognize that there are many nutrients that are much harder to get in omnivorous diets that, that people just get way more of in plant-based diets, like folate and vitamin E. And, there's a long list of potassium and magnesium and so on. But there are some nutrients that tend to fall short more often on vegan diets. Iodine is another one. And so we just need to make sure we've got sources of those sort of nutrients of interest in plant-based diets. And then the other thing I think, you know, is that we need to help people succeed brilliantly. They need to like what they're eating. So it's super helpful if people can join a support group, join a vegetarian or vegan group that you know, hosts potlucks, take vegan cooking classes, you know, just get involved in the vegan community, educate yourself and get immersed in, you know, eating really, really delicious food. And that, I think that really helps people succeed as well.
Thanks, Brenda. Yeah, that's so important. And one more question. We have a couple more minutes before we bring up all the grandmothers to give us a little update on what they've been enjoying doing as a vegan grandmother, as part of the Million Vegan Grandmothers. How would you recommend the vegan grandmothers whose influence on a daily basis, really, with their grandchildren? Our food choices are often limited. How would you approach dietary conversations with our children in regards to our grandchildren? Do you have any tips on that?
Yeah, it's really challenging. I mean, I face that situation myself. I have 2 children, as I mentioned. My son is completely vegan. He doesn't have any children yet. He is married, but without children. My daughter is pescatarian and her husband is an omnivore. And they have 3 children, and they're mostly plant-based at home. They eat a lot of beans and tofu, but they're not completely plant-based. And so it is, you know, I just try to be really respectful of their choices. And I think one of the most powerful tools we really have as grandparents is our own example. And what we try to do is we try to eat a lot of meals together. And when we do that, when we eat meals together, they're by default plant-based because that's how we eat. So we want everybody to be able to enjoy the food. So this evening, you know, I made plant-based cabbage rolls, and we're going to be sharing that with them, and a couple of vegetables, and you know, we'll be having a really nice plant-based meal. And I think that's really important. And then when the children, of course, are at our house, I really try to get them involved with food, you know, just growing food in the garden, picking food from the garden, tasting what's in the garden, bringing them to the farmer's market, getting them to help me prepare foods. I like to make sure the foods are fun for them, you know, just making them beautiful, making them delicious. It's almost Halloween. Last Halloween, I made a veggie tray with a skull out of cauliflower, and then all the veggies around. It was really cute. And they like that sort of thing. And so I think it's just really important to introduce them to lots of really healthy, delicious plant-based foods. I like to share, I bought a couple of giant pomelos at the Asian store, and, you know, brought that to our last little family potluck, and, you know, cracked it open and taught them about that. I love taking them to ethnic restaurants and exposing them to, you know, ethnic vegetarian foods. There are just so many ways that we can do that. Once, you know, my daughter was raised pretty much, you know, completely vegetarian. But so she understands, I don't have to have that conversation. She knows why we do this. But my grandchildren, if they ask a question, I am very honest and open with them when I answer. I don't criticize or judge what they do in their family. I just share with love why we do what we do. And as they get older, I will share more. And, you know, I hope that I can be a really positive influence. And I have to tell you, it hurts to see them eating non-vegan food. I don't like it. And I hope that in time, I'll have enough influence that they'll choose not to do that anymore. But at this stage, I feel like I have to be respectful of their parents' choices.
Yeah, Thank you, Brenda. That's super important. Our relationship with our children is super important. And I was sharing recently how I often will do it through story because my grandkids love story. And so they wanted a creepy story. And so I told them a creepy story about a forest being cut down and all the animals scrambling and having no home left. And my grandson said, "Oh, Oma, that's why you're vegan." So a little bit longer than that, but I'm just summarizing it. I wonder if the grandmothers can put up their hands and come up. We're going to go on gallery view. And Brenda, do you have time for a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
I know that you're having a family dinner, and we really appreciate this was Brenda's family dinner time that she's postponed to be here. Is there any other grandmothers that would like to come up, please? I know Liz is here, and who else is here? Let me take a peek. Deborah, are you up? Yes, you are.
Turn your cameras on.
Turn your cameras on if you're a grandmother, Allison. There we go. There we go. So if any of the grandmothers would like to introduce yourself to Brenda and say kind of what you've been enjoying about being a vegan grandmother and any questions, and then we'll open up questions to the rest of our tribe here.
Liz, do you want to join us?
I'm here. Do you see me? I'm
Liz
here
is-
at the bottom. There I am. Hello.
Hi.
I ate the whole thing, you guys.
It looked so good.
It was good. It was good. Oh, I think Debbie wants to go. You're muted, Debbie.
She needs to be unmuted, Debbie.
Hit it, but it says the host has.
Oh, no, Debbie.
Okay. I have never been able to make the raised hand feature work in chat, which is why I was waving frantically. I am unmuted. Yes, yes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to say quickly that in our family, we are sharing Brenda's dilemma and making up our responses as we go along. And I think it's going to work out for the best ultimately because young people are so open to changing the way we're all living collectively. And I also wanted to tell Brenda that 18 years ago, my son was walking along the beach in Honolulu, and there was an MD cardiologist giving an outdoor lecture on heart health. This cardiologist said, if you choose a vegan diet, your heart will wither away and stop functioning, and you will drop dead. This was a cardiologist, MD. And
no.
I just got a note at the other end of the spectrum. We've been hearing about actually a neurologist who was treating my husband's cousin at Mass General, and this cousin had Alzheimer's, and the chief neurologist at Mass General several years ago said, be as vegan as you can, as often as you can. We can't help you with any more drugs. And just yesterday, I got on the Harvard Medical School email thing. If you want to build your cognitive reserve to avoid any kind of mental decline, the first thing that they list that you should do before exercise is follow a plant-based diet. So I thought that was a lot of progress from your heart muscle is going to wither, because now all the cardiologists are telling people to eat a Mediterranean diet. And I said to my guy who was checking me, oh, I'm vegan. He said, oh, that's even better than Mediterranean. So it's
awesome. How far we've come.
Mm.
And yet, I have a little story to share, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing this, but I had 3 sons, and the youngest one had an eating disorder and was unable to he was able to get a lot of recovery from a program that was out of state that would allow him to be a vegan. And then, anyway, long story, he ended up not being able to get a program that would allow him to be a vegan. Veganism was considered to be a symptom of the disease. And so he died about 2 years ago. And so, and so he was going to, had he lived, advocate with nutritionists. And Brenda, you just bring a light, to hear you talking and the progress you've made in your profession. And that story is to highlight how important your the work that you're doing is, because you've heard stories here from Debbie and others that, how the medical profession, including nutritionists, tell us that, not to be a vegan. And I really think he'd be alive today if the nutritionists there at that program had been able to.
Well, Dawn, I'm so sorry to hear about your son. I'm so sorry. And I have to say that, when I first wrote the original Becoming Vegan, we had an entire chapter on eating disorders.
Oh.
And yeah, and the comprehensive edition, we go into eating disorders in some detail. I've actually created a continuing ed course for dietitians on eating disorders as well, because of that myth that vegan, because the problem is so many people who have an eating disorder become vegan as a way to legitimize removal of high calorie foods. And they aren't ethically vegan. It's almost like a pseudo vegan as an excuse to eliminate foods. And I can totally understand when a person has an eating disorder, if they're a pseudo vegan, then their recovery will involve incorporating back foods that, but if they're an ethical vegan, it is very dangerous to try to get them to eat non-vegan food.
It really,
and there's no reason for it. We can provide reasonable, calorically dense foods. We can provide a beautifully balanced diet that is respectful of their ethical stance. And so I'm so sorry that
we explained his grandmother was vegan, his mother was vegan, he'd been vegetarian since he was 12. He died at the age of your older son, 39. And anyway, so thank you for the work that you're doing. And so the other thing I wanted to say was I really appreciate what you were saying about working with children and grandchildren, because the only other son who had a child is the only one who's not a vegan or vegetarian. And so I've been struggling throughout this VCOM this weekend. I've been putting a question: what do you say to your grandchildren? What do you say to how do you approach that? Because I don't want to be the nagging girl. Oh, here she comes again with her darn. So I really appreciate what you were saying about approaching our grandchildren, because it's a challenge. And
it's like religion. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you can. I think that it is so similar, and so you can't. I mean, I think that you have to be respectful of where they're coming from. But as your grandchildren get more and more curious, you can share a little bit more about why you do what you do, and even share a film or share, some resources, something like that. And I think quite often they're sponges. They just keep learning from you. And I just hope that that will happen for mine, but you don't know. We can't.
I love the analogy of being a religion, because it really is. It's shoving your religion, your lifestyle in their face, and you do have to be careful and respectful of their, even though, like you said, it hurts us to be sitting.
Yeah, it sure does.
You brought so much to this. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm reminded of the presentation that Susan Hargreaves made earlier today about how she worked with children in the schools, and it was so inspiring. And to see the resources that she has created, the books, the course outlines, the movies, the textbooks, all of those resources for youth and teens. And I found that so inspiring. So as grandmothers, I need to learn so much more about her work.
Thank you for that. She's amazing. She's got some wonderful, wonderful resources.
Yeah.
Liz, I loved your session. I want to go make some tofu fish. It looks so good.
Good.
I've got a plane ticket to come over and have you make it.
Yeah. Oh, I've enjoyed it too and learned a lot. And I liked Susan's presentation as well. And I've seen others that get in the classroom and they do really great lessons, but then you release the kids to the cafeteria and all the learning is gone. They have no food options in the cafeteria. So they resort back to it's like one step forward, two steps back. So how do we fix that? What is the magic cure?
College.
College?
Where they can choose their own.
They can pick their own.
Well, no, I think we need to hold schools accountable. If they're going to serve it in the cafeteria, you need to show them how it's made. Right? What's the secret all about? They're just starting to realize that they've got a secret. And that's why they don't like me, Donna, is because I've made it known that I see you're keeping a secret. Come on now, let's talk about it. I want to session with a school psychologist.
Yeah. Huh? I love the project you're working on now, a two-sided book.
The two-sided book? Yeah, I was glad to see Lisa. So we'll pick that up again, you guys. I've had lots going on. Family, friend died. My mom ill, but I keep things moving forward a little bit each day. Thank you, Allison, for reviewing my recipes. I'm so excited about working with Rosa and you guys.
Yeah, I've been preparing tofu in different ways, things that I've learned from your book. And my daughter came home late the other night, and there was a meal prepared for her, and it was put away for her, and she warmed it up and she wrote me a message like at midnight. She said, "Oh my gosh, this food is so delicious." So I had made a tofu dish for her. Yeah.
Good. Well, my book is
book.
Good. Yeah, it's supposed to be an inspiration for chefs to take it and turn it into what they want it to be, just a guide post type of thing.
It reminds me when my daughter was little, I used to pack her lunch. And she used to go to school proudly. At that time, she said, she told all her friends she was vegetarian, but she had a cookie that was, it uses ingredients that are Peruvian, so you probably wouldn't have heard of them. But anyway, her friends really liked these cookies. So she started selling the cookies at school to her friends. But my message is that when the food is delicious, then it has a way of making its way into other kids' hands.
Yeah, and vegan is the new cool in school. My grandson tells me kids swarm around him to look at his lunch. What's in your, is that vegan? That's vegan. And he gets personal notes. I love your grandma's cookies.
Yes, grandmothers and cookies. If anyone that's listening has any questions, you can put it in the chat. You can raise your hands if you want to know a little bit about what the grandmothers are up to. We're on climatehealers.org. We've been writing a lot of letters. We gather together every Wednesday night and share. We share a lot. And we get to support each other. Sometimes, seeing a lot. Judy's here. She's probably our longest time vegan. Judy, do you want to share a little bit about what it's been like to be a vegan for? Has it been almost 50 years, Judy, that you've been a vegan?
Well, vegetarian first, and then vegan. I've been vegan almost 30 years. So,
30.
But 20 more vegetarian. So, yeah. So did Brenda leave?
Brenda had to leave. Yeah. So I figured you might have had a question for her, and I was going to try to scoot you in there, but we could just contact her.
Yeah.
So what is it like for you, Judy, over the years? What changes have you seen?
Oh my gosh. It's like Brenda, you can hardly believe it because, I didn't know there were maybe 1 or 2 vegetarian cookbooks back in the 70s. And I'd actually have to look and see when we started getting this, like thousands of vegan cookbooks coming out. But back then, it was very hard to find ingredients. And most of the stores that were health food stores just had vitamins in them. And so we lived in Kansas, and so there wasn't, I don't think I even knew what tofu was for a long time, and plant-based milks and that sort of thing. And I remember what Brenda was talking about, the cheese that tasted like plastic and stuff like that. So it was a matter of, being creative and trying to, just eliminate, animal products and come up with something. And but man, I mean, compare that to now, and it's unbelievable how far we have come as far as education and cookbooks and all the speakers and all the experts and dietitians and doctors, like you all have been saying, that are actually coming around and seeing. So yeah, huge changes. Yeah, sea changes. Tsunami of changes. So yeah, I think it will
remind us. Yeah.
Well, Donna, did you want to say something?
I was just saying it's good. Thank you for reminding us that we've, as much as frustrated as we are, how far we've come. So that's very encouraging. Thank you.
Well, it is, and anyone who's really young or who just became vegan recently may not realize how far we've come. They came into it, and here's all these books, cookbooks and other books about it. And so it's like, yeah, well, that's kind of normal. Well, it wasn't a long time ago. So it's amazing. But I was gonna say, before Brenda left, I guess it's not really a question, but it's interesting. My grandkids are now 15, 17, and 20, and which is unbelievable to me. But anyway, when they were little, they asked me questions like we were talking about, and I could read them vegan storybooks and things like that. Now I ask them almost every time when I'm around them, so you have any vegan friends? They have none, zero. The only vegans they know are me and Michael. That's it. That's all they know. And so I just have to go, we are holding the vegan flag for those kids, because when they do run into someone who's vegan, they can go, oh, there's more. It's not just the grandparents. And, maybe come back around and say, now, what is it now? So, but it's very strange. They've grown up in a very affluent community in Kansas where barbecue is the big thing. And, in the Kansas City airport, you would land and see T-shirts that said, I eat pig butts. I cannot lie. That was a T-shirt. And then there was another T-shirt about cow tipping. And because it's like cows and animal agriculture is just gigantic in this city. And it's part of its identity, Kansas City. So but nevertheless, like I said, they have just don't know any other vegans. Isn't that strange? I mean, you'd think by now they would in school. And I say, now, what about your teachers? Any of them vegan? No, nobody. Wow. So yeah. So anyway.
Congratulations to you, Judy, for being vegan in a world that's so not vegan.
Oh.
I want to let you all know that thinking my son's father was a third generation Seventh-day Adventist. And it's interesting through history to see how veganism has tried to emerge, right? With Ellen White, the prophet for their church. I think it was like back in the late 1800s. And it was the same time, when was Upton Sinclair's book published? You know, there was awareness, there was new awareness. And anyway, Ellen White envisioned a vegan world, and their church was founded. There were vegans, and I was part of that church in the 80s, but you know what? I didn't see it. I didn't want to hear it. And guess what? All the Adventists were being seduced by the standard American diet. So we go to church and they'd have their little church store with the vegan tofu in a can or whatever the products that they had and the potlucks. And then you'd go home and we'd have barbecued hamburgers. And as long as it was not as long as it wasn't pork or shellfish or, you know, certain biblical things that were dirty meats. If it wasn't dirty meat, then you could eat beef and you could eat eggs and milk and all the rest. So I saw that shift of the Adventists, the original Adventists who were really into it in the early days and founded Loma Linda University. And then the standard American diet lured them in. And I went into the Glendale Hospital to the cafeteria to talk to the management there to try to sell them tofu. And they had meat on the menu. I said, what happened to the Adventist hospitals? You guys are serving meat now? And they said, yes, we had to expand our menu to attract more patients. So, you know, it comes, it surfaces, and it's pushed back. And it comes, it's like the tide, it's breathing and it's growing, but it keeps getting bigger. And we are on a roll now. It's the tsunami of opportunity right now. And Judy, your story is amazing. I've been to Kansas City, living in a country that's surrounded by animal agriculture and celebrating meat all the time. No vegans in the school. We got to get a vegan club started at your local high school. You got to go to the library and get a vegan cooking program started at your public library.
Or pen pals. If there's none there, expand them.
Find somebody to do it. You got to find somebody.
Do it. And as a former English teacher, if your grandkids have had to read Moby Dick, I want to recommend this book. It's absolutely enthralling. It's about a whale seeking peace with humans. It's Sounding by Hank Searles. Extraordinary. It's the anti-Moby Dick novel. It's been rediscovered, and I have the rights, and I'm trying to storm the bastions of Hollywood to get someone to make a film out of it, because all the documentaries are fantastic, but fiction has a unique power to affect people. Sounding by Hank Searles. I recommend that you gift it to your grandchildren and their teachers.
Debbie. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to add what Elizabeth was talking about, that the Unity Church was founded about the same time as the Seventh-day Adventists, and it was vegan also.
Incredible.
Or nearly vegan, and that got pushed back.
Yeah.
To get more people to join the church. Yeah, and I know
ties in and out.
Yeah.
Right, Donna.
Thank you, grandmothers. We're going into our open mic, and please stay and join us to speak. You know, I was just going to close with one thing. My granddaughter was eating a cheese stick that her little friend gave her at her son's hockey game. She's 4, and her friend and she looked up at me, and I went, and she looked at her little 4-year-old friend. She's vegan, and so my daughter looked at her mother and said, does he know what vegan is? And she makes this really disgusting face, like we're disgusting. And she went, and normally my daughter would have laughed at her disgusting face, but she didn't anymore. So it's not a joke anymore. She knows it's not a joke. So if we're not vegan, it's not something to make fun of, even though my friend told me to just watch the first couple minutes of a new Netflix movie that came out called Old Dads. And I'm going to end with this. We can go into open mic. And in the very beginning of Old Dads, he was talking about becoming a dad at a later age. And he said, you know, his wife said some of his issues are because he was raised in the family he was raised in. But he said, I don't whine about it. That's what vegans do. So let's bring that to open mic, because you know what Silash says, and many other people, if we're getting that big in Netflix, a new movie, pretty crappy movie, but a new movie that's criticizing us right in the beginning of the script, we are making headway. So thank you, grandmothers, for being that force.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank
for pulling us
you.
together.
Thanks, Tammy.
Okay, we are on gallery view, so if you want to come online and put your pictures on. Thank you, grandmothers. That was lovely to hear you sharing.
So we have open mic. If anyone wants to come in and just talk about something that they're working through or something they've enjoyed on the Convergence, this is your time to share. So please join us. Hi, Julian. Maybe you'd like to sing a song or read a poem.
Well, I have seen more movies lately that have something about vegan on there. One of them was just in the background, oh, she's going to a vegan place. You know, it wasn't negative or positive. So I have seen a few more references. The movies are not something that I remember, but I do like that they're being incorporated. Can y'all see me? Oh, okay. I can't see me. Okay, thanks.
I wonder what it's like to live in New York City, where it's becoming more of a thing for people to recognize the value of the plant-based diet. I think they're using the term plant-based because it's not a secret anymore in New York City. The fact that they're serving the chef's choice, the first and second chef choices in all 11 New York City hospitals, public hospitals, are vegan. And a $450 million grant has been at work now to train all of the medical doctors, nutritionists, dietitians in New York City on plant-based nutrition. So that could be an example of what it's like when the tide turns. Dakota, you got
I'd
your
love to
hand
hear
up?
from you. Oh, sorry.
Dakota, you got your hand up? Go ahead.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm just so glad to be here, and I just want to say I've really been hit and miss, and so I haven't gotten everything. I missed a lot, but I've had a lot going on this weekend, but it's so exciting just to tune in a little bit as I can. I feel like I'm at a family reunion, and it's so great because last weekend at Unity Village, the Spiritual Forum, and that was amazing. It's just wonderful. I have so much hope. I guess I felt like a lonely vegan, like the only one in my town or something, and I'm not, but I just, in my circles or whatever, I felt like the only one. So it's great to, I don't know where I've been all this time. I mean, just the literature. I mean, it's all out there, right? And like, and all these things I'm now finding through all of you and your connections and websites and projects. And so it's just opened up this whole beautiful world that is helping me a lot, and I'm grateful. And I also want to say, like, tag on Allison, that this all these things that we're seeing now too, with the hospitals going vegan in New York City, and the plant-based universities, and and then the animal rights advocacy and the notoriety that's coming up more now with the right to rescue and all these trials. It just is so exciting to me in the sense of, it's just like, I feel like that whole tide, the tide has turned. I feel like it just actually is right now. And it's like, it's just all happening and it's wonderful. And I think if we just keep the faith, it's going to be great. And last thing I want to share with you all, and I'll sign off. I just wanted to say my dream today is kind of formulating, because I'm also in recovery. I'll share that I've been in recovery for like 10 years, and every time I get over one addiction, I discover another one. Like, so I joke about it, but I think my true issue is like issues of fear and compulsion and control. So it pervades like all areas of my life, and I'm extricating myself from those things and trying to learn how to live in a healthy way. But now my dream is like, if I could learn how to run a nonprofit and have like a sanctuary and collaborate with others that want to maybe convert their farm to a sanctuary or something. But I'd like to have one called Recovery House Sanctuary or something, and where people in recovery could come, have their room and board, and work the farm and take care of the animals, and they're going to get like therapy and healing from the animals, and the animals can be cared for. And I don't know, I just have this dream formulating up here, and I just think it would be great. You know, we the caretakers were meant to be, but also, you know, heal our own wounds in the process for those who are trying to do that. Because I know for me today, I just share my personal thing. Like 2 weeks ago, I got in trouble at work because this is just happens with me. I do great for a while. Everybody loves me. I'm a good worker, but then my PTSD thing happens where something just triggers it, and I usually overreact. And when I overreact, I get in trouble. And so then it's like I'm this wonderful worker until that happens, and then I usually get suspended and fired. So I've been suspended now for 2 weeks, and even if I get cleared, which I probably more than likely will this time, I just really am dealing with the fact that I want my energy. I really want to work with animals more. Like, I just think, so for me, it's going to be very healing. Animals are so healing. They're so unconditional and just appreciate everything you do. And yeah, animals don't play games or politics or ego, you know, you don't have to deal with all of that, which is always what sets me off in the workplace. So anyway, it was my own kind of personal, I think this would be good for me. Maybe other people will like it too. And thanks for letting me share. I'm just grateful to all of you.
Dakota, I think that's such a wonderful idea to have a sanctuary and people healing, because that can be so healing to be working with animals. So that's fabulous. Follow your dream.
Oh, right, Dakota, there's a wonderful film called The Sound of Metal where the guy was in a heavy metal band, lost his hearing, but he's also an addict. And it's not if you combine that with an animal sanctuary and the animals and the people healing each other, I think you would have something really, really wonderful, because at UCLA, we've got veterans who care for parrots. The parrots are caged, but they're not able to be free. And the veterans who are wounded and the animals who, I believe most of them have been abused or surrendered, heal each other. And humans and other animals can heal each other, and you're onto it.
There is, I work with people who are blind, and some of the guide dog schools, they have to have the dogs trained. This is probably not a good topic to bring up here, but talking about using animals, but anyway, for guide dogs, and they have to have what they call puppy raisers, and they've got several programs now where the inmates in prisons are the puppy raisers, and it's so, you know, it's been verified that it's very helpful to the prisoners to have this responsibility and to have somebody to care for. So anyway, I think it sounds great.
There you go, Dakota. You're getting some feedback from the grandmothers.
Yeah. And just so y'all know, we're sharing live on Facebook, on YouTube, on the Grandmother's channel. So it doesn't have very many views. We're hoping for more, but I just wanted y'all to know that we are live on the YouTube channel.
That's so great. I did just have one question. I forgot, if you don't mind me talking more, because I thought I heard Judy say that the grandmothers was open to people of all genders. Is that true? So I can become a grandmother, a vegan grandmother?
Salish is one.
All right. Well, I didn't know. Honestly, I didn't know. I love you guys.
He is one of the million vegan grandmothers. Yep.
The vegan grandmothers rock.
Heck yeah. Oh man. That'd be my favorite, hashtag. I just need to know how to join.
I think you just did. I'm not sure. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I think you joined. And you can also call us the Grands, because we're gender equal.
There you go. The Grand. I love that. More inclusive. Hey, I'm gonna, what I kind of want to do is I want to highlight this image that Julian's showing us of the cow. Whoops, it changed.
This cow just got in a fight here, and he had lost a horn because of he got knocked off by another cow, another bull, and so he's recovering. This is the hospital area of the cow sanctuary. There's about 86 cows here, 85 now. One of them may have passed away, but there's a gentleman here taking care of them. This is a vegan cow shelter where there's no feeding the milk to the people. There's just one baby calf. This one needs to get cut on his head from feeding. They just love it. Cow therapy is one of the best therapies you can imagine, because cows, they're just so grounding. Oh, he just hit me.
I think he wants out.
You just gotta watch yourself sometimes.
Yeah, I think he wants out. Don't you think, Julian?
Yeah, he does. He's been in here for a couple of days because he's got a few injuries. He's got a cut on top of his head. You see that?
Can you highlight him so that it can be bigger? Or do I just need to go to speaker view?
Yes, go to speaker view. He's highlighted on the Facebook.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks.
You bet. Yeah, everybody put him on speaker view to see him. Oh, look at those hooves. My goodness.
It's like a big dog.
This one over here.
Yeah. Hello there. What's his name?
I don't know this one's name actually.
Okay.
What name? You don't know his name either? We don't know this one's name.
Okay.
This one, like I said, this one just lost a horn here. He goes in a fight with another bull, and so one of the horns just came off. But he's a little more gentle.
Yeah.
And the other one over here, he's such a nice one. We're keeping the males away from the females so they don't be breeding,
Yeah.
But this one is he's so loving. He likes to lick everything he touches.
Oh. Wow.
But it's like sandpaper because the sand, and it's such an amazing thing. They have the horse therapy for people who have a PSTD and who just want to, but the cow therapy is also wonderful too. And they don't they don't ever bite. They're so gentle. They never actually bite people. They very seldom when they're eating grass. They're one of the gentlest animals on the land. They won't eat the grass too low down. They'll let it let it stay a little bit. Where horses and mules, they'll rip up the roots, so they're a lot more harsh on the ground. But the cows, if there's not any grass, they'll move on to another place. That's so gentle. Hey,
until you've gotten a cow kiss. I need to go back to a sanctuary and get another sandpaper kiss.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you put your head. I got some videos here at this farm where they were licking my head, and it's this one cow wouldn't stop licking my head, and it just like started started taking off a little bit too much skin.
Julian, where are you? Where are you?
I'm in Malaysia here at the Lancang Cow Sanctuary, and it's called the Go Druma Farm. and it's legally it's called the Kenko farm of Lanchong.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I'd love to know.
Yeah. My name is Julian Bliss. I'm from California, Paradise, California, and it's a town that had the campfire. So my mother's house burned down there, and now she's living in a trailer with my sister on another farm, 11-acre farm in Nevada County or Nevada City, California. And I came here to work with cows. For 10 years, I've been trying to work with cows because I find that the cows in India and Nepal are on the street and they're causing accidents. And I wanted to address that over 11 years ago in 2013, about 11 years ago, or 10 and a half. I was there and I was just trying to work with the Gandhi family and their animal hospital too, as well, and a lot of other cow sanctuaries going. The reason they haven't fixed, the problem of street cows, does everybody know that it's never been fixed, right? All these accidents. Well, it's because one of the things is the Einstein theory, right? That to do the same thing over and over again, expect a different result. Well, the thing is that they keep giving money to the same people who benefit from the problem. So the local leaders, the local animal shelters, just hit me in the head. It's okay. Get used to it. Basically, they get paid the more accidents there are. And so there's thousands of accidents a day. Over 400 people die on average a day in accidents with car accidents, motorcycle accidents, a lot of them related with animals like cows and dogs. But really it's because they don't have simple systems. They don't have international animal lovers. We did a big television program when 3,000 plus cows died in 1 week in Rajasthan in the Hingonia cow shelter. And basically they asked us to talk, what can we do to fix the problem? That was in 2016. I said, well, you need the international animal lovers involved, or it's never going to get fixed. So basically, the simple solution is to have more international vegan grandmothers and vegan grandfathers, or more involved with helping and supporting and taking over control. Actually, they will give us control of the whole street cow problem if we have a plan and we can pay for it. That's the only thing, stipulation the government has said. So if we can somehow a simple solution is to get the cows off the street. It's just put the fences up first in the jungles, forests, and deserts, and even single mothers. There's so many single mothers, suicides every few minutes in India. It's one of the worst suicide capitals of the world, and they're having, I think, over 100 suicides a day on average, 130 maybe. But most of the people become single mothers, and they need the fertilizer from the cows, and they don't have to work. If we could bring the street cows in for 1 or 2 days and let them, eat down the plant hazardous growth, the fire hazardous growth, if it's overgrown, or if they just need fertilizer after harvest, they burn the crops. And when they burn the crops, that heats the air. The fires more than 3 million times faster per second. And the dark smoke from the fires heats up at least 1 million times faster per second. And so during, per unit mass, that's the Stanford University's Mark Jacobson's environmental sciences study that they did. So the dark color of is nice if you're cold, but what happens is it retains heat. So, every square inch of that dark smoke in the air after fires, like in Canada, they've burned over 175,000 square kilometers of forest. It's nearly more than 5% of Canada's land in the last this year. So and that's what's driving the Arctic runoff faster than anything, and the sinkholes that are developing in the Arctic, and then there's a fossil methane, which is estimated over 1,300,000,000,000,000,000 metric tons of methane underneath the. There's a video, a documentary called, I think, Arctic sinkholes, something. Just look up Arctic sinkholes, and anyway, there's a lot of information that we need to weigh up the people, because if that methane keeps coming out more and more, as it's doing every day, the sinkholes and because of the crack in the ice, that could drive. No one ever counted on about this carbon factor about the bathtub little cartoon that Doral put together of about how considered this figure of how to curb the climate change. But if we can just these animals back in, I just set up something over here where we're trying to show we can protect baby coconut trees we planted. I'll try to walk over there. Basically, by the coconut trees not getting eaten down because they're letting the cows graze. And so I'll just show you that. It's just right here.
And that's very lots of green.
It's very green. Yeah, it's a little moat here. So this basically are baby coconut trees in the middle. And this is electric wire. There's no electricity here yet. We were going to get some wire from electricity from the top up here, but we keep it very low so it doesn't, even the humans can, and they don't feel the pain. It's just a light, tiny bolt. But the cows are so sensitive that they don't even want to touch it, even these giant poles, because there's something amazing about the sensitivity of these animals. And so they're going to be protected, these palm trees, or excuse me, coconut trees, and then they can walk around here eating the plant growth, and at the same time not have any problem with hurting these trees. When the coconut trees get big like over there, then the cows can walk around. And I don't know if you can see the cows they're on the other parts of the farm. This is a 400-acre farm, so it's a real lot going over here. It's a work-away place. If everybody ever wants to come over here, you get free accommodations, free food. It's all vegan, and it's kind of nice. There's not many mango trees here, but there's a lot of star fruit trees. There's a lot of coconut and jackfruit trees. So it's kind of nice. Anybody have any questions on that or the solutions? I've developed a plan. I could email anybody who wants to know for the street cows of India and Nepal. It's a very simple solution with international animal lovers working with the local cow and animal lovers too, to get the cows. And I think Dakota would really like that because, it's, you wouldn't be just in one place. It's nomadic. That's what the animals have done for millions of years, is they've been moving around and they fertilize everywhere they go and they prevent fires and they live, defecate and die in nature. And they recycle everything from the bodies. The plants can be non-vegetarian because they're not killing. This is non-violent absorbing of the nutrients by the trees, the plants, and the grasses. And when that's done naturally, then this whole ecosystem can start recovering. If everybody just would stop the killing machine and let the animals rewild, and with guided supervision, that would be wonderful by animal lovers to let them be off the roads, to have a job. And the police would even help us move the cows from one farm to another every day. They've already done that a few times, and they just want us to pay for it. So it wouldn't be costly. We pay people about $10 a day, and they will work with us with about 20 people for every 5,000 cows. It's a very simple solution. And the cows can, like I said, fertilize the single mothers, mostly their farms, and prevent them from burning, because there's burning going on again. And in Indonesia, there's been smoke in the air for weeks now because of Indonesia's burned their forests down instead of letting the animals and the non-vegetarians benefit, instead of letting the vegans benefit and the plant life, they let the animal killers benefit, and they cook animals. And cooking the meat could take hours for like a big wedding ceremony or something. People cook all day if they just have. But if you just have a raw vegan diet and you live on the coconut trees, which I'll go over here, you can just eat coconuts, you can eat jackfruit all day. There's 1,500 plus. And there's a whole bunch of banana trees and other things too as well. But if you could just set up, Dakota, things around the world like this, we could actually help the planet.
Julian? I'm going to put you on gallery view again. You have a couple of comments, and let people, let's see, Dakota would love some information on that. So I can share that information with you. You and I are in touch on WhatsApp.
They never. So I'm coming over now.
And oh, I thought Debbie had a question, but let me mute her.
Go ahead. Any questions? Yeah.
I have a suggestion. I'm wondering if it's possible to get some grants, because it sounds like the only problem with your program is the money. I'm wondering if there's sources.
Yeah. You're right. There is somebody that's working on a grant for us actually right now, but they have they're multitasking, and so they really, they're a genetic scientist, and Sasi is her name, and she's here in Malaysia, but she's very busy at the hospital working, so it's really hard for her to spend time on it. And like I said, we have mostly volunteers. I don't really have any experience writing grant. I don't know anybody else that does, but it wouldn't be like a very costly situation to give these and the veterinarians would be the most costly, to have a couple of veterinarians for every 5,000 cows, and maybe and then maybe a couple of buses would be nice to have. So one would be for ladies, one would be for gents, and then they could, we could rest. They have these reclining seats inside the buses, so if it's getting too hot in the day, they could lie back and rest. And then we could just pick up the plastic on the side of the road, walk down the road every day to each new farm that would need plastic, they need fertilizer, and literally guide the cows into the farm. And if there's no fencing, we could set up temporary electrical fencing, which is very somewhat reasonable, and that could be set up the day before. So if we had two systems, probably within 5 acres, you could have 5,000 cows pretty easily for just 1 or 2 days. Each cow needs about 3 square meters to be comfortable, and then they can just literally eat down everything. And we could have mobile fencing, mobile tents too, that are called pandals. They're very large tents where you can have a few hundred people in. They could have steel casing, steel poles going up, so they wouldn't be bamboo, it wouldn't be weak, they wouldn't come down on the cows. And they would have a large steel, I guess you could say, a cage around each thing. It's a very simple thing. I've worked on it with many people over the years. We just, like I said, never been able to pay for it. And instead of having these big tents used for, religious ceremonies, which usually they get out of the shade or out of the sun, and have it for the animal sanctuaries. It would be so beautiful to keep the cows away from the rain or the sun. They could alternate in. We could set up misting systems with little waters above these things, so they could get protected from the heat. That would just be like they have these in fancy restaurants in LA and Palm Desert, where you see this little hoses with light water coming out. Very simple ways to keep the cows cool and protected a little bit. And the people would have a great time. You'd get therapy all day long. It would be so nice. So there's just so many coconut trees here. I don't know how many hundreds, there's thousands of coconuts on the trees altogether, but it's a pretty nice experience here. So I can write a grant. Thank you so much, Donna, for suggesting that. I appreciate that. Like I say, I don't have experience, and I was told we should have a PhD person writing the grant and requesting the funds. That's why I've asked this person to do it. We might be able to get somebody else to do it. But at the moment, we haven't found somebody. So yeah, if you have any suggestions, please email me.
Like very worthwhile. Sounds very worthwhile.
Thank you so much for grandmothers. Only vegan grandmothers can appreciate it. It's simple. It's no brain. No.
Oh, I think anybody can appreciate it on so many levels, Julie.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, BJ, for being. BJ has been such a wonderful host. She's at every convergence. She's at every meeting of the climate healers. We love her to death. Well, to life. We want her to live forever too. But thank you, Tammy, for starting this Vegan Grandmothers for Million Vegan. It was a wonderful thing that you started, and all you wonderful people. Dakota, thanks for your good questions and concerns about getting involved. And I wish I knew all the names of all the grandmothers here, but I'm sure you're all sweethearts on your own. And thanks for being here, Elizabeth and Carol, everybody else. Lisa, Ken, Sarah, Ray. and watch. Willow, thank you guys. And Cynthia. All right. Just contact me,
Thank you,
World
Julian.
Guardian.
Thank you.
Info. You're welcome. info@worldguardians.org is the Enviro diet. It's like environmental diet, which the producers let us put that on our YouTube channel. So we've been playing the What the Health documentary, and as well as the Cowspiracy for a few years now, and it's pretty amazing, that we're getting it done in different languages, translated, and people are really appreciating that too as well. But it just takes a little bit more. I think if you guys spend a little bit of money promoting those documentaries, like if there's a way to do that, then I think it's like $5 or something. You could reach thousands, tens of thousands of people in Facebook, to see these documentaries, to get people out there to see it. But what I've been doing, and I won't take up much more of your time, is mostly going to schools, because the grandmothers care about planet, vegan grandmothers especially, and grandfathers care more about the children, the animals, and the environment than anybody else. So if we can get you guys to be the leaders of the world and go to the schools, what I've been doing is going to schools during this time here. The government's been a little slow about giving me permission, but now I'm working under another organization that I can go to schools. It's a planet protecting organization here in Malaysia, and we can literally go. I've been to hundreds of schools, giving thousands of classes over the last 10 years on recycling, plant-based, and trying to manage the waste, because the children the parents and grandparents went to school, right? And what did they didn't learn? They never learned to manage trash and plastic and to eat a healthy diet. Why? Because it wasn't trained in school as an important thing. And a lot of the people don't realize the children need to be trained. It takes, maybe it's not just to be told, you have to go through it, don't be afraid to pick up the trash. There's coconuts out of line, you throw them in the bushes, let them get recomposted in the earth. And if there's plastic, you pick it up and you show them, use your left hand. If they eat with the right hand, like most countries do, use the left hand for other things. So wash your hands afterwards, just simple hygienic things. Keep 3 dustbins in your house, or trash bins. One's for recycling, compost, and landfill. Simple things. So I'm sorry I'm talking too long. Probably Roger's going to tell me. So
Beautiful.
But anyway, that's the focusing on the cows.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye.
We appreciate your energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Julian is a doer for sure. Yeah, thank you, Julian. I've been seeing you watching the Convergence today, and you are a doer and a learner. All right, somebody else have some things going on you'd like to tell us about that you haven't gotten a chance to say? Well, I think I would like to say something. Oh, thank you. Okay. Jump right in. I think going to vegan Toastmasters would be really good for a lot of people. It helps learn, you get to practice things, you get to encourage other people who are speaking. I even learned about podium changes. Somebody's always at the podium. All kinds of different tips, not just vegan. We have a vegan Toastmasters, which Watch Dominion goes to, but also any Toastmasters. And maybe some of you already have been and you've enjoyed them, but that's a place where you get a message out there. I don't get to speak every time, so, because everybody needs their chance. But one time I talked about the ice melting, and one time this, and there's a plethora of things to talk about. And I'm still learning, but I would like to suggest that as another outlet of education and learning. Okay, pass.
BJ, I've been thinking all weekend with all the, my gosh, what a huge array of evidence of activity all over the place, all over the world, and every dynamic of our society. And there's just a lot more going on than we're hearing about. And I was just reminded all weekend, I wrote on my pad here several times, of course, Of course you're vegan. Of course you're going to go vegan, and I'm going to get that into Dr. Rao's speech when he goes to Oxford. Of course you're going to go vegan. There isn't any. I mean, it just makes sense. There just isn't any other alternative that's going to work for the future. It just makes sense. So I just wanted to bring, of course, back out of the shadows and remind us all that, of course, people are going vegan. Of course, it's the only thing that makes any sense.
Thank you, Ken.
Any chance Sarah Siegel can give us an update? I know she's recovering from an accident, but it would be great to hear an update from Sarah if she's up to it.
Oh, calling on Sarah. Sarah, can you hear us? She may be away from the computer. Would love to hear an update. All right, while we wait for Sarah, maybe Carol would like to tell us something about her Fridays. Nope. Okay. Maybe Willow would. Oh, okay, watch.
Oh, great. Thank you so much, everyone. Happy day wherever you are, and thanks for speaking out for the non-human animals. As we know that human and non-human animals were both connected. And yeah, and veganism, as Philip Whelan, the Australian philanthropist, said that veganism is a Swiss Army knife that can help resolve so many problems and animal cruelty forever. And so it's good to see that many of us are congregated to work for animal liberation. Just wondering about how our vegan movement, just like any other social justice movement, has challenges going forward, because we all need to be reflecting on what's going on with our vegan movement and how we can move it forward, make it stronger, and make it more effective. I personally have had in various groups, I have been experiencing some leadership issues where people are power hungry or disconnected from the movement's original goals and values, and that led to degeneration. People wanted to become the leads or the mods in a particular group and without doing any work. So we all need to just watch out for some leadership issues, and also do correction, to speak out if you feel like some of the people in power in a movement are not pulling their load or not seeing some of the directions where the movement needs to go. At times I've watched some of these groups to be co-opted, like people who are either doing self-promotion or just promoting their own agenda or their own products or books or solutions in under the umbrella of that leadership or the vegan movement per se. Then this needs to be also called out, because at all points we need to be thinking about, are our actions leading to animal liberation or not? And I know sometimes when we are planting seeds, it's hard to have those objective metrics, and many of the metrics are like vanity metrics. Say, for example, on Clubhouse, I would have a vanity metric. So let's say I stopped into 50 rooms and spread some vegan messages or talked to a few people, or how many people did I talk to? Again, then that is a vanity metrics, because not everybody I'm going to talk to, or not everybody who's going to argue with me is going to go vegan. That I see differently. Ken is an optimist. He wants everybody to go vegan, but I know from my experience of being a vegan activist for over a decade now, is that not everybody's going to go vegan, and I know a lot of us have different perspective on cultured meat. So yeah, it's hard for some people they're not going to change. So we need to also be aware of that and not focus too much of energy on such people. There's also fragmentation. I've had some really conflicting arguments with in our own team also, when people will say, oh, veganism is just about animals. And I personally take the characteristic of a salesperson that who would try to sell veganism based upon the client. If this client is interested in health, talk to them about health benefits. If the client is interested about social justice, talk about social justice. I know a lot of Unitarians and Unity churches are into social justice and spirituality. And if somebody is interested about bodybuilding, they talk about game changers. You don't have to just have just one tack for all of your clientele. You just need to tailor your strategy based upon the interest of your client. I also see a lot of burnout and exhaustion. I see some of the folks just getting totally burned out with, there's so much going on. We all know we have the Palestine-Gaza conflict, we had Ukraine conflict, we have COVID, and people are just getting overwhelmed. So it's also good to just take a break and do some self-care and just recharge, regenerate, and just regather, and or do as much as you can. Like sometimes, oh, I just wear a vegan shirt out to when I'm going out to doing shopping groceries, and that's all I'm going to do for that day. And sometimes I'll spend a few times on Clubhouse, or sometimes I'll just go speak at Toastmasters. And just pace yourself and make sure that you are constantly putting some good fuel into your own self-care, because otherwise you're gonna burn out, and exhaustion is a huge threat to our movement. And lastly, we should have ability to adapt. So like there could be certain points where certain people are going to ban you from their group. Like I've been harassed at multiple churches for coming into the church with wearing a vegan shirt or having a vegan sign. Some of the stores have harassed me for carrying a vegan sign into their establishment, or some some rooms are going to kick you out. Some people are going to block you on social media or call you names, and you need to have the capability to adapt to certain organizations. So there's a lot of various ways. You can just write letters to the newspaper, or you can make phone calls to your elected officials to have more vegan options at let's say the prisons or in the hospitals, and things like that. So there's so many different venues for vegan activism. I know I'm personally quite happy to deal with one-on-one or sort of like cold calling about people with people trying to sell veganism, but there are other silent ways to do vegan activism also. And I know a lot of people cringe at the thought of going into a restaurant and shouting about people who are concurrently eating, or shouting about the fur, anti-fur, and there is a place for that. But if that doesn't suit your style, then do adapt to a particular modus operandi which is more comfortable to you. So once again, I really appreciate BJ. Thanks for giving a shout out to Vegan Toastmasters. Do come, and you're welcome to attend as a guest, and as many times as you want. And thank you so much again for speaking out for the non-human animal. May we have animal liberation soon. Back to you, BJ.
Thank you, Watt. Yeah, Allison.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to say a word about Dr. Rao, who will be speaking in 13 minutes. He'll be speaking on the greatest transformation in human history. And I wanted to maybe resolve a mystery in regards to Dr. Rao. He is in India right now, and he'll be getting up, I think it's like 5 a.m. right now, to do this presentation. But he is on a mission in India right now. He left for India, I think on the 25th or 26th, just a couple of days ago. And yesterday he wasn't here much because he was catching up on his sleep. And today, of course, he's getting up at some ungodly hour to do his presentation for us, coming up in 12 minutes now. But I think we are going to have a great opportunity, some of us, to talk with him at the end of his presentation and to find out what it is that he's doing in India. He's very passionate about what's happening in India right now. And so the fact that he's there and is doing the work of climate healers in India, I think it's a great opportunity for all of us to find out more about what he's doing and to see what it has to do with the vegan movement and creating a vegan world by 2026. Anyone have any thoughts or comments about that?
I had wanted to comment on the previous two comments. May I?
Sure, Lisa.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say, and I had left a note there on the side of it. I've been an educator I've been a vegan for about 4 decades and an educator for about 3 decades. And I feel very strongly about the most important being informing ourselves. That is what we have to do if we're going to bring change. And that's why being at a conference like this is just so important. Hear what people have to say, learn as much as you can, and yes, learn how to say it. And I had wanted to say that there's a new book out. It's called Vegan Ethics, Amore, M-O-R-E. And that gives the 5 key reasons to go vegan. It's very succinct, it's very concise. So if you want to be able to talk to people who are different types of people about the things that matter to them. So animal suffering is A, M is medical if they're concerned about their health. O is oppressions, human oppressions. And most people are concerned about human beings, but not animals. So understanding the oppressions that eating animals causes to other humans. And then AMOR, R is the religions. If they're religious people and you know their religious teachings, there isn't a religion out there that teaches that we should be cruel. And then, or exploit the vulnerable. In fact, they teach the opposite. And finally, the E is environment. And we've gotten lots of great information on that today. So if you are interested in talking to people and knowing more about how to talk to them, I tend to lay out arguments and make it very clear what the different things are that can be said. And I try to keep my books very accessible. So please go to lisakemmer.com, go to publications and find Vegan Ethics Amore. Thanks to all of you. I may not pop on to say anything again. So thanks to everyone for a great day.
Thank you, Lisa. Yay. And let's see how much time we have. Oh, we've got time because Sarah's back on, so she can give us an update. But go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to say I'm not an optimist. I really have bought into the engineering understanding of what's going on here. And, you know, when you get a few holes in the dam and think of the number of holes we encountered this weekend, you just know that everybody in the valley is going to get wet sooner or later. Okay. You just know everybody's going to get wet. And we are all going to be vegans. Not every last one. There'll be standouts. They'll still be growing cows and people still be eating beef 100 years from now, but not very many of them. The rest of us won't be able to afford the beef. It just won't. The land's too expensive. The water's too scarce. One force after another. All the forces are gonna get all of us wet. We're all going to get wet in this revolution. The more we can focus on spirit ourselves and not worrying about anything, but focus on spirit and find the resources in ourselves and in our community to approach this as a spiritual transformation, the stronger and the faster it'll go, is my belief.
Thank you, Ken. I wanted to know if we could hear from Sarah. Somebody asked Sarah, I know you're back again. If you could just give us a couple of minutes on food healers. People asked about that update and it's been so exciting. So give us a update, please.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Good to see you. I was just with Jane on Chain TV and she says hello. And we're actually just talking about food healers. Next Sunday, even though it's the 3rd Sunday every month, next Sunday thank you, Tony, there is a hunger walk And the end of the hunger walk ends where we give out food in Santa Monica. So Tony and Annie thought, hey, we should do it on the November 5th, since at the end of the hunger walk is where we normally have our tents set up. And so then Vegan Joint said they would donate to us. So getting back to the beginning, hello everybody, I'm Sarah, and I'm one of the volunteers for Food Healers Los Angeles, and we've recently partnered with Go Dharmic, which is a 501(c), and they have been serving 15 million meals worldwide. And we're so lucky that we have Dr. Sailesh Rao, who's actually on the board of Go Dharmic, and he came to our last Food Healers also, so Dr. Rao did, and it was amazing. He made enough rice that we actually had enough food this time. We're so grateful. And what we do is normally the third Sunday each month, we are partnered up with farmers markets, vegan restaurants, and vegan chefs. And we serve about 400 to 500 plant-based meals, full meals, to anybody that wants to have, delicious free food. We also serve drinks as well. We make a hibiscus, aguas frescas, and we also make different drinks like cantaloupe. We do mostly also juicing everything, so it's healthy as possible. And Kamaya, Dr. Rao's granddaughter, actually came up with one of the recipes that we serve called Unity Stew. And Unity Stew is basically just a veggie stew. It's published, the recipe is actually published on PCRM, Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. And you go to pcrm.org and look that up if you want to know how to make the stew. It's great. Dr. Rao knows how to make it, and a lot of people make it. And Go Dharmic has volunteers all over the world, and we just partner with them for the 501(c) part, where we can help try to get donations to help keep doing this as well. And they're doing relief all over the world. It's not just giving out meals. They give out like food. They give out not just food, but they give out clothing, shoes, all sorts of, things. So the more we partner up in different places in the world with different people that are doing basically the same thing, the better we can spread out the vegan messages. So the idea behind Food Healers is that 1 out of 4 people are food insecure. And therefore, we want to try to help people and not make them feel more insecure. So when they're out, we feel that, like Dr. Rao said, basic human right. Healthy food should be free. So we make it available to them, whole food, plant-based. And that's why we do it the way we do it. And then there's people that give away food on Skid Row, other groups. There's groups all over the world giving away free food. So this is just another, kind of like, you could say it's like another like annex of, whatever. And BJ also does Food Healers in Texas. And she recently got a tent, and she might want to talk about that as well. But I just wanted to give you guys an overview. If you have any questions, I'm not sure if I even gave you an answer to what you were asking, but we're the third Sunday of every month serving free meals. We have great volunteer network now. It's really solid. Our volunteers are just amazing. And one of our main volunteers, Sarah Tala, is the cover of the new Food Healers app. And even Dr. Rao may want to tell you about the Food Healers app. But basically, the Food Healers app it's in its incubacy stage. We're in our testing mode. But basically, you'll be able to post an event. Let's say like VJ wants to have a vegan chili cook-off. And she's like, hey, and she'll post it on the Food Healers app, and people can find that. And then if you're looking for meals anywhere in the world, you can find where you can find a meal. And so we have all of our vegans, and I think they're in India. There's all these groups doing this, and Dr. Rao's trying to get this app so that we can connect it all. So that's the whole thing, is to try to stay connected and giving out free food and giving out free plant-based food. We also added in activism. So we're doing outreach at our events now and letting them know, why are we doing this? What are we doing this for? And what's going on with the vegan world? And that's really important. I think a really good thing is to do outreach at these events and talk to people about why it's important to have these meals. And because there's so many meals being served all over the world, but they're not vegan. So this is to help them. So yeah, outreach definitely is key. And that's the hardest thing I think that we have as an obstacle to overcome, is getting enough people to do outreach at our events. So yeah, having said that, I think that's a pretty good statement on food healers. And you can go to foodhealers.org. You can go to climatehealers.org. You can go to Facebook Food Healers Los Angeles. You can also go to Instagram Climate Healers and find out what's going on. Like I said, our next feeding event is November 5th, which is next Sunday. And we're going to be helping the people that are actually going to be doing the hunger walk. And it's really good that we're going to be there, because we need to show them that, you know, this is a good kind of like, we're trying to connect the non-vegan world with the vegan world to try to show this is very important for across the board. So thank you, everyone. And I'm really happy to be here. And I'm honored that Dr. Rao is here, and he's the reason why we do food healers.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And hello and welcome, Dr. Rao.
Hi, BJ. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for being here and for soldiering on, right? Yeah. I mean, as Ali said yesterday, it's because they dropped the ball at the UN, we are carrying it now.
And they sure did. They dropped the ball big time. They're a commercial asset, it seems like now.
Well, it's not just them. You know, I'm finding the same thing here in India, where I'm supposed to give a talk at my alma mater tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Indian time, and the administration of the college has refused to help the students record the video. I mean, and put it up on YouTube because they're scared. They're scared that their funding will get cut off. I don't know what's going on, but basically that's what it is, right? Again, my alma mater has the major problem in the school is stress, mental stress of the students, which, as you can imagine, is coming from all these environmental issues too, and the students are asking, what are we doing all this for? And yet the administration is not supporting them. So this is a problem, right? So I'm trying to get the alumni network to help the students, and until the officials, get the courage to support their students. Well.
Ready? Are you ready for me to highlight you? And
Sure thing. Thank you.
thank you. Spotlight for everybody.
So we have all been meeting now for the 15th time, and it's always been about this, the greatest transformation in human history. And you ask, what is this greatest transformation in human history? It is greater than the agricultural revolution. It's greater than the industrial revolution, the scientific revolution, the internet revolution, you name it. It's greater than even the discovery of fire, because it is the discovery of the spiritual fire within us. So it is a spiritual transformation as well as a civilizational transformation. It's transformation in our entire way of life, and that's what we have been working on for the last 15 meetings. And I wish the UN would take this up seriously, because they would bring so much more resources to bear. I wish the governments of the world would take this up seriously, because again, it's the amount of resources that can be brought to bear. But until they do, we are going to keep at it, and we are going to keep kicking. I really think that it's such a rotten structure filled with fear. People are scared, but when it is fear that's holding things up, it doesn't take much to bring the whole thing down. You can see that in Wayne Sheng's trial, where they put a gag order. I mean, so much for freedom of speech, right? Goes out the window as soon as people start poking into the reality of what is going on. So it's holding them to their own, holding their feet to the fire, to whatever fire they've already lit. So that's what this is about, the greatest transformation in human history. I'm going to begin by quoting from Wayne Dyer, who said, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And when you look at it from the other side, you say, what in the heck are we all so scared about? It is the greatest transformation in human history. You should be happy and doing it joyfully, because it is, we should be congratulating each other for having accomplished what you've accomplished, and then moving on to the next step. Okay, that's taking life as it comes, taking life fearlessly and with love. So that's the switch that we need to do, and we need to help other people also see this switch and to look at things from what we are saying. I'm also going to quote, I heard this quote today, or basically it's yesterday now. Yes, I've been sleeping. And it's a quote from Bradley Miller, who said, teaching a child not to step on a caterpillar is just as important to the child as it is to the caterpillar. And I said, no, it's the opposite. You don't have to teach a child not to step on a caterpillar. You have to first teach a child to step on a caterpillar. So it's the opposite. We need to look at it from the other perspective. Children are not born with an innate desire to go step on caterpillars, that we have to then persuade them not to step on a caterpillar. No, you have to teach them first to step on the caterpillar, and that is just as detrimental to the child as it is to the caterpillar. Okay? Children are born with love in their hearts. They see the world with wonder. How do I know that? Because my granddaughter taught me that. She showed me that that's how it works in her life. Okay? So it is our system that's teaching the child first to step on the caterpillar by giving them violent stories, in nursery rhymes. I mean, everything is violent, and then making violence so normal. So we need to reverse that. We need to reverse the way we look at things, and recognize that all of us belong in nature exactly as we are. Every animal belongs in nature exactly as she is, and we all belong in nature exactly as we are. And so this lesson that the elephant taught me, when she's breaking branches of trees, that's where the sunlight streams and nourishes the underbrush. Okay? So the elephant has no choice but to belong in nature exactly as she is. And wherever the elephant is trampling on bushes, that's where new pathways are formed in the forest. Wherever the elephant is pooping, that's where new jackfruit trees are born. In the same way, human beings belong in nature exactly as we are. And we have been doing something incredibly amazing. Okay? A lot of people don't know this, but the earth has gone through 5 major ice ages in its history. Just like it's gone through 5 major extinctions. It's gone through 5 major ice ages in its history. And we are currently in the 5th major ice age. I mean, given all the talk about climate heating, we would think that, we have been heating the climate for a long time. No, it's only recently. I mean, we are in an ice age. We are at the end of an ice age. It's called the Quaternary Ice Age. And for the first 2.7 million years of the Quaternary Ice Age, the first million years of the first 1.7 millions of the years of the Quaternary Ice Age, the Earth was going into an ice age every 41,000 years, and then popping out of it for a few thousand years and going back to another ice age, and so on. And it's not regular. It's sort of irregular, like what I'm showing you here in the white. So the white is the temperature of the Earth, and present time is on the right hand side, and this is 650,000 years before present time. And you'll see there are roughly 6 warm periods. So the difference between the high and the low is about 10 degrees Celsius actually. So and it's about 6 warm periods, and the rest of the time the Earth was in an ice age. And the same thing happened in the previous 2.1 million years. It's been like that. And so now, over the last 1 million years, the ice ages have been happening roughly once every 100,000 years. And for the most of the time, it's in an ice age, meaning the Earth is frozen. You get a mile of ice on top of Chicago, so good luck living there. Okay? And then it warms for a short period. So, about 10,000 years or 5,000 years. And during this time, the Earth spawned us as a species. And she gave us control of fire 500,000 years ago. She gave us a box of matches and said, go, light it up and heat me up. We didn't do that in earnest until now. Oops. Okay. 50,000 years ago, we were in an ice age and we were mostly sitting in Africa, okay, as a species. And we formed partnership with wolves, who became our dogs, who lent us their sense of smell, their sense of hearing, and their sense of sight, and allowed us to move out of Africa and go to every part of the world. So imagine our ancestors traveled across the ice during an ice age, traveled across the ice shelf from Russia to North America and came down into North America. I mean, they went throughout the world by using the ice as a way to travel. We spread to every part of the world except Antarctica. And then in the current warm period, which began about 11,700 years ago, it looks exactly like the warm period that happened 3 ice ages ago, but instead of going back to the ice age again 5,000 years ago, temperature stayed flat and then went up. And that's our ancestors doing this work. And so our ancestors have struggled. They have fought so hard to make this happen. Okay? So they struggled and they were burning down forests, and that's how they increased the CO2 in the atmosphere. They raised rice and they raised cows, so that allowed the methane to go up as well. And by doing this, we heated up the climate. So they heated up the climate. So the agricultural revolution and the temperature of the earth were basically co-created. Because for the agricultural revolution to happen, the temperature had to stay fairly flat. You have to have the stable climate for you to do agriculture. And so they did that. They kept the temperature constant for 10,000 years. They're burning down forests. So imagine all the work that our ancestors did, all the effort that went into it. But this is all unknowingly. They didn't do it on purpose. It's because they're part of nature. The nature is such a perfect system design that now that we have increased the temperature by 1.2 degrees Celsius from the pre-industrial level, we are facing this choice. And it really is 3 possible choices, not just 2. So I took this figure from William Rediman's book. And you can see William Rediman is assuming that the temperature will go up to about 5 degrees Celsius, from 1 degree Celsius, about 5 degrees Celsius, and then all human beings will die off. So we will all die because we won't have any food to eat if we do something so stupid. And then once we all die off, so he assumes that we are so monumentally incapable of thinking that we will keep heating the planet until we all die off. And then the earth will go back to another ice age. So that's what he's predicting. And I'm saying, actually, if we keep heating the earth until it gets to 5 degrees Celsius, it's likely that the temperature will keep going up forever. And you'll get into the Venus syndrome, in which case the temperature on earth will be 460 degrees Celsius. So those are the 2 options of heating the climate forever. Or you can start trying to cool the climate. That's the green line here. And you try to start cooling the climate, the best you can do is to sort of move it, instead of going straight up, try to make it go a little bit less straight up, and then eventually pull it down. Okay, so that's what this green line is showing. So eventually you can pull it down and bring it back to the thermostat setting and keep it there. And why do we need to bring it back to the thermostat setting? Because we know that it was stable here. We know it was a stable point for the earth. Okay. So then you can keep it there forever. So that's the third option. And the beauty of this is that if we choose to make this transition today, we can do it today. If we say we're going to wait 5 years and then And every time you look at the choices before you, you'll always see these three choices. Either heat up and go and die off, or start trying to cool consciously and create the greatest transformation in human history and bring it here. But the problem is, if you wait 5 years, it's going to get a lot harder to do this. So the sooner you decide to go on the green line, the better off we are. Okay? So the soonest you can do it is today. Let's all decide we're going to do it today. And this is why I've been putting pressure on the UN, saying, hey, I'm not coming to your COP28 as long as you're serving meat and dairy. Because then I know you're not serious about addressing the greatest transformation in human history. Show me that you're serious. Because what does vegan mean? It means that you are not going to exploit animals for any purpose whatsoever. It's just a neutral stance. You have to go beyond vegan and start helping the animals. That's how you're going to bring back the wildlife on the planet. Okay? Vegan is just one step at saying, okay, it's a neutral stance, saying I'm not going to exploit anymore. I don't need to exploit anymore, so why should I do it? As a species, we have to have that, we have to just come to that realization that we don't need to use them anymore, because we have taken enough from the planet. We have taken most of the planet for ourselves. So it's time to give back. And I've talked about this before. I've shown you that if we just take the data from the UN IPCC and put it together, you will see this. You will see that if we go vegan, we'll return this entire land area of the planet, about 40% of the land area of the planet, back to nature. And it's only giving us 12% of the food we eat. So that 12%, if you just take from plant foods, you will need a little bit more land than Africa. Okay, so for those who haven't seen this before, basically it's a mapping of the data from the UN IPCC. So they have the data. They are already looking at the data. So you would say, if you're looking at the data and if you have half an ounce of sense, you will realize that you have to go vegan. But it's not sense. I think they have plenty of sense. They don't have the courage. Just like this admin in my college doesn't have the courage to record my video, my presentation, and put it on YouTube. Because they're scared that their funding will get cut off by somebody. They don't have the courage. But we need to, infuse that courage in them. We need to transplant it into them. So basically what we found yesterday, and from the theme of this convergence, is that seafoods, we are destroying the entire ocean, which is 71% of the land of the area of the earth, surface area of the earth. Okay, 71% is the ocean, and we are destroying the entire ocean to get 3% of the food we eat. Does that make any sense? And yet no one is willing to address it seriously. No nation is willing to address it seriously. We have to rely on Captain Paul Watson and his crew to go and help the creatures in the sea. What? Are these governments representing us, or who the heck are they representing? Just for 3% of our food. It absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. So we know that from the IPCC. They gave us the data saying, we're getting 3% of the food from there, and 97% comes from land, and so 12% comes from animal sources, and 85% comes from plant sources. And if you take all the land that we're using to grow plant foods and put it in one place, it will fit inside Australia. If you take all the land that we're using to grow the animal foods and put it in one place, it will cover all of Asia, most of Asia, all of Europe, and a little bit of Africa too. This is the red block. And I actually would take this desert land and assign responsibility for making those deserts to the animal agriculture industry, because that's what it did. Okay? By trying to raise animal food for animals, you're turning forests into deserts. So they did that. So they're responsible for all this. And this is timberland. Basically, 22% of the land area of the planet, we chop down all the trees and replace them with monoculture trees so that we can get paper towels and, toilet paper and timber, lumber for our so-called homes, right? Do you have to build homes with wood? Do you really? Is that the only way we know how to build homes? Do we not know how to do this differently? So I'm an engineer, and when someone comes to me with a problem, I just put everything on the table and say, how would I solve it? The first thing I'm telling you is get rid of animal foods. Okay, but then you have to look at this as well. Do we really need to do this? So that the wild animals are stuck in just 9% of the land area of the planet, and there we are going and burning down another 30 million acres every year. What is wrong with us, right? So this is why we have all these issues. We have to just look at the whole system. So when you look at the whole system, and people have this, planetary boundary framework saying this is how we need to live if you want to stay in the green zone on this planet. We need to look at the stratospheric ozone levels and make sure that we don't go beyond a certain level. So, and that we have done. So it's still green zone. We have to look at the aerosol loading. Aerosols are particles that we put into the atmosphere, and we make sure that we don't put too many particles into the atmosphere and don't go too far out. And that's still in the green zone. And ocean acidification comes from putting CO2 into the atmosphere. So they're saying that the CO2 that we put into the atmosphere hasn't acidified the ocean enough. So it's still in the green zone. It's not going to kill off life in the ocean. And why are these planetary boundaries? They're boundaries, which means that if you violate the boundaries, you are in danger of killing all life as we know it. That's why they are called boundaries. Okay? And there are 6 of those boundaries that are red. They're blinking red. So these are red alarms on your spaceship. Okay? So, and the least violated is freshwater change. So basically we have changed the water cycle of the planet like crazy, and there is not enough fresh water now for the wild animals. So why is this affecting life as we know it? Because it's killing wild animals. They don't have enough fresh water. Ultimately it all comes back to wild animals and what we are doing to them. We think we are okay. We can get fresh water because it's in a bottle, in a plastic bottle, right? You can't drink it straight out of the stream because it's highly polluted, but that's what the wild animals are doing, and they're dying off. So that's still not yet red. It's still orangish, yellow. But still, it's sufficient to kill life as we know it. So that's the least violated. Then comes land system change. So the good news about these 6 violations that I'm showing you is that if the world goes vegan, all 6 of them will go into the green zone. Because if we go vegan, we get 40% of the land area of the planet to restore the forests, and we bring back the forests, then the fresh water will go into the green zone again. Land system change, again, if 40% of the land is given back to nature, this red will go into the green zone. At least it will shrink like crazy, okay, going towards the green zone. The third is CO2, climate change. So this is the 4th worst violated boundary. So it is less than novel entities and nitrogen phosphorus cycle and the biosphere integrity. Okay, so but yet everybody only talks about climate change. They don't talk about the other stuff. Because if you look at the other stuff, you'll realize you have to go vegan. And here they're trying to pretend it's only fossil fuels. So this kind of deception that's going on in science, and the scientists going along with the deceptions because somebody's paying them a salary. It's just to me, it's just disgusting as an engineer. Because as engineers, we are trained to look at the problem as it shows to us, and deal with it honestly, because otherwise you'll never solve it. So we have to have honest accounting. Even the CO2, they are saying it's CO2 that's causing most of the problems. But look at the radiative forcing. It's worse than the CO2, right? Why? Because it's not just CO2. There are lots of greenhouse gases that you need to worry about. You have to look at the aerosol. So when you look at the whole thing, you say, how much are we heating per square meter of the Earth's surface? And that's given by the radiative forcing. And you will see, when you model this, that you shouldn't be looking at the fossil fuel engine at all for the time being. You should be looking at animal agriculture first. And that's a paper I wrote. So, and we know that here if you go vegan, you will immediately start sucking it down. Okay, so you will start pulling it in the right direction. Then comes the nitrogen and phosphorus cycles, or novel entities. Take your pick as which is worse. Nitrogen and phosphorus cycles. This comes from the fertilizer that we add to land. Okay, and so this is the chemical fertilizers we add to land. And here again, if we go vegan, then you can stop growing all this food to feed our animals. And half of the fertilizers we're using is to grow feed for animals. So we can stop that. So that will also go into the right direction, start sinking. And novel entities, and this is all the chemical pollution. This is, I mean, we have cooked up like 100,000 different chemicals that never existed in nature. So we made it up in the lab. And then we have stuck it into all our products without even testing whether they are good or bad. And it's now all over the world. Okay? We have plastic pollution, chemical pollution, all kinds of pollution all over the world. Now, if we go vegan and we bring back the forests that we cut, so rewild the land that we release back to nature, then the trees that grow on that land will suck up this chemical pollution and store it in their trunks. Number one. And number two, the chemical pollution that exists today is actually coming to us in the animal foods we eat in highly concentrated doses. Okay, so concentration goes up by a factor of 10 to 100 when you eat animal food versus plant food for the same chemical pollution. So when you eat animal foods, you're loading up on this chemical pollution, and then you get sick, which is exactly what they want. So there again, when we go vegan, you're mitigating it at both ends. You're reducing what stays in the atmosphere or in the environment by growing trees, and you're reducing how much your intake is. And finally, biosphere integrity. And I advise you not to look at the functional integrity. This is, to me, is arrogance of biologists who think that a cow can replace a deer or a reindeer because they're both grazers. What the heck are you talking about? They're different animals, they're different species. Okay, so this is how they're cooking up this functional integrity and making it look shorter. I look at biosphere integrity. To me, I have to start by saying I do not understand the ecological system completely, and therefore I'm going to minimize how I mess with it. So I'm going to leave the diversity of species as they are and not pretend that cows can replace reindeer. So when you look at this is the worst violated. Why? Because every other transgression is impacting this. And in addition, we're going around in helicopters and killing wild animals. Is this the thing you should be doing when you're dying off on this planet? Is this a smart thing to do? I mean, when I was in IIT, we used to have a term called tube light. For someone who takes a long time to figure out something, we used to call them tube lights. So, I mean, it wasn't very nice to call them tube lights, but that's what I feel like people are around me, The UN is acting like tube lights. It's taking them a while to figure out that veganism is a solution to all 6 of these. And climate change has the potential to just become the worst among all 6. Why? Because it has all these nonlinear feedback loops. And these nonlinear feedback loops are saying, if you don't take care of this, I'm going to go out of control. So you can have runaway climate change. Because nature will say, you want to heat the climate? Okay, I'll help you. And that's what she's been saying. Okay? So I'll help you. And if you want to heat it even more, fine. I'll make it really hot for you. And so those are the 6 nonlinear feedback loops that are in the less than 2 degrees Celsius range. There are 6 of them. And we are already at 1.2. So we don't even know whether we have triggered them or not. Because these are nonlinear feedback loops that can take off from one to the other. And you won't know that you've just taken off until the climate has gone out of control. So the only way to know whether they've taken off or not, whether they've already triggered or not, is to start cooling the climate. So start cooling it as quickly as possible. And only then, and then check if these nonlinear feedback loops are responding in the right direction. If they're responding in the right direction, then you're fine. Okay, we haven't triggered them yet, and therefore you can now restore the climate back to what it was. But if they don't respond, then the climate is going to try to go the other way. Okay, you're trying to cool it, nature is trying to heat it, and then you have to cool it faster and faster and faster until nature responds in the right direction. So this is why it is so important to go vegan as quickly as possible. And this is why it's important for us to convince others, that this, and we need to tell them, look, it's like they don't know the signals. If they knew the signals, they'll be doing it, right? And if you look at the data, the raw data, it already tells me that animal agriculture is responsible for at least 87% is the paper I wrote. And I've written about, I think 23 papers that have been peer reviewed, okay? And of all the 23 papers that are peer reviewed, no paper has received as much scrutiny as this one. None of my papers have received as much scrutiny as this one. People have been trying to break it, okay? Showing that it's wrong. And they've all failed so far. And not only have they failed, I'm actually now telling them it is 118%, not 87%. Why? Because the 6th assessment report of the UN IPCC updated the numbers on soil. And when you take the updated numbers on the soil, my lower bound goes up to 118%. So what does it mean that one sector is responsible for more than 100% of emissions? What does it mean? It means that if you shut down that sector and you let all the other sectors continue as they are, you will look up and see that the climate is actually cooling around you. Hello? Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what we all want? And is it not possible that one sector is so powerful that if you shut it off, and you don't even have to go plant forests, folks. It's a lower bound. It's an engineering lower bound, meaning I'm saying I can actually deduce from the data that much vegetation is already growing on that land today. Why? Because I'm calculating how much CO2 is embedded in the food that the animals are already eating on that land. So this is why it's an engineering lower bound. So I'm staking my reputation as an engineer, saying, if you do this, I guarantee to you the climate will start cooling, even if you don't do anything to the fossil fuel engine. But of course, you have to eventually do something to the fossil fuel engine. Okay, and so this is the updated climate bathtub model based on the 6th assessment report and the fact that 2 years have passed since I issued the first climate bathtub model, and the UN has done absolutely nothing. And the governments have done absolutely nothing. They've been pretending to do something, not doing anything. Okay, you have to hold their feet to the fire. So we have, so now the bathtub has 1100 liters of water, not 1000 liters, because we added another 50 liters. The burning machine is still pouring 35 liters per minute. The killing machine is pouring 15 liters per minute. The burning machine is still connected to 350 liters of aerosol tank. Okay, so this is updated numbers. Still same as the old numbers. And for every 1 liter per minute that you turn off the burning machine faucet, it will pour 10 liters out of the aerosol tank into the bathtub. So which means if you shut off the fossil fuel engine right now, you're going to kill the baby. So stop talking about just fossil fuels. You have to shut off the killing machine. And now if you shut off the killing machine, for every 1 liter per minute that you turn off this faucet, it's going to open the drain and let 3 liters per minute pour out of it. So it's 45 liters, not 30 liters from the drain of the bathtub. Which means now if you shut off the killing machine, you're going to turn off this 15 liters per minute, it's going to open up and let 45 liters pour out. So then you have 35 liters pouring in, 45 liters pouring out, and you will see the bathtub level go down by 10 liters every minute. So 1 minute is like 1 year in reality, right? So, which means every year you'll see, a little bit decrease in the heating of the planet. Okay? But then, you know, the tank will fill up at 45 liters per minute. It will fill up in about 50 years or less than 50 years. So by that time, you better figure out how to turn off the burning machine. Otherwise, it's going to keep pouring water into the bathtub. Okay, and then it won't. The baby will drown too. Okay, so there is an order in which you have to do things, and you have to turn off the burning machine as well. But you have to first turn off the killing machine as quickly as possible. That is the sensible thing to do. And does the UN not have any engineers? Among the 2,000 odd climate scientists who are sitting there at the UN, it's not a single engineer who can do this, who can actually look at this and say, how do I solve this problem? Are they all frozen in fear so that they cannot say what they have to say? I mean, how do we get them a transplant, a spinal transplant? You know? So, but think about it. I mean, this is a project that our ancestors have been working on for 500,000 years. It's as if we've been running a marathon, 26.2 miles of the marathon. We have completed 26.197 miles. We have only 14 feet to the finish line. This is our generation. We have to do this. And so and see, our ancestors so far have been heating. So going in this direction. We have to now cool, which is turning around. It's a U-turn. You have to make a U-turn and start cooling. So you have to make a U-turn to get to the finish line. And then there is a clown out there telling you to come into the McDonald's. Saying, don't turn, come into the McDonald's and you can have some burgers. And as a marathoner, will you take that detour? Isn't it extreme to take a detour into the McDonald's when you're running a marathon? So that is the extreme thing to do, to keep doing what you're doing. Given the data that you have available to you, as I said, I mean, just like Kim Williams said about cardiologists, you're either vegan or you have to get out of here, get out of this planet, and go to Mars or something. So you're either vegan or you haven't understood the data. So the data is screaming at us to do this. This is the journey we have to do. So it's all about our relationship with life, our relationships with other life. Right now we are killing them, killing animals, exploiting them and destroying life. That's our system. So you have to stop the killing, go vegan and restore life. That's a different system. It's a different system that we have to create. Okay? So as Reinhold Niebuhr said, evil is to be traced not back to the individual but to the collective behavior of humanity. These are all good people who are stuck and who are scared, who don't know how to speak up and take and do the right thing. So, but it's such a rotten system. I really think that if we go kick it, give it a swift kick, the whole damn thing will collapse because it's such a rotten system. It's built on lies and delusions. So the medical system, think about the medical system. Lifestyle medicine, ACLM had this graphic showing the 8 risky behaviors that are responsible for 90% of total healthcare costs worldwide and that drive 15 chronic diseases. Diabetes, artery disease, hypertension, back pain, all these things are driven by these 8 risky behaviors. And the thing is, these 8 risky behaviors are encouraged in the current system. Poor diet is encouraged. We teach our children to eat poorly. Physical inactivity is encouraged in the system. They want to suck you into this the smartphone and make you just sit there, right? Looking at the next notification. So physical inactivity is encouraged. Smoking is encouraged. Lack of health screening, So they tell you, hey, you have to pay this much if you want to go get a screening of health. Poor stress management. In fact, the thing is to stress people. That's what they do. They're trying to stress people. The students at IIT that I'm going to talk to tomorrow. I mean, the major problem they have is mental illness. because they're all stressed out. And yet the administration is not even letting them record their talk and put it up. They're just adding to the stress. Insufficient sleep, poor standard of care, and excessive alcohol consumption. And this comes from disconnection with nature. So these are the 8 risky behaviors that are encouraged in the system, because 90% of the healthcare industry depends on it. If everybody starts getting healthy, the whole 90% of the healthcare industry collapses. And my God, the pharmaceutical companies, they're going to have to shrink. What a tragedy, right? But they have to shrink. This has been going on for hundreds of years, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what colonialism did to India. And so there was a video by The Guardian showing that how British colonialism increased diabetes in South Asians today. I mean, I don't blame the British for this, okay? They are all part of the system too. In fact, I love the British. I mean, I love their sense of humor, and they've given so much to the world. But it's a system we are stuck in. And it's a system. It's not the British. It's the English East India Company that ruled India. And between 1800 and 1945, India suffered through 25 famines. And nearly 100 million people died of famines. This is normal. And these famines were engineered. They were engineered in order to persuade Indians to get on a ship and become indentured labor, so they can go and work in the sugar plantations of Jamaica, in Fiji. So the British government needed, not the government, the English East India Company needed all these laborers everywhere, and there was plenty of labor in India, but Indians were happy because they had plenty of food, and they wouldn't go and do any labor because they could eat. They had plenty of free food. This is growing everywhere. Because before the British came, there was nobody paid for food in India. That was the culture. The culture was food was free. Okay? So if you ask me why I am so passionate about food healers, this is it. My ancestors suffered through this. 25 famines. And because of those 25 famines, the people who survived were the ones who could store fat easily. Because they had a reserve of fat when the famines hit, and they were able to use that fat to survive through the famine. And now Indians, South Asians, get diabetes at 4 times the rate of Europeans for the same BMI. Why? Because they store fat easily, and it's going in and lining up their arteries and and their cells, and basically diabetes happens. So diabetes happens, heart disease happens, and I'm here in India saying, hey guys, this happened to us, and now we are stuck in this state where we get diabetes easily, we get heart disease easily, so we have a responsibility to take care of ourselves. Okay, and get out of this and help everybody else get out of this. And one of the main lies that they use, and these are not lies, these are omissions of truth, okay? One of the main omissions of truth that they use to convince people to continue eating animal foods is that animal foods have protein. Only animal foods have protein. Well, here are all the amino acids that we need, okay? The essential amino acids, the non-essential amino acids. They're all color-coded beautifully. And here is the data on amino acids in foods. So take a look. Every plant food has every color. Just like every animal food has every color. Okay? Every plant food has every color because there's protein in everything. All amino acids are in every plant food. All plant foods have all amino acids. So excuse me, there is no need to mix and match. Okay? You just eat. You eat enough calories, you'll get plenty of protein. And who told you that the ideal protein is animal protein? That is also an outright lie. That's a lie. Why? It's like saying the ideal food for a lion is another lion. The ideal food for a giraffe is another giraffe. The ideal food for an elephant is another elephant. The ideal food for a human is another human. This is the level of biology that you know. Is that what the hell you're treating? I mean, that's what you're teaching people? It's a disgrace, okay, that medical schools don't teach this to people, or even high schools. I mean, this should be common knowledge in schools, that all plant foods have all amino acids. And yet, the only thing that children are taught is that protein comes from meat or animal foods. And this is how they persuade us to continue the system. Okay, so I say that when we go vegan and we become healthy, it's as if we have taken something where they've put us into a cylinder. They've just squashed us into the cylinder, and you're just bursting out of it. So I say, do the exact opposite of the risky behaviors. You'll get the healing activations. From a poor diet, go to a healthy vegan diet, and that is number one. And Dr. John McDougall told me that 60% of the healthcare costs come from just this one, poor diet. The other 30% comes from the other 7. So his estimate is that 60% of the costs come from this one thing. So go to a healthy vegan diet, and then regular exercise, number 2. Conscious breathing instead of smoking. So do the opposite, right? Conscious breathing, pranayama. So this is yogasana, regular exercise, yogasana, pranayama, then regular health checkups, meditation and awareness. So, to me, this is so resonant in India. It should be resonant in India because I'm talking about yogasana, pranayama, meditation. These are all things that we invented here, right? So I'm telling Indians, you need to lead this. This is the bursting out of the cylinder and flowering of humanity has to begin. And this is a spiritual transformation. It's a spiritual transformation that needs to begin here. Okay, from insufficient sleep, get to adequate rest and sleep. Know that you belong exactly as you are. You belong. So there's no need for anxiety on that. And you have a sense of purpose. Why? Because as soon as you admit that you're changing the climate of the planet, you own the climate of the planet. You have a job to do. This is exactly what Kimaya was telling me. Go do your job, right? I have a job to do. We all have a job to do. And she was actually channeling the animals, I realize now, right? The animals are telling humans, you have a job to do. Go do it. And you're now sleeping on the job. And finally, from excessive alcohol consumption, it's contact with nature. And what better way to have contact with nature than to bring back the wildlife, the forest that we cut. So I say, go live in Sadhana forest, right? And do exactly what Sadhana forest is doing. Sadhana forest, there are 70 acres, and it needs about 40 people. I mean, roughly about 40 people stay there all the time in order to maintain the forest and make sure it's healthy. So that's 70 acres. Now, if you have to reforest 14 billion acres of land, which is how much land will get freed up when we all go vegan, okay, for 14 billion acres of land, at 40 people per 70 acres, I calculate that you need 8 billion people to restore the forests of the planet. Okay? And there are 8 billion of us. Hello, we know what to do. Okay? When we stop this nonsense that we are doing. When I look at people, engineers, going and designing some Hello Kitty doll which waves its hand, like, this is what you're doing? After all the studying that you did, you go and design that? When you have a planet that's just dying in front of you? So, food healers to me is the foundation of the new system. Healthy food should be free. I refuse to go through another famine, a manufactured famine, an engineered famine, which is what will happen if we keep heating up the planet, keep burning down forests, and keep insisting that everybody has to eat meat. That's what's going to happen. That's already happening now, right? They're killing people. Except now it's not so obvious. It's not in one place. They're not doing it, openly. They're doing it underhandedly. So let's address it from the grassroots. Okay? You have extra food, figure out how to give it away. Figure out how to make healthy food out of it and give it away. And I say it's our responsibility to also take care of ourselves, take care of our bodies so that we get healthy. That's the oxygen mask rule. Get healthy and then you can help others. So put on your own oxygen mask and help others. And you know what Sarah is doing out there in Los Angeles. I'm so grateful to the work that they're doing there. Getting volunteers and farmers together, and then going and doing outreach for veganism. When people come and people ask, "Why are you giving away food like this?" And then the outreach happens. When people's stomach are full, their hearts are open, and they are willing to hear you. So that's the best place to do outreach. And I also found out that in India, you can feed anyone, not just human beings. You can feed any animal, any wild animal. You can feed anyone, and no one can say no to you. Why? Because it's in the constitution of India. That you have to that showing compassion to all life is your duty as a citizen of India. So that's something that we discussed yesterday at this conference that I'm in. So food healers, I really think food healers can flourish. So this is the way to connect people who have food with those who want to eat food, and people who want to get volunteers to come and help out. So all of these things should be made easy. To find extra food. So if you have extra food, you should be able to say, I have extra food here. And then someone can say, I want to use that. Okay. So that's what we're trying to do with this software. So you create an app that helps people, connects people, and ensures that there can never be another famine like they engineered in India. 25 of them they engineered in India, right? Over 140 years. And before that, before 1800, India had 17 famines over the last 2,000 years. So even that, we can avoid, because there's plenty of food on this planet for all of us. If we pretend that we don't have enough food, how in the heck are the wild animals going to eat anything? So we need to bring back their food, and we have to make sure that we get fed when we are doing that. So this is an app which allows you to post an event, you can donate food to any event, and you can volunteer at an event or keep track of your donation history, and usually share your volunteer successes with social network. So making it easy for us to do food healers. Okay. It has the recipes that we can use, and so even and these are all whole food plant-based recipes. And I've taken it from I told the team to just scan from the web, and then give the credit to those that you scan from. So if people complain to us saying you shouldn't use our recipe, they'll take it out. But right now we're just going to say stop us. So volunteer at an event, and then you can donate food, you can donate supplies, and so hopefully by the end of November, we're going to have this thing completely done. Okay? So I'm visiting the team in Bangalore as well. That's part of my trip here today, this time, the software team, and there you are. I'm going to stop talking. Wow. Took me a long time to cover that.
Awesome, Dr. Rao. Beautiful.
Go ahead, Julian. Yeah, go ahead, Julian.
Okay. All right. Wouldn't allow me to unmute. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Very nice talk. I was just going to just say real quickly, if they won't let you talk in the colleges, what I did is just hold a banner in front of the college, and the students come and take a loudspeaker and say, and this will be better publicity. Say, this college doesn't want us to talk about what's going on, and therefore you should stop going to college. You know, Sting, a famous musician, a very nice gentleman from England, he said that I have only come here seeking knowledge, things they would not teach me of in college.
Right.
I will turn you alabaster, turn your face white when you find your servant, your master. And the servants are the animals. We made them servants to us. And they don't need to be. They're actually like our grandchildren. We should be taking care of them and serving them.
Right.
So anyway, thanks for that wonderful talk. Is there any way that I wanted to say something, but I don't think it's the best time. I'm going to ask you personally about something else. But could you tell us a little bit about, like you were talking on the grassroots? Isn't the grassroots to make change? Isn't it the children in the schools in the
right?
So
see that. Yeah, see, the students want me, right? So this is the thing. The students are asking me to come and talk, and the administration is saying, we won't help you. They can't stop me from coming in. They won't help the students with simple things like recording and putting it online and all that, you know. I mean, see, it's easy for them to even do live stream on my talk, right? But they don't want to because they're scared that somebody will see it and then say, oh, what is this going on in your institute? Right? We're going to cut your funding.
Oh, have you tried like elementary schools and junior high schools, because they're much more apt to make the changes, and if the parents realize they're killing the planet and they're killing it for their children, through their children, that's what they're learning in school, then it's much more effective, don't you think? Because college students already have a mindset that it's okay. They're set to go make a bunch of money. They're set to get a big house and a big vacation, a big car. They're set.
Julian, that's not true anymore. See, that's the thing that's happening in these colleges now, right? So children, IITM, the IIT Madras, where I come from, my alma mater, the biggest issue now among students is mental stress. The suicide rate is going through the roof. And where is the mental stress coming from? Because they are smart enough to know what's going on the planet. Okay, so they're not buying the old story that you can go and make a lot of money and enjoy yourself. They're not buying that story anymore. So this entire system that's based on convincing people that here's a story, here, buy this, it's dying. Why? Because kids are not buying that story anymore. Yeah. That's where the stress is coming from. And this is why it's important to go talk to these students and show them that there is another way. This is that you should be happy that this is happening. Why? Because we are going to transform the system. Okay? We have to transform the system. Make sure that healthy food is freely available to everyone, and shelter is freely available to everyone, so that we can. There is a way out. You can see the light, right? There's a way out. There's a light over there, and that's not a fire that's going to burn you. Yeah. So when you tell that to students, they are happy. This is why they want me. They are saying, yeah, you're saying some of the right things that we want to hear, and we want to talk to you. We want to question you. So there has to be this dialogue, right? Do I know everything? No, I don't. So I'm just saying, okay, I'm just going to show you from a 10,000 foot view. I see a path, and would you kindly, like to go explore it? And they're saying, yeah, we want to explore it. And these adults are saying, no, don't go there. These adults have to grow a pair, okay? Not the students. The admins, they are the ones who have to have the courage, who have to grow a spine.
And because people trust women in general a little bit more, their nature is more nurturing, caring, protecting, loving. Isn't it possible? Can we get these vegan grandmothers to grow a couple of extra ovaries to stand up and just start shouting a little louder? Because sweet and
They
wonderful.
are doing that. I want to promote the vegan grandmothers. This is why vegan grandmothers is such a big part of climate healers now, right? I think if the grandmothers go to these colleges, I don't think they can stop them. If the grandmothers go with food and say we're giving it away, you cannot stop them in India. Absolutely not. Okay.
Nice. And maybe not just going to the college, but doing online things. If people realize, that they keep looking at their phone and hearing bad information, new notifications, and it's nothing but bad news. Why don't we focus on getting a few, 100,000 people in these Clubhouse apps? There's ways to do it. I can talk with you about it later. To listen about get it blowing out like big. I mean, you've been doing these 15 now convergences, and how come it's only like 20 to 50 people on general in here? It should be more like That's a million
okay.
people. Yeah.
Look, the tip of a spear is always sharp. So don't worry about that. Okay, it is spreading. Why do you think I'm being invited now to come to Oxford and talk about this, the debate? It didn't happen because I was sitting around, saying, oh, just only 20 people are coming. It doesn't matter to me how many people come. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. We are all going to keep doing what we're doing. And see, the fact that Facebook is no longer showing our videos, I mean, there are all kinds of things happening, okay? They're trying to suppress us. Fine, it's fine, okay. This is the way it is. The system is trying to suppress us. That's okay. To me, that says that the spear is getting sharper and sharper. They think they're stopping us, and we are just sharpening ourselves as we go.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. He
pleasure.
said, I think if he was going to climb a tree, he said, was it Abe Lincoln who said, give me 6 hours to cut down a tree, I'll spend 4 hours sharpening the blade.
Don't cut a tree anymore. You're done with that. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Right.
But if we protect the forest, isn't there a plan to properly separate the trees so that the fires are moving to them? Then we can probably not have massive forest fires. Giving these animals jobs. Is there a way? I know you spoke.
Number one thing you need to do. Number one thing you need to do, Julian, is to get the intention to change. Beyond that, we will figure out what's the right thing to do, okay? Everyone will figure out locally what's the right thing to do. I'm not going to sit here and prescribe what is the right way to do things. I'm not interested in that. I'm just saying, get the intention right, and then let them figure out what to do. Go ahead, watch.
Good answers.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Rao. Great talk as usual. Really, really inspired to hear you again. And safe travels. I know you're traveling quite a long distance. So my question is inclusivity. A lot of people plan my message and vegan messages saying, I'm not being inclusive. And we're in US, we're coming on the season of Thanksgiving and Christmas, and a lot of and in fact, even in India, Diwali is coming up. A lot of food is animal based. It's part of culture. So how do we not sound extremist or militant? Animal rights activists are already labeled that extremely derogative terms of being extremist or militant. And now we have to also face the dilemma of being called non-inclusive, because diversity and inclusion is big after the Black Lives Matter. So how do we?
I understand the question. Yeah. So the thing is, in fact, that's something that I've been asked to address at the IIT talk as well. Is because they say veganism is extremism. vegan is extreme, and I said, I'm going to say that when you see everything that's going on, you see the 6 planetary boundaries, and you see that you have violated 6 of them, and any one of them can kill off all life on Earth. Continuing to eat meat and dairy is extreme. That is meaning, that is like saying, I see a fire, but I'm still going to throw matches. Yeah, What I'm saying is get up and start pouring water on the fire. That is rational thing to do. Yeah. So we need to frame it. What are we doing? We're not saying I'm forcing you to eat vegan. No, I'm just saying please try it. Here, I'll give you some free food. Try it. Okay? And come and help. Come and help put out the fire. Know that you belong exactly as you are. Know that this is part of a transformation. This is not going back to the... See, culture is about going back and staying with what we know. Okay? It's about transforming our culture too. Because whatever we know, whatever we've been doing all along, is causing what's causing. Yeah. So, it is, coming home to who we really are. Because I say that we have taken a 10,000, 11,000 year detour into being cruel, right? And then saying, come back to what you are. What is a child like? Child does not like to go kill animals. Okay? No child will ever do that. They will play with the animals. They'll cry if the animal bites them. So it's that kind of framing we need to do. It's about storytelling. See, ultimately we humans tell stories and we play games. Those are the only two things we do. And I'm saying that the game that we are playing is a climate heating game. Okay? And it's a game of competition. And it's a game of winners and losers. In fact, there is World Cup going on, cricket World Cup going on in India now. And India just beat the heck out of England or something. So, so I'm saying it's the reversal now, right? So if India has won over England, so now let's take yoga and ahimsa and pranayama and meditation and give it to the British. Hey, do this instead of us doing what you wanted. So we don't need any more McDonald's. You can take this. You can take some idli sambar, right? So it is changing the framing of how you tell the story and how you create games. So how you engineer games. So it's the same outcome that you're trying to get to, but you don't have to do it with violence at all. You can do this in a completely non-violent way. So it's their choice to come along. And all I'm complaining to the administration of the IIT is that you're not allowing your students to have the choice to hear me out. What kind of an admin are you? Why your grants are more important than your students? The well-being of your students? I mean, what kind of an admin are you? Yeah? So that's how you need to frame it. Yeah. Go ahead, Liz.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bell. I've got renewed enthusiasm after your presentation this weekend. We are sharpening the spear. And I just want to say that they do hear you at the university. Although they're not responding, they hear you and they have to process that information. So one of my goals, and I've shared this with grandmothers, is that I've been going to board meetings. I've been to college board meetings, and I went to the elementary school at the San Diego Unified Board meeting. We need, to all of us, we need reform in education. And I sat in that board meeting, there were employees holding up signs. We want to work remotely to decrease emissions because it was a green concept, right? So we need to bring this climate change issue to the table with our board members. There are public opportunities to speak to our boards, and we need to leverage those and get in there and talk to them at every opportunity. I took notes on a Starbucks napkin once and turned it into a college degree for the energy industry, and that only happened because there was money behind it. There's no money behind veganism, but we can still do it. We can, maybe we need to work on finding money, but we need to keep stirring the pot and bring it, put it on the table, and speak to our administrators and ask for reform in education. We need consumer education, K through 12, we need chef training programs for chefs in plant-based foods, and we need doctors to be fully on board. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. I'm actually talking at IIM Bangalore in November 16th. So these are the top management institutions in the country that invited me to come and talk. So there are some doors opening, you know, but I'm going to keep pressing the doorbell everywhere I go. Hey, would you like to hear me out? No. And they have invited me to come. So, hey, it's going to happen, as you said. We have to keep at it. Go ahead, BJ.
Well, a number of thoughts have come to mind after this beautiful presentation. One is how sad it is that the suicide rate is up, and that the good thing is people are aware. And so if we can take that awareness to other places where it's building, but not at that point yet, and give them a look-see into your vision, and not just your vision, but the path, a logical path, I think that's wonderful. But I wonder about the economics of our vision is not yet to where we've even seen other current cultures eating free food. I think it's so foreign to our whole system that I kind of feel like there ought to be a really dramatic to people.
See, it's foreign to the Western civilization. It was never foreign to Indian civilization. It was never foreign to us, you know. Free food was always available in temples, you know. I mean, meaning it was always the given that you go to anyone's home and then they'll feed you, right? The guest was always treated as God. So that's the so it's about going back to what we knew, right? And this is what Gandhi was also telling India. You know, you don't have to adopt everything from the West. You had your own culture, so promote that. Yeah. So the idea that you have to pay for food was part of the Industrial Revolution. Because the Industrial Revolution, the factory owners discovered that you train somebody, and as soon as you give him enough money so he has plenty to eat, he doesn't come back.
Right.
So because he says it's boring work and I have to keep doing the same thing over and over. Who the heck wants to do that? So to force them to come back, they were fooling around with the food system.
Right.
Okay. So, and they fooled around with the food system in India a lot, right? And a lot of people died as a result of that, you know. So, but it's not about, you know, rehashing old wounds like this, but it's about saying we understood what happened then, but we need to move on. Okay, we need to move on. We forgive each other, and let's figure out how to sort this out so that we all thrive. And you begin by giving free food for free. I mean, to me it is a radical concept. Healthy food free. It's a radical concept for people, right? But then, you know, having oxygen masks fall at every seat, and not even ask people, do you have $10 for the oxygen mask? Right? That's what food is. That's what having healthy food for free is. Okay?
Well, I remember from the movie, they're trying to kill us, that grocery stores, once a grocery store closed, you couldn't have another grocery store there for 20 years or so. And I know.
Yeah.
And there's another rule about, since we're trying to sell fruit, you can only have 3 fruit trees in your yard. You can't have a bunch of fruit trees. So I know that there are things going on that prevent us. So thank you.
It's the same system. The same system that starved Indians is still there. And it's doing it insidiously. Okay? Like slavery, they pretended to abolish slavery, but slavery continued insidiously. See, because the system never really, you know, it's the same game you're playing. So they have to keep, you know, jiggering the rules to play the same game, pretend like they're not playing the game. So there's a lot of deception that happens. So you have to just see through it. Once you see through it and you bust it open and say, enough already, I'm done with this game. We're going to play a different game.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao.
Okay, then Ray and Paige, and then we have to wrap up. I don't want to go too. Go ahead, Ray.
I got this at a vegan auction. This is kind of you're saying that we need to read a new story, and this is the story that we're reading right now. And it occurs to me that, obviously there's the speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil, stuff with dollar bills in their ears, on their eyes and in their mouth. But also that they're nations. They're wearing, Russia, United States, and China, and the nation states. That's the story that we're telling. So to expect any sort of system change, we need to think of how the other systems are going to change as well.
Yeah.
And we need to have that sort of vision of the future, tracking those kind of transitions as well. And like the food transition, which we think is going to happen very fast, it's going to be happening very fast in conjunction with other system changes. So, sometimes we're trapped in the vegan world and we're asking questions and going, why? I don't understand. But we do understand. we understand why college professors will behave a particular way, even if they hate that system. They feel that they don't have any agency. They don't have any ability to do anything different, which is really sad because university used to be the place where change happened.
Right.
But now it's the place where you're trained into the status quo, and nobody's prepared. So we need you to build that university quickly, Sailesh.
Hey, in fact,
good university.
Yeah, Ray. In fact, Oxford Union was formed by students at Oxford because their professors wouldn't let them talk about certain things back in 1823. So the universities were never a place where you could do whatever you wanted. No, it was a place where you were trained to join the big industrial system. So they got out and they formed this in secret, the Oxford Union. And that's where the debate is happening, the 200th anniversary. So it's so appropriate that it's happening at that forum. Because it is about free speech. Because the way system is set up, it's like how Rosa Luxemburg said, those who do not move do not notice their chains. Right? So they tell you, here is a narrow range, you can now argue like crazy in this narrow range, so that you're not noticing your chains when you argue in that range. But the chains have always been there. So all we're doing now is saying, we're going to bust open the chains. We're done. We're going to flower as individuals. We're going to flower as a species. And we're going to take care of all other species because they are our relatives. And we have a responsibility to them. Yeah. Because we made the mess, we put that plastic out there, we put all that mess out there, and we made a mess of their water. It's our responsibility to clean it up. And the system is saying, no, that we keep pouring more and more. And I'm saying, no, you're done. Figure it out. Figure out something else to do. We are no longer playing along with you.
Well, you showed the 9 planetary boundaries, and it illustrates this radial diagram, and in the center of it is a safe living space for humanity. And this system was formed by Johan Rockström, and was part of a lot of different scientists that were involved in that. One of them, Paul Crutzen, who coined the term the Anthropocene. And if we don't understand the Anthropocene, we're just going off the cliff and just completely missing the point of what I think people are starting to get, but it's a a very light, safe version of what the Anthropocene is about. And that suffix, anthro, prefix, it really emphasizes that this is a problem with humanity not finding that space. That anthropocentrism is the root of all of these 9 planetary boundaries. And veganism is the stepping stone towards understanding something besides humans are at the center of the universe. That, you know, we're encountering that, and I'm sure there's a wide range of what vegans believe as far as humans being the center of the universe. There's a lot of vegans that still believe they're the center of the universe. That we're trained in this Judeo-Christian human exceptionalism.
Right. I mean, it can be easily cured by having them, you know, by asking them to clean up. You know, when you start cleaning up stuff, you realize you're not the center of the universe. You're wading in muck. And why do you have to wade in muck? Because otherwise you're going to die. You have to clean up that mess, right, that you created. So it's the shattering of the ego is going to happen very, very soon, okay? So I say that, remember the diagram with the ego, humans on top, I mean man at top and all the other animals below. And then eco, where, you know, everyone is in a circle. I say to get to that everyone in a circle, you need to become seva first. Which is you take the ego diagram and switch it around. So you are at the bottom and you're serving the animals. Only then you'll get to the state of equality.
Yeah, and that's
you have to compensate.
Anthropocentrism. It's finding a humility that the human race just hasn't demonstrated in.
Yeah, it'll happen.
And the idea of cleaning up after our own mess is something that, you know, in ancient times there was so much more world to ruin. So the impact was never had any feedback, and now we have the feedback, and we see that the wall is coming, that there is an end to this. And unfortunately, the people holding the lens aren't necessarily the people that we need to be holding it. They're still trying to squeeze some money out of the system, or figure that all the solutions to anything rest in money.
Right.
As long as the economy is okay, the environment will just apply the economy to the environment. It will fix everything.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paige.
Hi. This is I'm glad I was able to hear some of this last closing. It's great to see you all. I was listening and I was thinking, Dr. Rao, when I was raising my children, I remember the most effective way to have action was to put it in the affirmative. Mm-hmm. So instead of saying don't run, I would say walk when I remembered, right? Mm-hmm. So I was thinking when you said the universities feel speaking on going vegan is extreme. So perhaps a way to approach would be, this is a course or a speech about the science of the climate crisis from an engineer's perspective. And then the eating plants and growing plants is in essence the secondary. So it's not about going vegan, it's controlling the narrative such that they feel they can fit into it, in a sense of educating from the perspective of the facts of the science.
Yeah.
So just a thought.
You know, actually the title of my talk.
I want one more thing about controlling the narrative, because what's happening now is a lot of the narrative is how unhealthy veganism is, especially here in the States, and they're focusing on like coconut oil, saturated fat that comes from processing these, you know, they don't even call it plants. It's just, you know, it's unhealthy. You know, vegan is unhealthy. So you got to make sure you just stick with the sustainable, healthy, regenerative, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And so we need to take back the narrative and show
Right.
how the plant-based whole grains foods and so forth means and such is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So this is the thing that surprised me, because the students told me, don't talk about veganism. Let's just talk about sustainability. Okay. And they said, engineering a sustainable planet. That's the title of my talk, engineering a sustainable planet. But the administration is smart. They know who's talking. They know who's talking. So I have this reputation that I go with now, right? So everyone knows I'm going to be talking about this. So they know, no matter what you say, they say, this guy, we'll make sure he doesn't get on YouTube associated with us, because our grants may be in trouble. So there is no way to deceive someone into accepting the truth. You have to tell the truth.
This is where Kamaya comes in. Or somebody with you. That it's somebody who's maybe younger, and it's like, this is the future, something along those lines, because Allison tapped into that, and that's where I feel like my future messages now is about being the Greta Thunberg of my generation, to hold the parents accountable for what we've left, the grandmothers as well, essentially. Yeah. So. Yeah,
grandmothers. Yeah.
Thank you.
But but the doors are opening, so it's not like this is one instance. They'll figure it out. I mean, my classmates are saying, okay, I'll get the alumni people to come and do the recording for you. So people are rallying around, saying, hey, you can't do this to people. Just like what's happening to Wayne Chung, right? So eventually, the system is going to have to bend. Well, okay, let's. We're already 25 minutes over. I'm so sorry. BJ, who's closing? I don't have the...